Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Sorry for the technical difficulties. For some reason, so if you don't know, and many of you probably don't, there's no reason why you would. I use OBS, not Streamlabs OBS. I use OBS to crop down the camera image that I have because my lens is too wide for what I want. And then that gets output to StreamYard or whatever program wants to use it. And for some reason, the virtual camera just wouldn't start. So I had to, you know, had to restart the computer to get OBS working on that. But we are here. We are here for day 2 of the Kim Potter jury selection. And, well, oh, wrong mic. Wrong mic. That also happens when this happens. Sorry about that. For some reason, it decides to switch microphone as well. Don't know why. Software, man. Software for everything. And yeah, and of course the StreamYard, not that I'm wearing headphones, but it doesn't have a monitor option either. So that just happens. Just happens. Ooh, the Supreme Court is hearing arguments in the Mississippi abortion case. That's awesome. Let's see. Kim Potter trial live. Apparently there are no current oh, there's one. Let's see. Oh, they're on?
States the state must convince you by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence. The defendant has the right not to testify. This right is guaranteed by the federal and state constitutions. You should not draw any inference from the fact that the defendant has not testified.
They've got to fix the mic on this judge.
So if you later decide not to testify, you would have to make a decision whether or not you wanted me to give that instruction to the jury. Okay? All right. Thank you.
They really need to I don't know what they need to do to balance out the S's on this judge, but she cutting devastating S's. They said earlier they had fixed it. Oh, really? That's horrifying. So anyway, we've got a bunch of stuff going on in the world, but I have to talk about something else. I have received messages from a learned source.
I'm sorry?
Can I just address the housekeeping matter when you have a moment?
Sure.
I think the 2 first jurors this morning, 17 and 19, were here for the group questioning yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So are they just going to come in individually this morning?
Yes.
And then we'll start with the other 5 on the sheet,
1 second.
Yes.
something like that. Okay. And then, Your Honor, the court had also asked us to look at certain jurors, whether we could agree to cause and Your Honor, we are willing to agree that 31, 38, and 43.
Okay, 31, 38, and 43. And counsel?
Your Honor, we agree with 31, 38, and 43. We also agree that 19 and 30 should be stricken for cause.
Okay, so you agree on
Min.
31.
Excuse, I'm sorry. Excuse.
Just for the record, the potential juror's wife in 31 had cancer and he has a lot of physical issues. Both parties agree that he can be stricken for cause. 38, the parties agree that she should be stricken for cause because her husband's best friend is friends with the defendant. And then finally, 43, the parties agree because the potential juror is a Minneapolis police officer. Okay?
Okay. Oh, Mither and Emmer says they need to ask the high school
All right.
intern doing tech for
Is
the
counsel
court
ready for
to install a pop
juror
filter for
number
Judge
17?
ASMR. I agree.
Yes, Your Honor.
They
Okay.
also just need to work on whatever the gain, I guess. That's picking up those S's so heavy. All the way home 100 asks a very serious question. Says, what is the difference in a Jesse Ventura impression and a Richards impression? Thanks. My grandparents were from Barnesville. Do you mean Burnsville or Barnesville? I don't know. Jesse Ventura is a little bit lower. He's a little bit more breathy, comes from the back of the throat. Whereas Richards, a little slower, has some different pronunciations, not so breathy, comes more on the top of the mouth. Your Honor.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And could you give me a
Jesse's
few
voice
minutes,
kind of
please?
wreaks havoc.
Thank you for answering the questions on the questionnaire. I really don't have that much to ask.
Sorry,
you.
Wildworks. That sucks.
Is there anything that you think we should know about you that wasn't asked that would impact your ability
Peter Griffin's
to
a little bit
be
different.
up there, an impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. And are you willing to serve?
Yes.
And you can
Why is
be
it already
open,
demonetized? I didn't even
minded,
do anything.
neutral, and fair?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. The defense may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't like their
I've
cameras.
read your questionnaire and it's quite thorough questionnaire, so I'm not going to ask you many questions. The only question I'd ask is, would you be able to keep an open mind until you hear all of the evidence in this case before you come to any judgment or conclusion?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, you understand that because
What the
we go first, and we
Come
have
on,
to wait till they're
court.
done until we present our case. And you keep an open mind throughout that?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Wow. They must like her answers. Mainly, it's the same courtroom setup they had for Chauvin. I don't know why
Counsel,
they look
pass
like
for
this.
cause.
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. It's too early. Yes, we'll pass the cause.
Thank you.
morning, Juror 17.
Ladrake, are you over
I
68?
apologize for calling you by number rather than name. It's just the way we're doing it in this trial, so please forgive me for that. Thank you
Oh,
for being
quit your
here
crabbing,
again.
Frank.
I think you were here yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Thanks for bearing up with us.
I'm not going to use the law and crime one. I'll find another one.
You
Doesn't have these stupid angles. Like, why do I need to see the rest of the courtroom? Of course, I could see them stand up and
I
object,
think
maybe.
candidly expressed not knowing enough about the people to have an opinion about them. And remember early on you were asked about, do you have I think the word is a general impression of the defendant or the victim. Do you recall those questions?
I think so.
And you said, like I said, candidly, I don't have enough about them to have an opinion, right?
Yeah.
And you understand that, a trial really isn't about whether you like somebody or don't like somebody.
Yeah.
And it's really about, your job as a juror is to figure out whether the state has proved the elements of the crime.
Yes.
So even if during the course of a trial you develop some impressions of the people involved, that's not necessarily evidence of the crimes that you're to consider.
Yes, I agree.
And it seems like you're pretty confident that you can do that.
Yes, definitely.
And so you're working part-time right now.
No, I work full time. I
Okay.
was working part time.
And I
Not for
I'm
long.
sorry if I just didn't hear you earlier. Did you say that you're a student right now?
No, I graduated.
Okay.
Now I'm working.
Okay. So this won't interfere with
Oh,
school
my
or classes
goodness.
or exams.
No.
What are you doing in here?
Congratulations on graduating, getting that done. You were asked, if you believe the jury system in
Katie.
this country is
Oh,
fair,
oh, oh.
and you said, I don't know if I have enough information to answer. Just not enough experience with the system to know.
This is my first time, so
Yeah.
I just didn't really know a lot about it.
How you doing,
And
Kat?
the way this
Button.
works is the
That's
judge
you, I
has
can
started to tell you and would tell you more, as the jury gets the law from the judge and a juror has to apply that
Get
law
out of here.
regardless of whether they like the law or agree with it. Do you think you can abide by that?
Yes, definitely.
And a juror has to decide based on the evidence of the case, not on any personal opinions or bias or prejudice. Do you agree that you could apply that?
Yes, I agree.
That's Button.
First time jury
Button
duty,
is
but you
the cat's
understand
name.
what the jury system is all about.
Yeah, I understand what you need to do. Follow the law.
Oh, just seat the juror immediately. Like both of you like her. Just seat her.
You were asked about some of the demonstrations that took place before.
Matt
and you
Roberson,
answered
thoughts
that
on jury nullification? It
has
doesn't happen
negatively
enough.
impacted the community because of some of the property damage. You recall
Yeah,
that?
there was somewhat of a negative impact, but there was also somewhat of a positive impact.
I am the
And,
most
that
neutral
negative
person
impact,
to
I
ever
mean,
live.
I guess nobody wants to see businesses looted and damaged, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have any difficulty setting aside, kind of seeing that when you're being a juror in this case, if you are.
I would have no difficulty setting that aside.
Duncan Bates, that's probably true. Can you close the door? Button was in here a second ago.
You were asked, remember there
When
was
you
that
head out.
chart of questions where you got to circle
Oh,
different
okay.
answers. One of them was, the phrase was, I support defunding the police. And you said that somewhat disagree. Can you explain why you chose that as your answer for that?
You're always going to need police officers. There are always going to be bad things that happen. You need them.
And obviously this case, involves a former police officer.
Joel Reese, no.
Do you think that you could fairly judge an individual who was a police officer? I mean, the point you're making is very valid, right? But as a juror, of course, like you said, you have to decide based on the evidence. Do you think you can set aside, that notion of we need police officers when deciding just on the evidence in the case?
Hall
Yes,
Peril,
just
maybe
the
we'll do that
evidence.
at lunch. The body cam footage from the Rittenhouse jury tampering. We might do that at lunchtime. This lady sounds really boring. Madden Moose says, wait, I never made the connection. If Gage came over to Kenosha from Minneapolis, didn't he actually cross state lines with a firearm? He didn't, though. He came from Milwaukee. So a different terrible M city.
Juror 17, thank you for your time. Your Honor, we will pass the juror.
Okay. Well, right.
Number 17, you will be on this jury.
10 more
We
like
expect
that
to
and we're
start
done.
on
9 more
December
like
8th.
that.
You will be getting a call from the jury office to confirm when you show up and where you show up, okay?
Wait, I thought you said I wasn't slick.
No, you are.
Oh, I am?
You are on the jury, okay?
Congratulations.
All right, so have
You
a good
made
rest of the
it.
day.
Now regret all of the choices that you made leading up to now. Why would they want a juror so young with little life experience? Because she seemed completely neutral from their answers. Like they all read her thing. I mean, the defense attorneys are like, I basically have no questions for you. Judge says, I basically have no questions for you. If you want to get on a jury, don't write much of anything. Let's see. I got it. Oh yeah, I was telling a story before I was so rudely interrupted by the court. So yeah, I got a very, very heavy critique from a very qualified and learned individual who was calling me out for let's see. Okay, I'm going to switch.
Good morning, juror number 19. Good morning, juror number 19. Please have a seat.
We're switching to
And
this
would
other.
you please remove your mask? Okay.
So anyway, yes,
All right.
a
Couple of
Pokemon
follow-up questions on the questionnaire.
trading card
Thank you for
Twitter
filling it out.
was really pissed off
The
about
first
my
question
Chad
is,
Reed,
what do
Kyle
you know
Kareth
about this
analysis.
case from media
You
reports?
support a murderer.
And I don't have an
You're
answer
just
to
a bad
that.
person.
Could
You're
you
not a
tell me
lawyer.
what you know about this case from media
Okay,
or
homie.
other sources?
What I know about the case is from what was when it was happening in current time of what was displayed on the media and what was on the internet.
Okay. Could you summarize what you heard?
In regards to what I heard, it was basically giving an explanation of what the media had provided about what happened. In the
I hate people who
situation.
talk roundabout like
There
this.
was a brief video that I did see, and beyond that, not much.
In
Okay.
regards to what I
And
heard,
do
it
you
was
remember
basically
about
an
the video?
explanation.
I remember a lot of chaoticness in the video. I remember words in the video in regards to the weapon. that was
Grandmaster
being
Yoda,
used.
effectively, one of them is allegedly
I
male.
remember panic in the video.
Okay.
But was there panic at the disco?
Anything else that you remember hearing about this case?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. And the reason you felt that way is because of the information that has been shared about her on social media or TV.
Mhm.
Can
What
you
you're
tell
looking
me
at,
what
it
information
is rough to watch, but you will
learned
suffer through
about,
it.
the defendant on social media and TV?
What I learned about the defendant from social media and TV
Yes.
is in regards to the experience that the defendant has with the years of experience of being on the force.
Okay.
And so that's what gave me the negative in regards to having this much experience, you know, in that moment. Where did your lapse in judgment come in?
Okay. And you also said you had a somewhat negative opinion of Dante Wright as well, because of what you've heard about him on social media and the TV. Can you tell me what you heard about him that made you form that opinion?
It wasn't necessarily, I don't, from what I remember, I wrote this a little while ago, but in regards to him, I think it was the negative information that was being provided about him in regards to the situation.
Okay.
As him as a person, as him as a young man.
All right. What about him as a young man did you learn that made you form that opinion of him?
It's been a while, so you have to give me a second to think about it.
Take
I don't
your
have to
time.
give you nothing. Don't believe her lies, Judge.
I think it gave me, what helped me form my opinion in regards to that was what the media had given out in regards to him being not such a good teen in the streets, if that's clear.
Ma'am,
Alex H.
Not
Yes, on lunch break, I'll be reviewing the MSNBC footage.
he was considered to be more of a trouble child than
Grandmaster
you know,
Yoda, I
that was what
believe
was
that's
given
the
out about.
word that she was supposedly
Okay.
25 years or so at
you
a
also
desk.
stated
and only moved
in
to the field when,
response to the question, do
you
you
know,
believe your
all this stuff
community
started.
has been negatively or positively affected by any of the demonstrations? Your answer was, I live close to the shopping mall that was affected during the Dante Wright situation, and now it's up and running again. So, what did you actually?
I think Drexel would
observe
actually
any
want
of the
this lady on there.
demonstrations or participate?
He would
in
base it
any of the
entirely on the fact that she's a
demonstrations,
black woman and the
following,
deceased is a black man. And
the
she would say that
incident?
black women
No,
don't
I
like.
did not.
Well, wait, of course, he would
participate
also
in
say that
any of the
the
demonstration.
defendant's a white woman.
I only saw as far as what was happening on the news in regards
Okay.
to it, but I was over in the area and I did see the damage.
That's
that was
tough.
done. So
Okay.
when I filled out the summary or when I submitted this
Mm-hmm.
survey for this, at that time the process
Drex
had
be
been in
racist?
place
Yes.
to clean up the area and get the stores back up and running. So they're running, but there has been damage done to the community.
Okay, and are you going to be able to listen to the evidence in this case and set aside
Corey Wargo,
any
that would be hilarious.
opinions that you had formed with respect to either Ms. Potter or Dante Wright, and base your decision solely on the testimony?
Dwayne
that
Dragon
was
says
in
this is an
case?
educated black woman.
I
All
don't
my
think that
college
would be a
educated
problem for me
aunts
to
talk
do
like
that.
this,
Okay.
trying to sound
And
smart.
as far as the damage that was done to your community, will that impact at all your decision on whether or not the state has proved
You
its
need to
case beyond a reasonable
Not talk
doubt?
directly into the mic's front.
No, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Talk from the side, Judge. Always talk from the side of the microphone. That's what if they didn't tell her that, I mean, I don't know what kind of mic she has or anything, but that's clearly the issue. When she talks directly into the mic, it's
And
awful.
you own a taser or a similar device?
I'm sorry, I can't. I didn't
Do
hear.
you own a taser?
I do.
Okay. Have you used it before?
No.
All right. And you have no training on
It's a front
handling
address
the
mic.
taser, is
Yeah.
that right?
But they got the gain
I'm
up
sorry,
way
can
too
you
high
repeat
or
that?
something.
You don't have any training on the use of a taser, do you?
No.
Okay. And why did you get a taser?
Protection.
Okay. Do you have any strong opinions about whether or not tasers should be used?
No, I think it depends on the individual and the force
Yes,
that it's used.
Judge, I do. I believe tasers should be
Okay.
used literally constantly.
Your answers to 18 and 19 deal with Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And you were asked whether you were favorable or unfavorable, how you felt about those two groups. And you indicated that
Jan Kemble, we're not going to
you
talk
felt
about
somewhat unfavorable
what Dante
to
Wright
Black
has done.
Lives Matter and somewhat unfavorable to Blue Lives Matter because it divides the communities. Could you explain your answer a little more?
I feel like within any organization, there are things that need to be worked out. And that's where my answer came from. Not everything is all good and not everything is all bad. And I do think that as a community,
I
living
think
in the
this lady
community,
might
being in the
actually be
community,
a good
we all
juror,
need
in
to
all
work together
honesty.
to make sure that the community is moving successfully.
Okay. Now, you have been a victim of
Travis,
two
no, they would
crimes,
keep
at
they would
least.
keep
You
everybody,
were
but they have
robbed
like
and,
200 potential
you were a
jurors
victim of theft.
that they can interview.
Did you report those crimes to the police?
If we're
No.
at 5 out of less than 20, we're
And
doing
why
okay.
didn't you?
This was in my younger years, so I just didn't think that it was necessary for me to do so.
Okay. So how long ago did the robbery take place?
Probably 20 years ago.
We won't go
Okay,
through
that was a long
200.
time
If they
What
panel
about the
all
theft?
14,
It
we're
was the
done.
same incident.
Oh,
It
okay.
was combined together. So
All right. And your family has been accused, someone in your family was accused of theft. And did that family member have any complaints about how the police treated him or her?
no,
Did you feel
Are they
that
in prison now?
justice was done in that case?
yes,
Okay.
Mm.
Is there anything about that that makes you think you shouldn't sit as a juror in this case?
no.
Okay.
Keith,
One of the questions talks
you guys
about
and this judge are killing me.
jury deliberation, that the jury might be sequestered. That means that you may have to be taken to a hotel to stay overnight. And you indicated that you had some concerns about your children should that happen. If that were to happen, would you be able to get childcare?
Holly Engel, I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know what
Okay.
website you would use for that. I mean, LegalZoom might have template documents for you, but other than that, I wouldn't be aware of those websites. I would be writing them
In
myself.
response to the question, is
For
there
me.
a reason why you would not be able to give your full attention to a trial during your time as a juror? You indicated my children. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I have, they just, They require a lot of time.
Hmm.
And so considering that we are in the month of December with the holiday seasons, that would be of concern for me, just taking away time from them.
Okay. I understand that. And how many children do you have?
2.
Okay. Are you still willing to serve if you're asked to?
Yes.
Okay. Our best estimate is that we're going to be completely done by Christmas Eve. Okay. And as I told you, in the
Her body's
introduction,
saying no while her
no
mouth is
matter
saying
what,
yes on
even
that
if
one.
We're not done. We're taking Christmas Eve off and Christmas Eve weekend off, and we wouldn't start until the following Monday. Okay.
What year?
In response to question
You're
number
killing
10,
me.
do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked yes, no, and not sure. And, I can understand that you'd be ambivalent about it, but could you elaborate on your answers?
It's just more so of a new experience and not, it's unfamiliar territory.
Optimist
So
Deadpool
that's
says
where
she
my
pulled the single
yes,
mom
no,
excuse.
unsure
Drexel's
answer
going to
comes
have an aneurysm.
I know it's that you've never served on a jury before, but I want to assure you that I've talked to jurors after they've come to a verdict.
I like how this judge
And,
even laughs
all
muted.
of them have told me that they weren't real
Now,
excited
let's tell a
about
bedtime
getting
story.
summoned for jury duty,
Mhm.
but in the end, they were really glad they had an opportunity.
Stop telling this
to
lie.
serve because,
Stop it,
they
Judge.
learned a lot about our justice system and stepped away with a renewed appreciation for it. So, something to look forward to. Okay.
Okay.
All right, counsel.
Watch out, counsel. Every time she puts on that mask, I think she's going to teleport behind you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter, Earl Gray, and Amanda Montgomery. And at this stage, we get to ask you some questions.
Oh,
It
thanks.
won't take too long. And then my colleague from the state will ask you some questions too, and then you'll be done.
Okay.
Fair enough. Tell me about your Taser.
Then
when
you'll
you
be
bought
done.
it and
Ooh,
why
did we
you
get a
bought it,
preview
and,
that he doesn't want her on there? I don't know.
what kind it is. If you could give me a little narrative on that, that'd be helpful.
Well, I purchased it a couple of years ago. It is a small compact taser. It's purple. Kind of just carry it in my purse for protection when I'm out walking at night or something like that.
Where did you buy it? If you remember.
I don't remember at this point where I purchased it from. I've had it for a while.
Have you ever
Was
used
there
it?
a permit required to carry a Taser? Help me with that.
No,
Do you keep it with you all the time?
most of the time.
Do any of the other members of your family have a Taser?
No,
Have you ever used it?
no.
Have you ever practiced with it?
Are you asking,
Practice
have I
with
seen
it?
if it works?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you help me with this,
Practice
when you
with a
when you
Taser.
bought it, did they give you a class on it, or you just kind of bring it home and figure it out on your own?
I believe there
Yeah,
may have been
the
an
sharper
instruction
image
manual,
offered a
but
lot
there
of
was no
classes
class for it. No.
with their tasers that you bought.
You indicated, as Judge Chu asked you about, that you had a somewhat negative impression of Officer Potter. I mean, you understand, of course, that she's presumed innocent here,
Yes.
and you'll give her that presumption. I mean, you got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't mean to interrupt you. And that the presumption of innocence doesn't have any negative connotations with it. It's you can't be somewhat negative and still presume someone innocent. You understand that?
Understandable.
Yeah, Tamara, it'd be cool if we could see the jurors, but
It indicates
unfortunately,
on your questionnaire, which we have,
I don't want to be
know it's been a
doxxed
while
or
for you,
whatever.
that you saw the video 4 to 5 times.
Mhm.
Did you,
Cheney Gearhart. No,
Oh,
I
I'm
have not.
sorry. Forgive me. Yes.
okay, where did you see it?
On the news?
Did you take some time to look at the video on the internet as well?
No.
Have you searched the internet for this particular case?
No.
You indicate in another question that it's a terrible situation, that you've talked about Mr. Wright's death with your family and friends, and what opinions you've expressed, and you say it's a terrible situation. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Well, considering the times that we are in, it is definitely a terrible situation with what's going on. That continues to be displayed in the news about what happens with the police and people in the community. That's why I say it's a terrible situation, because it's continuing to happen.
Man, their video feed is
When you say continuing to happen, what do you mean by that?
I mean, with the
janky.
other cases that are going on in news.
And tell me about those. Tell me about the other cases you're referring
You want me
to.
to be specific?
Sure.
With the Ahmaud Arbery case,
Okay.
Ooh.
Any other cases?
there's multiple. I just can't I can't give specific names. There's a lot in the media.
Okay. Have those had, I take it those have had a profound impact on you, or at least they've had an impact on your thinking.
No.
No, not at all?
No,
Wow,
it's-
very
it's just
racist.
terrible situations that
To
happen.
assume that the impact would be profound. Why would you say that, Mr. Eng?
Well, the loss of life, I think we can all agree, is a horrible thing.
Yes.
Where'd you
But
lose
you
it?
understand, in this case, it's really about the elements of the offense and whether they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the offense.
Yes.
And if they can't prove the elements of the offense beyond a
Jason
reasonable
Schreiner,
doubt, then you're obligated
Interestingly,
to
I
acquit.
can't see dislikes
understand that.
during the
I
video.
understand.
I guess I could go find them, sort of, but I can't see during the video. I can only see them after. But that's not new for me. I could never see him during.
The judge asked you about whether you or someone close to you had been arrested, and you said yes. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? I don't mean to pry either. Is it a friend of the family or someone else?
Yeah, that's a family member.
Okay. And was the family member eventually charged with a crime? Do you remember?
It's been a while ago. I don't believe they were.
How long ago was it? I'm putting you on the spot, I know.
I don't know, maybe 15 years
Edway,
ago.
I don't know if that's actually their strategy or if that's just how it's working out. It honestly could be happenstance that it goes that way.
Then there was a question. There was question number 7, where
But
they
it could
had
be a
you-
strategy, sure.
The court had you strongly disagree, strongly agree on certain questions. You remember this one? If you don't, I'll ask you anyway. Clint.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And for the most part, you circled 3, which was no opinion. But you did circle 2 questions I want to ask you about. The first question was, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
Correct.
Do you stay with that? And if so, tell me give me a little bit of a background on why you said that.
13 dislikes.
Can
Oh
you
no, we're
repeat
gonna
that
get
for me one
dislike
more time,
bomb.
what my response was?
My
It's a little
mental health is
confusing
gonna be
question,
ruined.
so, quotes, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
I think I was speaking into the amount of information that is given in the media in regards to people with certain skin colors.
Help me with that. What are you saying?
I'm drinking Milo.
I think there is more. I think there's more negative information provided about people of different skin colors.
In the media.
Yes. there's always a negative connotation of when someone is, there's a situation that happened and then they go to giving negative information about that person that does not necessarily go with the case.
So the media at times doesn't presume innocence, in other words,
Yes.
which is another way of saying the same thing, I suppose, in a way. Okay. Then you also answered this question, the quotes, because law
You guys
enforcement
keep saying
officers
kicker.
have such
I don't
dangerous
think
jobs,
so.
it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say, I strongly disagree.
Correct.
Could you help me with why you answered that way and explain your answer a little bit?
I answered that way because this is a servitude job. And when you get into this position, you need to understand that it's a tough job. And so you have to maintain.
She's not an SJW just because she perceives that the media has distorted,
knowing that
the media reports things in a distorted way based on race.
Tough for you.
Like, that doesn't make her an SJW.
Would that thought make it difficult for you to sit on a jury? In this case, given her experience as a police officer.
No, sir.
And why wouldn't it? I'm not
I'm a
suggesting
naive
it, but I
boomer.
just want you to talk.
No, I think you guys are a little overreacting.
Why
on
wouldn't
this
it?
one.
What?
Why would you've indicated that you strongly disagree as to the right to second guess decisions. You have a right to second guess the decisions of the police, basically. And the question I had was,
I think you'd find a ton of based black conservatives who agree with that sentiment. I'm not saying she's conservative.
Has been on
I just don't think she goes SJW because of that
Um,
opinion.
Does that change your answer at all or make it even more firm than it was before?
No, it doesn't change my answer.
We're all human beings, and you're willing to look at what happened here.
Yes.
You've mentioned that it was chaotic.
Yes.
You've indicated your employment.
Rex would yeet her because she's a black
as a
woman.
teacher.
I mean, that's why he would yeet
We're not
her.
going to ask you where you work.
Oh, wait, she's a teacher?
If selected here,
And
lose income
Suddenly now,
from that
now I'm
job
leaning a
by
little bit the other
serving
way.
here. And if so, would that be a factor for you? If not, fine too. I'm just curious.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that
Yeah,
again?
we have your profession.
Stop
here
hitting the mic.
as a
Oh my
teacher.
God.
It's full time. Would there be a loss of income for you if you were to be selected here?
Slightly, yes.
Okay, would that be difficult for you?
No, sir.
Okay. Would they be
Pepsi
paying
Man,
you?
I don't think her answers
would
were that
your
evasive.
School be paying you while you're here? If
At
you
this
know.
moment, I'm currently looking into that, so I don't have an answer for you about that.
And a couple more questions. Your husband's the truck driver. I don't want to ask where he works. We're trying to be anonymous here. What kind of truck driver is he, if you could tell me?
Semi,
Over the road?
local.
And then on page 11 and paragraph 12, you indicated that you had training and experience in civil rights or social justice issues. Do you remember doing
Wonder
that?
what this is going to
No,
be.
sir.
Okay. And you mentioned counseling, psychology, mental health, and you said you checked that as well. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Training in social justice doesn't automatically make someone a social justice warrior. If she's a teacher, she's had training in social justice.
Well, let me go into the final questions then. I mean, it is a high-profile case.
Correct.
You
And
guys have
mentioned
had
that in
training in
your,
social justice, haven't you?
your
Haven't
questionnaire.
you? Any of you
Um,
work for a big corporation?
And you also checked the not sure box as to whether or not this would be the right case for you to sit on.
I've had training in social justice.
How do you feel about it now after I've talked to you and after Judge Chu has talked to you?
I would be comfortable doing
I have
it.
mandatory lawyer training in social justice every single year.
Do you feel as if in your community there would be any adverse ramifications to you if you were to find that the proof was insufficient, not enough, and acquit Officer Potter of the crimes charged?
No, that is not a concern for me.
And I don't mean to insult you by asking, I just wanted to know, okay?
Look, I'll take all the flack. I got a flak jacket
Do you have a
on.
moment, Your Honor?
Describe my social justice training. I have to take elimination of bias training every single year. Continuing legal education on elimination of bias, which is literally social justice training every single time. You'd think elimination of bias wouldn't automatically mean race, but it does. I also worked at 2 different major banks, and we had social justice training there. And I was like, that's weird because Haitians don't even have money. So why do we have to worry about what they think? We're a bank. That's a joke. That's a joke. Calm down. Calm down. We all know it's the Dominicans who don't have any
No
money.
more questions. I may have been wrong about the social justice question. I may have misread that. So forgive me on that one. Sorry about that.
Get wrecked, chat.
It's hard to get all these check marks right. Your Honor, we passed this juror. Thank you very much for answering my question.
He didn't even read the checks right. He
The
lost
state
his
may
check mark
proceed.
training. What? I am flak immune, suckers.
Good morning, Juror 19.
Good morning.
Thank you for bearing with us. And I apologize for just calling you by number, but it's just the way we're doing it in this case. So I come third in line. So a lot of my questions have already been asked. Probably have fewer questions, but please bear with me and I'll try to not be too repetitive, okay?
Yes.
You indicate, the taser that you have, is it the kind that just shocks, produces an electric shock, or does it actually shoot barbs out of it? Do you know what I mean?
I believe it just produces an electric shock and it has a flashlight on it.
Okay. And, obviously, you know that this case involves a taser. Would you have any difficulty setting aside what you know about the device you have, making a decision based only on what you hear in this case
Milo's.
about it?
No, sir.
This stream is not brought to you by Milo's, but it could be. Milo's, the smooth taste of
You,
Milo's fresh sweet tea. The
Indicate that
only
you have a permit to
ingredients
carry.
are water,
Yes, sir.
And
cane
obviously
sugar,
there's training that goes
fresh
along with that. You have to get a
brewed
permit, right?
Milo's
sir.
sweet tea.
So kind of same question. Any difficulty for you setting aside, what you learned in your training to get your permit when deciding the case here only on the evidence presented?
No, sir.
Because obviously what we don't want is a juror saying, well, wait a minute, I did this and I learned that, and right, it's just the evidence in the case.
I understand. Yes. No, sir.
Red Diamond sweet tea is pretty good. I actually like Milo's better, personally. Blink. Yeah, I know I can buy it in 1 gallon containers.
Mr.
I have
Bang
a
asked you, I thought
gallon
really
container
you had a
also,
really
but these are more
interesting
convenient for
exchange
streams.
with him about
than-
things that get into the media, and you agreed that the media doesn't always presume innocence, right?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you see that the media has a different function than a jury, right?
Yes, sir.
And so they may be presenting what they consider a good story for their purposes.
Eric Aziz, you should never
Right.
lie
Yes.
during voir dire.
But you know that as a juror, I
Most
assume you
jurors
know
would
that
not
as a
be
juror,
punished, but they could
you have
be.
to put aside what you heard in the media, decide the case based solely on the evidence in the courtroom.
Correct, sir.
Any
What's this case about,
trouble
Nick?
you think
It's
you'd have doing
it's an
that in this
officer
case?
who pulled her
No,
taser
sir.
instead of a
So
gun.
you would presume innocence.
Or no, her gun instead of a
Right.
taser. And she
Excuse me?
shot.
You would presume innocence, right?
For what?
For the defendant in this case, right? So I guess, going back to what you said about the media doesn't presume innocence.
Not applicable, yeah.
Oh, innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. You talked about chaos in the video.
Steve C, yes, jurors are under oath
and-
during this.
Do you think that?
I think this would make a good juror. I'm
well,
not even
let me ask
kidding.
it this way: you had.
I don't
seen the
think
video
she's
like
100%
3 or
in
4 times
favor
on TV,
of
Yes.
the defendant,
and
but she doesn't
never
seem
had
to
any
be
other
like
opportunities to watch
belligerent.
any other videos.
She
of the
seems
incident.
thoughtful on her
No, sir.
answers.
So your characterization of it as chaotic
I think she'd be
comes from
fine.
just watching on the media, the news.
Yes, in the particular clips that were shown.
And again, kind of the same question. Knowing that jurors have to base their decision on evidence in the courtroom, would you have any difficulty setting aside, those what you saw in those videos and your impressions of them if you serve as a juror?
No, sir.
You tell me I'm wrong all day. A lot of people tell me I'm wrong about a lot of stuff. I end up being right about it sometimes, a little bit on occasion. I'm blind. If I'm blind, I'm dancing like Stevie Wonder. It's cool. Put her on the jury. Oh.
Do you think you're the?
I want to
and
get
I'm
done
sorry
with
if it seems like we're
selection.
prying. I don't mean to ask personal questions, but we just have to make sure that we're getting the right people for each jury, right?
Understandable.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if it seems like I'm prying and getting too personal, but do you think you're the kind of person that's, willing to listen to other views as a jury,
Definitely.
a juror, and as well as share your own?
Yes, sir.
Because I've never been on a jury. I don't know if you haven't either.
Jonas
right?
Dellin, when you're
No,
facing
sir.
the
But it's a
firing
weird thing
squad
about
of
you-
8
you
hours
make
of
your own
jury
decisions,
selection, you
but
got to
you
keep a
also deliberate
PMA,
with other jurors.
positive mental
Do
attitude.
you think you would be willing to both listen and share your views with other jurors during deliberation?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't I stream the Chauvin trial? I wanted to, but I had to fly down to Florida with my whole family the day it started. And then I was down in Florida for the majority of the trial. And I could not sit in my parents' house streaming for eight hours every day of our vacation. I just couldn't do it.
You indicate that you have a family member who's in the military or has been in the military. Do you recall saying that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that person a close family member or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, again, I don't want to know specifics, but how close? How often do you see that person?
Not often. They're reachable by phone, but we don't see each other physically often.
So, their life in the military,
But
Not something
Pixlexia,
that you're
I
a big
don't know
part of.
how.
other than just being related.
Oh, they're currently not active, no.
Okay. Do you remember how long they were in the military?
No, sir.
So hasn't been a big part of your life, that person's military experience.
No,
I
sir.
hope the state uses a preemptory strike on her just to prove you guys wrong. I'll nipple rub my microphone if that happens.
I kind of forgot to follow up on this when we were talking about your permit earlier, but you do own a gun. And maybe that's not something we want to share publicly, but let me just ask you this about it. It suggests that you have a concern for your safety.
Not necessarily. They're also used for sport and as a hobby.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, we I think we all, have some preference for police officers in our community to help with safety, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just, curious about, so your the gun, if you do one, is not necessarily for safety, it's for other purposes as well.
Yes, sir.
And so you, all right.
Sports and hobbies gun
Can you
owner?
excuse me for just a second? Your Honor, if I could have just a moment, please.
Yes.
Oh, I hope it's coming. I'm gonna laugh at you guys.
Thank you, Juror 19. That's all the questions I have. Your Honor, we'd pass the juror for cause.
Oh no, they didn't strike her.
Juror number 19, you will be on the
We are
screen.
2 for 2.
Okay.
You will get a call from the jury office telling you where to report, what time, and where. We're going to start up on December 8th. That's our best estimate, but you'll get a call confirming that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tweet out and make fun of you guys. Tweet. Two jurors seated already. Chat BTFO. Most recent one.
Yeah, we have the next group coming in now, right?
I'm over here just laughing. I better link this thing. Eddie D80111. Thank you for that tweet. It's great, man. Oh, I have a surprise for you, chat. I'm going to ruin the surprise. It's like my kids' Christmas. When I'm like, kids, I have a surprise for you at Christmas. Actually, let me ruin it right now. You're not getting any presents. That's how I do Christmas normally. But no, I have a surprise for you. I have the outro. I uploaded it. We have an outro finally. I think it's interesting, this dynamic, right? The dynamic of who's lying to get on the jury, because one of the criticisms that we've had or that I had at least during the Rittenhouse case and this case, right, from juror number 5 is like them being too overtly honest when they actually are maybe slightly favorable for the defendant, because who's more likely to lie? It seems, right? It seems like the more likely to lie person would be the person who doesn't want who wants to put the defendant in jail because they have a motivation, unless you have a motivation to keep the defendant out of jail. But that doesn't seem like the normal sort of motive. So we're always like, why are you so honest? Why are you telling them, oh, I might not be unable to maintain my biases or, overlook my biases or whatever. Because I kind of think maybe the presumption of innocence really matters or whatever. And we're like, dang it. It'd be nice if they would just not be so hard on themselves. Right. And then But then we assume automatically that everybody who might be a little less specific would be automatically trying to get on the jury for the other way. But it could be the one way. I just think it's an interesting sort of dynamic. Lunar Star Patches. I did not see that video yet, but we're going to watch it at lunchtime. Oh shit, we're going to slow it down. The judge is moving too fast here, so we got to slow it down.
Okay, good morning. I'm Regina Chu, and I'll be the presiding judge in this trial. I want to start out by saying thank you.
Get away from the mic.
Thank you for your service.
Talk off to the
Thank
side,
you for
Judge.
interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. These are, of
Chloe
course,
Nicole,
not
thank
normal
you.
times.
Wait,
These
you're a
are
teenager? Why are you
extremely
watching this?
Trying times. So it is with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that
This
we
stream
say
should not be
thank
watched
you
by
for
anyone under
responding
70.
to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights that we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial. In unusual, trying times is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors
Crow of
are
approval.
our
You better
heroes.
stop.
You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure
Philip Fracowitz,
that
I
our
wasn't talking about
justice
that. I was
system
talking
moves
about all the
forward,
horrific jokes.
even in the midst of a pandemic. You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy. And we could not do this
Cracklin, no,
without
I
you.
did not get enough sleep, but we're good.
Not
We're
all
good.
of us can serve in the military, but what we all can do is do our civic duty and serve as jurors. Our justice system simply would not work without good citizens like you. So I'm saying thank you again, because I really can't say it enough. All right, as you know, this is a criminal case in which the state of Minnesota has charged the defendant, Kimberly Potter.
Vesuvius,
with
I'll
the
read your chat in
following
just a second, but I'll
charges.
tell you in advance, I
Count
have
one
no
is
idea.
first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm. And that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm, so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count two alleges second-degree manslaughter. And that count alleges that on or about April
Oli Carivo.
11,
No, I think both of these charges are
2021 in Brooklyn
probably
Center,
bad.
Hennepin County, Minnesota.
I think she's
Defendant
only
Kimberly
charged
Ann
because
Potter
of
caused
the
death
political environment.
of Dante Demetrius Wright by her
I mean, it
culpable
sucks that
negligence,
the guy died, but
whereby
the
Kimberly
facts
Potter
of these
created
charges or
an
the facts of this case
unreasonable
don't
risk
seem to
consciously
show
took
the
a
elements of the
chance
charges.
of causing death or great bodily harm to Dante Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty.
Ben Tandy, oh, you got
This
your
plea
LSAT score
denies
today?
the charges made
Feeling
against
pumped?
her
That
and
means it was
places
better than a
upon the state
zero.
of
Good job,
Minnesota
buddy.
the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is
Sark asks,
represented
is it
by
okay to
Attorney
comment on the
General
judge's
Keith
beauty in
Ellison,
court? I guess, if you want
Mr.
to.
Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, Mr. Josh Larson, and Mr. Raul Shah.
Oh, Keith isn't
The
in there
defendant
today.
is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Eng, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. And would the defendant please stand up? Thank you.
Would the real Kim Potter
Now,
please
I have,
stand up? Please stand up.
two staff members, clerks that will be assisting me throughout this trial. You may have met them already. Mr. Zach Kramer, who is my law clerk, and Ms. Jessica Bauer, who is my judicial clerk. And they will be here to take care of all administrative matters. And if you need
Earl
to get
Grey
a
should
message
just
to
carry a
me
bunch of bergamot
of a
around with
personal
him.
nature, please let my staff know, and they'll make sure that they tell me what the problem is. And seated in front of the bench is the court
Ben Frail,
reporter,
she's not a
Ms.
police officer
Carly
anymore, I don't
Davis.
believe. Think she was
She
fired.
is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for taking down all the testimony and keeping a formal record of the proceedings. That means when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so that our court reporter
CWCF, I
can
think
make
she's
an
out on
accurate
bond.
record. If your answer to a question is yes or no, you must answer orally instead of shaking your head. And please refrain from saying uh-huh and
But I don't know.
because that doesn't make for a clear record. Okay, a couple of comments about
Ryan T. in Minnesota, you
courtroom
become a judge
logistics.
either by being appointed
First
in a
of all,
vacancy by a governor
please wear your
or by
mask
being
when
elected.
you are in the courtroom.
They're elected technically.
And the
So
only
you get appointed
time,
and then elected as
you
an
may
incumbent.
remove your mask is when you are being asked questions in the witness box. Okay.
Okay.
And the attorneys have been told that they must wear their masks as well, except when they're at the podium asking questions. Let me give you a general idea of what jury selection. what we call
CWCF, I have not
voir dire
seen
will look
anything
like.
about a plea deal in this
First
case.
of all, I'm going to be asking you as a group, the four of you, questions, and I would ask that you raise your hand in response to my questions. You don't have to answer verbally. In fact, don't answer verbally, just raise your hand. Then what will happen is I'll ask questions of each individual
Ryan T.
prospective
Technically,
juror
no, it has nothing to do with
individually.
experience.
So the other jurors
As my good
will
friend
be
Ty Beard
excused,
says,
and
I
we
would never
take
be
you
a
one
judge.
at
I
a
wouldn't
time.
take the pay cut.
When we're doing the one at a time questioning, the attorneys will also have an opportunity to ask you some questions as well.
AppX,
And I
app
know that
creator.
you've already filled out a
Maybe, I don't know if I
questionnaire.
got
It's
your
a rather
email or not.
lengthy
Sorry.
questionnaire. We don't expect the individual questioning to take very long.
Celtic Commando
And by the way,
Gaming. No,
thank
I
you
think
for
we're still at
answering
groups
the
of 9.
questionnaire.
There were only 2
All right,
jurors that were
couple of
left
things
over from
about the
yesterday.
temperature in the courtroom. We can't regulate it.
Hey,
very
what's up,
well,
Ty?
so
Ty's in the
please,
chat.
Dress in layers.
Ty, you bored today? You want to be more
And
bored? You
there
want to
may
hang
be
out?
some delays during the trial. I want you to know that I'm very sensitive to the time, your time.
She said 4?
And I try to take care of all legal matters before
Oh my God.
court starts, or after court is over and you've left. But sometimes unanticipated issues come up that require my attention. So I want to apologize in advance if that should happen. I would suggest, because we do take breaks during the trial, you may want to bring with you something to read.
You may want to bring with you
And you
Ambien.
may
Wait, no,
bring
just
what
listen
you
to
want
me.
to drink into the courtroom as long as it has a cap on it.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I could bring this into the courtroom? It's got a cap, Your Honor.
I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions.
What?
There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American justice system.
I don't know if Ty's
is that
actually
the jury
available to join
determines
today,
whether
guys,
the
but
accused person
if he is,
guilty
I
or
just
innocent.
emailed him a link. If he
That
wants to
is
pop in,
not
he
what
can, but he may not be
American
able to.
jurors do
So
in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved
pseudo bash.
beyond a reasonable
I'll
doubt.
check.
To ensure both the defendant and the state
Yep, I got him.
receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the
Apex,
attorneys to ask
I
you some
did get the
questions.
emails. Yep.
Remember that you will be under oath when you answer these questions and that you must answer truthfully.
Heaven's Door. Yeah, that's not a bad bourbon.
The questioning is a very important part of the process. All of us hold personal opinions and all of us have had life experiences.
I have not
We
had
wouldn't
any
be
life
human
experiences. What are you
if we
talking about?
didn't. The purpose of jury selection is to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or whether something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be a fair and impartial juror. in
Tom
this
Miller,
type of a case.
I have some Thousand
Put
Sons that I've
differently,
been very slowly not
those
painting.
opinions and life experiences would render it difficult for you to listen to the evidence and decide the case solely on the evidence presented in the case. Please don't take any offense to the questions that will be asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved
I could
guilt
paint while
beyond
listening to trial,
reasonable
but
doubt.
I want to
Open-minded
try and
means
pay
that
attention.
You're willing to listen and consider all the evidence. Fair means that you will base your verdict on the
And
evidence.
I'd probably
in
end up
the
wasting a
case
ton of
and
paint.
not
I need
on
to
anything
set
that
up a
is
wet
not
palette for that.
presented in the case. Of course, we want you to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based solely on the evidence you hear during the trial. Now, your obligation is to honestly answer
Kevin
the
Crawley, I don't know if Duggar's going to be
and
televised.
even if you're not asked,
It's coming up,
tell
isn't
us
it?
of anything that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Now, some of you may be excused from this jury. Please don't take offense with that. I hope you will understand if that
Everett, I'm
happens.
painting Thousand Sons because I was
All right,
sent
at this
a
point,
squad of Grey Knights and sent
I
a
would
squad of
like you to all
Custodes. I mean, what
stand
else
up
would
and
I?
raise your right hand and face my law clerk while he administers the oath.
Yeah, Duggar from the
You
counting
affirm
show,
under
the oldest
penalty
son.
of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror. If so, please say I do.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we are now going to move to the individual questioning. And so we are starting with juror number 20. So juror number
Cheney,
20,
guaranteed
will
you finish
please
before
stay
I
in the
do.
courtroom?
I was
And the
actually painting my
remaining,
Todd McFarlane
jurors may
Soul
follow the
Drinker.
deputy.
You see?
The court has general questions.
Oh, I forgot the general questions. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
That's right. Okay. First of all, do any of you have any serious concerns about your health that would affect your ability to serve as a juror in this case? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Do any of you have any problems understanding or hearing what I'm saying? Please raise your hand.
So I've been working on this
Okay, and you
Soul
are juror
Drinker.
number.
right. This is one of the
Thank you.
7-inch Todd McFarlane figures. They had an artist proof that was just blank. See, I got the backpack going here.
Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has
Bolter.
been proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has the burden of proof?
Okay,
Please
okay, I'll
raise
make
your
it.
hand if
I'll make
you
it big
agree.
since nothing's happening.
All hands are raised. Does anyone
See, we
disagree
got,
with that principle?
But the focus is way
All
back here.
hands are
But
raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you
And then
as to
here's-
the law.
I like this
You must
bolter.
follow the law
The
as I
bolter's
give
good.
it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. If you are willing
So
to
anyway.
do this,
Oh, hey,
please
we got
raise
a-
your hand. All hands are raised. If you are chosen as a juror, I'll instruct
What's
you
up, man?
that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such
Hey,
proof
not much.
as
How you doing?
ordinarily prudent men and women
Well,
would act upon
suffering.
in their most important affairs.
Through jury
A
selection.
reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. Proof beyond a reasonable
boy.
doubt
Yeah, this
does
judge,
not mean beyond
Well, I gotta
all
turn you up.
possibility of doubt.
Oh,
Does
somebody
anyone
likes to hello to you, Nick.
disagree
Hi, I
with
was
that
just helping.
principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you
Wow.
sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment
This
is not to be
this is
discussed
grand.
or considered by you. This is a matter
Majesty
that
of the
lies solely
system.
with the court and with the
Oh, by the way,
limits prescribed by law.
Yeah,
Behind
new
The
digs.
subject of
I like it.
penalty or
new
punishment
digs, yeah.
must not
Yeah.
in any way affect
I'll spin
your
the camera
decision
around
as to
later and let
whether
you
or
see
not
it's
the
more or
state
less
has
half
proven the
unpacked.
charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised.
She's not just going to do this every day. She's
Under
likely
our
going to do it
system of
multiple
justice,
times every day.
The jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law the judge instructs, and not because
What are you drinking?
of
Is that a
bias,
Pepsi? Dr. Pepper?
passion,
Diet
Dr.
prejudice, or sympathy.
Oh,
The
I
breakfast
should have
of
known that.
To
champions.
be able to follow
I've heard your
this
Whataburger
principle
order
of
enough to
law.
know that you're drinking
If
Diet
so,
Dr. Pepper.
please
There you
raise your
go.
hand. All hands are
A
raised.
man of consistent tastes.
Now, there will be
I've got,
police officers who will
I've got some
testify in this
Lagavulin to get me
case,
through the
as
morning.
well as other witnesses.
Yeah,
I'm
I guess
going to
your
give you
definition
some
of morning is a little
guidelines in
different than
determining
the rest
whether
of
a
us
witness
these days.
is believable.
Are you streaming
or
24/7
not.
now? Is it?
Pretty
You know,
close.
it's basically a matter of
Seems
common
like.
sense, but things
Started at
to look for
8:55 today.
are how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem
Well, you are a
honest
professional.
and sincere? Will the
Professional
witness
idiot.
gain or lose
Well,
if the case is decided?
you said that. I did not.
Was the witness's testimony consistent with
Try to get
other
the chat
evidence in the
popped up
case?
here so I can see what's.
And what is the
want me to
witness's
send you a link to it?
relationship to the parties?
Oh, yeah, if you
Would
can.
you
Oh, I've got
able
it now. I mean,
Use
Okay.
these
I'm good.
guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer.
wow, did she talk this way all day yesterday?
Any other
Yep.
witness?
Ooh.
If so, please raise your hand.
It's like running a cheese grater over your
All
eyeball.
hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would believe the testimony of a police officer just because
What's a good bourbon
he
I
or
can I've
she
had
is
recently
law
that I can recommend?
enforcement?
Calumet
Please raise your
Farms.
hand.
Good bourbon. I like it.
Farmer Sneed, that's my daughter. I'll have to kill
Is there
you.
anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because?
I think
of
she's
his or
actually a
her
little
position?
faster today, and I'm not joking.
No hands are raised.
Wow. You know, have you you've been on a jury,
List of
at least on
possible
in the
witnesses
selection
earlier.
process? I mean, nobody in their right mind would
May
let you
not
on a
all
jury, but
testify.
No, I've never been called.
okay.
Do any of you know?
I can promise you, the one thing that you
any of
don't
the
want is a
witnesses
judge
on
just
the
talking
list?
like this all day
I'd like
long.
you to raise your hand,
because,
even if you're not sure.
it's soul destroying.
Yeah. Hey, what's up,
Okay.
Kurt? I see you in the chat.
We will start with opening
How you doing, buddy?
statements by December 8th and expect to be finished
Oh my
before
God.
Christmas.
They're not doing voir dire for 7 days, surely.
That's our best
Yeah, that's
estimate.
the. I mean,
Now,
that's been the
don't
plan.
be
They seated
concerned
4
if we
jurors
don't
yesterday.
finish by Christmas Eve.
Ooh.
Because I intend to take
2
Christmas
today so
Eve
far, though. It's going
and
better
that
today.
weekend off.
Yeah, they're moving along
Start December
at a light speed
27th.
clip, I
We're
guess.
not
Good.
done.
SW, you can't watch Jussie Smollett.
Let me give you an idea.
No
of what
cameras
the
in that
schedule
courtroom.
is going to be if you are chosen to be.
I would
a juror in
definitely
this
have done the
case.
Jussie trial
Typically,
during
Oh,
one
in
year.
in a
we'll
heartbeat.
start from 9.
So now this is the
till
Minnesota police officer
1:45.
who shot the.
There's a 20-minute
Taser,
break
taser,
in the morning
taser.
and
Oh,
a
shit, I
20-minute
shot
break
him.
in the
Oh,
afternoon.
it's that one, the one that.
We
Oh,
take lunch from
yeah.
12:30 to 1:30.
Yeah. Kind of surprised they didn't plea that one.
All right, please
I don't know,
remember.
I don't think she meets the
while
elements.
court is in recess.
Oh,
so
really?
far.
Okay.
you must
Yeah.
not
Well, I mean,
talk
I really hadn't paid
to
attention.
anyone involved in this case.
What are
nor
they charged? I mean, what are the
discuss the
charges?
case among yourselves.
1st-degree manslaughter, 2nd-degree
During the
manslaughter,
recess, if you see the
recklessness
attorneys
and
or parties
recklessness
in
and
the
culpable
hallway,
negligence.
don't take offense.
What,
Basic
what,
just-
what elements
Go or
does
talk
she
to
miss?
Everyone involved in the case
Culpable
has been
negligence,
ordered to
I think,
have
is
no
really hard
contact or
under what the
communication with
statute
any
says.
member of the
Okay.
jury panel.
And the
Any
recklessness
violation
they're
of
trying
that
to get,
rule could
and I'm not
jeopardize
kidding,
the
in the
trial.
complaint
This
by
prohibition will continue until a verdict
how do I word
has
this?
been rendered.
she fired near her
Okay,
fellow officer.
Now,
Her
I
her
jumped the
firearm
gun
was near her
before,
fellow
but
officer's
at this
arm
point, we're
and
gonna
face
do
when she
individual
fired.
voir dire.
Therefore, it was a
So
reckless
juror
discharge that
number
resulted
20
in the
should
death, but not of the
stay,
person it was reckless
and the
towards.
remaining jurors
Stupid.
in
Yeah,
the
that seems
supercharged
a bit of a
to
stretch.
the waiting room. Thank you.
Yeah, like I told you in the text, I wish I could have come on that self-defense thing in Lubbock. I've told my staff to save that video and show it to every angry
Okay.
client we have.
Juror number 20, will you please come up here and
Oh, the video
take
of the
a seat
shooting.
in the
Oh, yeah,
witness box
yeah,
next
yeah.
to me?
I am, therefore I strive. Please don't spam. That's the only rule in here. You can talk about Judge
All
Mommy all day. That's fine. But just don't spam it out.
You may remove your mask. All right, thank you for responding to the questionnaire.
Oh, now we're going to see the judge scroll through
You
the
indicated,
questionnaires. Oh,
just,
God.
Just a couple of questions, okay? You indicated
You know, an
that
hour of this and
somewhat
sitting through management presentations and an M&A deal loses its sting.
Kimberly Potter.
You think that's bad? You should see the amount of hours of CLE I have
As
to do
she
this
sits
month.
here today,
Oh, you too, huh? Oh,
heard the presumption of
y'all do
innocence.
birth month? Is that the?
Okay.
No, I
And
got an
can you
extension.
decide this case?
Oh yeah, no, that's a recurring thing around here. It drives Don crazy.
My instructions.
I think maybe 2 years I have actually gotten a CLE in timely without paying a fine.
Questions or opinions you may
I-
have.
I love
You gotta-
I love that I get to pay $2,000 basically for the privilege of doing CLE. Ugh.
I need to send you. I found an online CLE provider that all states, and it's like $90 for a complete 15-hour
And the evidence
course. I'll forward that to you. We use it
Sounds
here,
good.
and they're good. They're good CLEs. I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
for CLE. I actually take CLE on stuff that I don't know anything about to keep from being just excruciatingly bored.
You were a victim of a crime when your partner was killed,
CLE is
didn't you?
continuing legal
Correct.
education.
Did you report it to the police?
Pepsi Man,
Yes, I did.
I
Okay,
I
and
would
were
stream my
you
CLE and make you
satisfied,
suffer with me,
dissatisfied,
but I
or
think that'd
neutral
be a violation of
how they
copyright.
responded?
I would say neutral.
That would be funny.
They responded. They were respectful. Nothing really came of it, I guess.
You know, you might could get permission to
Anything
do that.
about that makes you think you would be
Probably
biased?
wouldn't want to say you're going to ridicule them on your show or anything, but
Can I stream your CLE? What are you going to do? Talk about how you're an idiot?
You stated that your cousin was tased during an arrest. How long ago did that happen?
So
I basically have this story secondhand, but
It's a really
it's
funny
my
story about
mom's
my cousin getting
brother's
tased.
son.
About somebody telling me about my cousin getting
Phenomenal
tased.
story. I think it was like a year ago, maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
Um,
And you never talked to him directly?
I have not talked to him about it. No.
Okay. Anything about that makes you think you should
Set your butt back down. You ain't getting off this jury.
I want them to seat every juror. I don't even care if they're biased. I want them to come and say, I hope she's guilty, and be like, no, she's good. That's good. Just because I want to get through voir dire.
A client and friend of mine got on a jury one time. He was an electrical engineer, brilliant guy, and not at all the kind of guy you'd ever want on a jury. And I asked him, I said, how did they let you on the jury? He goes, I have no idea. Only thing guess is each side thought the other would strike him. And they miscalculated.
Or convicted of crimes. And my question is, did you think that justice was done in those cases?
Yes.
Okay. Did your family ever indicate any dissatisfaction?
Who said Kate says, Nick, you are the epitome of the white male today. Love to hate watch you.
And again,
I'll take it.
Nick, I got to step off camera for just a second, but I'll be back.
Many of those experiences make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial. And you said, I don't believe so, but
No, they wouldn't. I was very young when all that happened. So.
No, Sir San, no.
So I was young when
merely answering no does not get you off of a jury.
You said, I don't believe so, because that's Minnesotan way of saying yes,
No,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Hang the bastard, hang him high. Hey, whoever
You
was from the
stated
Kern
that,
County
one
oil
of the
fields, what's up? Sorry, I
reasons
missed your name.
that you
I
may
saw it.
not be able to give your complete attention to the trial. Well, you answered.
Ty
it.
needs
You
some
said
lighting
that
in
you
the
could,
front since he's got
but
all
you've
that
got
natural
3
light
small
behind him.
children. But if you weren't away for the whole 2 weeks, everybody would be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can give your complete attention during the trial.
Who
Yes,
said, Kate, you should email
so
me? I bet we'd have a
my
good
youngest
conversation.
2 are 3. I am kind of their caregiver on Fridays. But if need be, I'm sure I could figure something out.
Okay, good. And
I'm very
but
curious what
your
about me
concern
makes
about your children
makes you say
prevent
that.
you
That's
from
that's
paying
fascinating
attention
to me.
during the
I'm
trial?
not offended in any way.
No.
Well, I can be if you want. That's fine too. But $85 Trans Am. No, you made a critical mistake. How lawyers feel about 12 Angry Men? That's actually a good movie.
You stated that you weren't sure if that you
Piglet's
wanted
in
to
it
serve
too.
as
Or
a
is he in
juror in
Anatomy
this
of a
case.
Murder? I can't
But
remember.
are you willing to do so if you're chosen?
Do you remember if the guy who voiced Piglet is in 12 Angry Men or if he's in
Counsel?
Anatomy of a Murder? What happened to your mic? You're now muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, there we
My
go.
name is Earl Gray. I'm
John Fielder, I think the guy's name is, and I think he was in 12 Angry
in
Men.
Montgomery are also lawyers representing.
Fiedler or something like that.
This is Earl Gray.
read
This is one of the
questionnaire
top criminal defense attorneys
more than
in
once.
Minnesota.
And I'm
Does
going
he
to
sell
ask
tea?
questions pertaining
Yes.
to it.
Good.
He also defends
I
the
don't think
Vikings
they'll be
when they
that-
have a giant party on a
Many
yacht on a
questions,
lake
but they're, I believe,
Oh,
and
questions.
have a bunch of
First of all,
man, that's good money.
questionably
answer to-
aged teenagers on the boat.
my clients, do you have a
Lots
general
of liquor.
impression of defendant Kimley?
Yeah, and no pressure if you're
Very
a defense
somewhat
attorney
negative. You remember saying
because
that?
they did it.
I do, yeah.
Okay, and your reason is, why do you feel that way?
Fiedler is the
Grabbing
guy's
your
name.
gun and firing it, an accident, I think that's what it is there, seems like a very stupid mistake with very underlined. Do you remember answering that way?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, well, is that still your opinion?
You wrote that on the jury
I-
questionnaire.
I mean, not having much experience with guns in general, or handguns specifically, or tasers at all. that
Someone over there's checking the strike list.
that seems
strike.
like my opinion.
That's your what? I'm sorry.
And that would be my
Well, to be
uninformed
fair,
opinion.
it is a stupid mistake, right?
You understand though,
Sure.
DNR, that that's not
Should be
evidence
pulling
of this
dominant
case.
hand.
What you
Wait,
saw
that's how
in
you
the
pull your
video
gun.
and
Dominant
what you've
hand
talked
should be a
with your
cross
friends
draw for
about,
taser.
That states outside
Yeah.
the courtroom,
Yeah.
and you must decide the case on what you hear here and what you believe here. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yeah, and what I like, he's actually doing this right.
In addition to that, though,
He's nominally saying this to this juror, but he's actually saying it to the jury as a whole.
Second,
No, the jury's
answer
not in there.
that
Oh, they're not. It's just they're
what
doing
you've
one on
seen,
one.
read or heard, do you have
One-on-one.
any general
That's why this is
impression
cancer.
of Dante
Oh
Wright?
God!
You say neutral,
Wow.
and you answered by, "I don't remember hearing
John Lithgow is
much
now a
about
lawyer.
him. I know he was
Come
pretty
on.
young, but that's all
No,
I
he
recall."
isn't.
Is that all you
He's a serial
recall
killer.
today?
I saw
as
that
to
season
what
of
you've heard
Dexter.
about him?
That is all I recall. Yeah.
Okay. And where did you hear that?
I
Brewed 62. We're at
feel like
six.
I had read
Six jurors
maybe an
so
article
far.
shortly after the incident happened. But
Have they done at least a cut? I mean,
Oh, you haven't watched the video? Oh, okay.
No, not that I know
Apologize.
of.
oh my goodness.
Just assuming
no,
everybody
that's okay. Yeah.
has seen the video. And then you go back.
This orange tie
So you say
constitutes
you read
commission
this in the
crime.
paper?
Yeah, I believe I read
I
it.
lived through the '70s. That tie
I
is
believe it was
very amateurish.
Do you regularly read the Star Tribune?
not regularly. No.
It's really more of a
Another
kind of a
question here. You talked about Dante
orange, exactly.
It's got
with
some
your
design
family,
on it,
friends, or
but
coworkers,
I don't know if the camera is going to be able
or
to.
discussed it
let us see
online,
what
for
it is.
example. And your answer is yes.
Yeah, it gets it was discussed at work. My coworkers are news junkies. I guess I
Oh
try to
yeah,
stay away
the
from
best
it,
part is
but
this guy, Earl
that-
Grey. He
that was
named
most
two of the
discussion that I
jurors
recall.
yesterday. That
You
was
again
beautiful.
mentioned from it. It was discussed at work briefly. I don't think I had much
What
of
did
it.
they recuse the
aside
jurors
from
or
it being sad,
No, they
and it
got
seems like
handled, both of
a
them.
very dumb mistake. Was that what your?
well, that would have to be an accident. You can't imagine he would do that.
Oh no, no,
Yeah.
no!
Or is
It
that
was an
the serpent?
accident.
Or
That
both?
would have been my opinion. I
See,
don't recall
normally
what their
these aren't
opinion was.
broadcast, so they actually refer to the jurors
Yeah.
by name.
Oh, right. Sure, that makes sense.
And there's normally no need for
So
juror
that was your
secrecy
opinion then,
of
and
a
so-
particular nature, but
Yes.
And
he does sound like
In
Super
addition
Dave
to that,
Osborne.
Yeah, he does.
the questionnaire also asks you questions about
R.I.P.
police
to
in my
Super Dave, by the way.
community
That guy was
make me
great.
feel safe.
Some of the
I have
greatest.
no
stroke.
opinion on that.
Was he in Ocean's
Yeah, I think-
13 as
That,
I didn't know.
Damon's
I didn't-
father?
I mean, I guess
I
I,
didn't
have an
watch
opinion, but it's
Ocean's
sort of
13,
neutral.
Ty,
I think I was
'cause
raised
I have
across
taste.
police
Well,
officers.
it's Ocean's 11 was awesome, but and 12 was
No, I
13
tried,
was
but
okay.
I think just
I mean,
given
it had Al Pacino
police
as
officers
the villain. So I mean,
interactions with police officers in general make me nervous. That seems like a normal reaction. I don't know, but
Have
yeah,
you
but like I
had
said, I
any
was raised to
bad-
trust them.
You've had any bad experiences with police
Nothing
officers?
specific, no.
What do you mean by nothing specific?
Oh.
I have not had any bad experiences personally with police officers.
It's from you. It's from what you read and what you.
Oh, the
talked
best
about
part about
with
this
friends
guy
is that
versus the
on your
Rittenhouse
base
trial.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he
My
objected
somewhat-
four
or my
times
neutral
during
or
voir dire.
Somewhat negative
Oh.
opinion. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
good
Um,
because Lord knows you're going to need some.
I don't. No, I guess maybe when I was a kid, the
Some
police
help.
officers in town were, I
Hey,
don't-
John
they-
Smith
they
says
try
hello
to
again from Mr.
intimidate
Smith's
you a little bit
12th
just to
grade
kinda keep you-
12th grade government class.
What
Hey,
town
what's
am
up,
I
you poor
What
seniors
town
being
is that?
subjected to
I-
a ridiculous attorney watching jury
that
selection?
location's where I
Well,
grew up. It
Well,
was,
this
it was
is-
a small town.
This will build character for them.
Let me tell
And
you
you
about
had-
fortitude.
What you're also saying is you never had any
See, unfortunately, in most trials, you don't have
law
Nick
enforcement
commenting,
officers in that town.
so it's even worse.
Right.
This
nothing
is Kool-Aid,
traumatic. It
kids.
was all just. I didn't have much experience with them at all, but it was all pretty minor. I'm sure police officers get tired of dealing with
That suit and tie represented Frank Sinatra in a minor scuffle in
Oh,
Las Vegas.
Honey Bear, you're right. Sorry, we're having too much fun. we should try and listen to the juror's answer a little bit.
And
I agree.
you have no opinion
I agree.
also about defunding the police?
Okay.
Is that because you haven't studied it or why?
Mostly, I mean, at the time of when I filled out the questionnaire, I hadn't really looked into it that much. You know, I'm a Minneapolis. Well, I had to vote in the last election on that question in Minneapolis, and so I studied a little bit on it. But I still am a little. I guess I would say I'm neutral on that.
Okay. And you're also neutral on I do not trust the police and people do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. You're both neutral on that?
Yeah.
It says no opinion.
I would say that I'm neutral on that.
And the other questions in that questionnaire, you seem to believe that Black people are not treated fairly in our criminal justice system. Is that a fair?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
And what do you base that on what you've read?
Just things that I've read and listened to over the years. Just
Have you ever observed any police officer treating somebody unfairly?
Personally,
Yeah.
I can't
Yes.
I can't think of any.
I like this guy.
Witness that.
I like Earl too.
Yeah.
I know
3
someone who
children?
paid him a whole bunch of money to represent him in a criminal
Twins.
vehicular
Yeah,
homicide.
Congratulations.
And he ended up just pleading out like right away to a 10-year confinement. And I was like, I wasn't criticizing Earl because the guy did it.
Well, the court.
Yeah.
But it was like, why'd you pay Earl Gray to plea you out?
I could have got that for you.
Paid him like 25 grand for the plea deal. And I was like, kind of a basic plea deal. You got 10 years, man.
Would it make it difficult for you to be a fair and impartial juror? And the answer is, I don't believe so. What do you mean by
I
that?
really
Do
want
you
off this
believe-
jury panel.
I mean, no, they wouldn't. I think that was.
These
just
are
like
Minnesotan
the judge
answers.
said,
This all makes sense if you've been up
kinda
here, though.
wishy-washy way of
Oh.
saying.
Okay.
My wishy-washy way
I'll
of
put that
saying
down
no.
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't seem to be constrained that way.
That's because I'm born in Texas and my heart is
Right.
still there.
Yeah, you're
Your
an
answers regarding the criminal justice
My
system.
heart is slow
you're asked if
cooking
you
in a
think it's
Texas
fair
summer
system.
barbecue.
And your answer is, I think it's fair as
Hey, I'm a
long
lot closer to Stanley's now.
I
comes
hate
from
you
a
so
diverse
much.
background.
Have a mother
Pass
clucker in my honor,
And
please.
by diverse background, do you mean by
I mean, it's not
race,
across the street, you understand. It's
or all
2 or 3 blocks
All of
away.
that, yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
Any one special one that you believe is important?
No, I think they're all equally important.
Dova Bear, that's harsh but fair.
Here's another
Chad.
answer to that. It's difficult to disagree with. I think it generally works, the criminal justice system, but it's unfair to certain groups of people. I think the poorer you are, the harder
Ray
it's going
2K,
to be
no one
to
I
get
know is
fair
covering the
treatment.
SCOTUS ruling, but
And
you're
that's
talking about
your
the
opinion,
Mississippi abortion. They're just hearing
And you
oral argument
realize,
today,
though, that-
ruling you can expect in several weeks.
The
Did I
poor
hear you say that Joe is attending the Maxwell trial?
to a fair trial.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
He's having more fun.
You
Well,
also
probably not.
understand that the state of Minnesota or any government body has unending resources to convict a person if they charge them. You understand that?
So far, we've seen
Unending
5
resources.
Yes. They can
state
spend as much
attorneys
money
appear
as they feel
in this case
required
at voir dire.
to get a
5
conviction.
different attorneys appear at voir dire,
Strong evidence of a political
I
angle.
guess I didn't
Oh, yeah.
realize that, but if you're telling me,
including the
that's true,
attorney
I
general
Well,
have no
himself
reason not to
yesterday.
believe you.
Ellison?
This case is entitled State
Oh,
of
yeah.
Minnesota
Oh, yeah.
versus Kimberly Potter.
Mhm.
And the state of Minnesota is represented by the attorney general and the lawyers over there. And they have unending resources.
Who said Kate?
that
You're
an
welcome.
individual would
You're
not
welcome.
have. Do you agree with that?
This is my new
I
jam.
would agree
Covering
with that,
these
yeah.
trials live is a lot of fun, actually. As weird as that sounds.
And although this is
I always cut back
The
to
criminal
Denzel Washington.
justice
Oh, you
system
think this is fun? You think football is fun?
fair, the fact is it's an adversary proceeding. the state has brought a case against my client.
What do you think, Ty? Yesterday, the
we
state
are
attorney
defending that
said,
case.
well, you understand that a fair trial means
Yes.
the state
And it's
also
your
is entitled
goal
to a
as
fair
juror
trial.
To
I don't think
listen
that's
to all
true.
of the
I don't think
evidence
that's true either. The
decide
burden
what
of proof
evidence
is
you believe,
manifestly not
and then
not
apply
fair
the law
to the state, at least
along
not
with your common sense and your world experience.
at least not
experiences. Would you be
on
able
the
to do
surface.
that?
It's appropriate, but it's not
Yes.
equal.
Yes.
She takes everything down.
Did he object to that?
It's fine. I think they struck that juror anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
getting to the end
They
of your
burned a
questionnaire-
strike, a
questionnaire, sir,
preemptory
and I
strike on a chick who
apologize, but as
who
I'm
worked
sure you
on
realize,
Keith
this is
Ellison's
quite
election
serious case.
campaign.
And one of the most important decisions in
You
this
would have thought the court would.
jury,
would-
Yeah,
of
they
course,
didn't.
is
They didn't
at
even
the end of
ask
the
for
case
cause
and
strike
deciding whether or
first.
not the state
Okay.
has
Weird.
proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Another important decision, however, second only to that,
She was
is whether or
like
not
a full-on
you have a
commie,
fair
and you
jury.
could hear it just
And only-
dripping out
we
of her
don't know
mouth.
you, and the only way we can
Yeah.
find that out is through questionnaires and questions to you. So if you feel that you can't be fair, and I'm not saying you can't be, now is the time to say that. Now, later, when you go into that jury room and you feel you're biased. So now is the time to explore your
Earl always looks surprised.
thoughts, because we don't know. It's just a question.
He's got that kind of
Make that
Popeye
decision.
look.
And I say that because of the last couple of questions here. And one of them, the first one is, I do believe minorities have been and are treated unfairly in the country. I think I could set that apart from the facts, but it's something I feel. You say from the facts of the case. And I'm sure what you read in the paper, the deceased in this case is black.
Yep.
And my client is white.
Yes.
And if that would affect your decision in any way, now's the time to say it, not later, but now, because that state of Minnesota and my client, our client, have a right.
Get a job and a haircut.
So do you think you could fairly judge this case based on the evidence and block this belief out? Or can you not? And now's the time to say that.
I think I could fairly judge the case. Yes.
Do you?
Based
And
on,
not-
based on the facts.
I'm
that-
smelling a strike.
Excuse me?
Based on the facts that are presented, the facts and evidence that
Okay.
would be presented, I think I can.
And it wouldn't enter into your mind that the
PMJP, each side gets 7
deceased in this
strikes.
case is black and my client is white. That's,
I
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
that's all.
You can respond to that again.
no. I think I could fairly judge the.
Okay.
Cage is lying.
One last question. Is there anything that
One
wasn't
last
covered
question.
in
Are
the
you a
questionnaire
dick?
that we should know about as lawyers in the case and making a determination if you're fair? Anything in your background?
Nope. Not
Okay,
that I can think of. No.
thanks. Thank you, sir.
IT check.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, they're gonna huddle. They're gonna huddle. Last time there was a last huddle, or the huddle yesterday, there was a very questionable hand from Earl Grey. It was on the back of a female associate. You can't do that anymore. Can't touch him.
I don't know. I think he's kind of one of those.
Getting a preemptory strike.
Your Honor, we'll exercise our second preempt.
Nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Juror number 20, thank you so much.
Thank you for
You're
participating.
excused from this panel.
Thank you.
And have a
Yeah,
great
that guy.
rest of
I wasn't getting good vibes off that guy either.
Look, young, like early 20s male in Minnesota right now.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
I don't think you want to
No.
keep that guy around, in all honesty.
Yeah. Prosecution's over going, he'll do, Your Honor. Remember my cousin Vinny?
Yeah.
I think they should be turned over to the family of the victim for punishment. She'll do, Your Honor.
She'll do, Your Honor.
Yeah. You know, I've heard, I've heard from really experienced trial lawyers that they're, old school, that they're having a real problem adjusting to modern young juries because they don't actually listen. They don't. I mean, I'm generalizing.
The juries don't listen. You say,
Yeah,
or
they
the
don't.
lawyers don't listen.
The jury, well, the juries don't listen. They'll basic instructions like only consider the evidence before you. They'll go to the bathroom and check their phones and Google stuff. They also don't seem to have anything like any kind of sense of proportion when they're awarding damages. They'll go off for millions of dollars. There's no frame of reference, and it's
Stormy in the chat brings up a good point. Leftists are so insane they want to be on juries. They do. That's no, but that's a real thing because I think they're finding this a lot in the younger, particularly in the younger motivated leftists. What you find is their concept of money is not an important motivator for them. So for them to do a quote unquote duty to the cause, not a civic duty, but a duty to their cause, is more valuable than like the amount of work that they might lose.
Most of them are unemployed anyway. So
it's the power. It's that I have power and authority over a life or over an issue that I wouldn't otherwise have. And now they're willing to utilize that, even though they're, getting barely subsistence wages for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Ty, can you imagine?
No.
When I was 22, for example, if you told me, or 24, right, when I was out of college, if I was 24 and you told me, oh yeah, by the way, you got to take 3 weeks off this month, and we'll pay you $6 an hour to be at this thing, I'd be like, are you kidding me? How am I going to pay rent? How am I going to buy groceries this month? I can't do that.
I can't imagine. I can't remember a time in my life where I could have taken 3 weeks off for something like that. I mean, in my adult life, I was I was always working, but I mean, I had, responsibilities. And the thing is, I think my opinion is, I don't think I would want anyone on a jury who wants to be on a jury, as crazy as it may sound, because it's supposed to be really just a random selection of people out there, and I don't want anybody with a cause, So that's
Shane Souza. We're gonna watch that Rittenhouse footage from the NBC or the journalist chasing the jury van. We're gonna watch that at lunch. Because I don't know how long it'll take to get through it. So at lunchtime, we're going to watch that. Did you hear about that during the Rittenhouse trial?
No, I'm sorry. What?
An NBC allegedly told a freelance journalist to try and get information on the jury. So he followed the jury bus.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the judge booted MSNBC out of the courtroom, didn't they?
Yeah,
didn't
he did. He did that. But
how is that not a prosecutable offense?
Well, I think they got tagged for like running a red light or something, but the body cam footage from the officer has been released now. So we're going to watch that at lunch, because that should be
interesting. Funny. Yeah, that should be really funny.
So talk to me about Kyle and Chad. You're a Texan, right?
Yeah.
Tell me, what are your impressions so far?
I agree with you. I think it's a shitty situation. It's a lousy situation. Okay.
Oh, there's only a bunch of high schoolers watching.
Sorry about that. Yeah, and they've never heard that word before, so I don't want to,
Right. They're probably like, turn off this shitty live stream.
Yeah. Who are these guys? Anyway, it was a bad situation, but the thing is, the guy should have left the property when he was ordered off the property by the owner or by the occupant. I don't know if he's owner or not, but I mean, that's it. I mean, that in Texas, that's the castle doctrine, and we have that doctrine because in the past, aggressive district attorneys have tried to punish homeowners who defended themselves. And so that's, we've tried it the other way and it didn't work. It resulted in injustice there. But, I don't know the facts let's assume that the guy was being messed with, that he was being interfered with his access to his children and so forth. He sure was acting like he was. That doesn't matter. You got to leave. You can't do that.
Yep.
And the fact that the guy fired a warning shot, I think that's very significant. I mean, grabbing the gun and slinging him off the porch, good grief. And this stuff about parsing it frame by frame to see if he stepped forward right before the guy fired, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest calls I got or came up against. One of the weirdest resistances is like, because he's thrown and it's less than 0.6 of a second between being thrown to firing, and the pushback was, well, that's 0.6 of a second that he's not being aggressive.
That doesn't
to me
work that way.
And I don't know of a fight.
So you can only defend yourself when someone is actually making a move towards you. If they pull back and go, I'm going to take a rest, and then I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
That's
well, that
crazy.
was one of the arguments I had. I said, so wait, if someone punches you in the face and then puts their hands down and you swing a half second later, you're assaulting them?
Well, is that what a reasonable person would think? Right. Because
Right.
we're back to the reasonable person standard. A reasonable person, did he have a reasonable belief that he was in danger of serious bodily injury? Well, the guy said, I'll take that gun from you, then tried to take the gun from him
twice
and slung him off the porch. A warning shot didn't deter him. It's tragic because now you got kids, you get children without a father whose mother's boyfriend killed their father.
Yeah, that's the big problem that I have. I'm like, I don't think the court will intervene, but if the mom, honestly, like whatever your feelings for Kyle, I think he's got to go. I think that relationship has to end.
There's one angle on this that I think could be a problem for him, and that is he just seems like a smarmy little shit. Now, that's just my reaction from the video. I could be doing him a terrible disservice. But if he is, and he's cocky, and he goes in, and he goes in with that kind of, if he's charged, he goes in that kind of attitude. I could see a jury, kind of doing the well.
Yeah, that's the trick. He has to not be, maybe not even take the stand. Actually, the default would be to not have him take the stand and to just set up and let the lawyers make the argument and let the other witnesses say, Kyle had to take that shot. Like you get the several people who are filming on his side to say, I mean, Chad Reed was scaring me. I was scared of what was going on. I understand why Kyle grabbed the gun. He keeps it around in case, it's his home, but it's also where we do business.
It's Texas. Everybody's got a gun here. I mean, guns. You're not going to get anywhere with he shouldn't have had a gun.
That was another weird one. It's like, well, he went inside and grabbed a gun. It's like, he's telling you're in Texas telling a man to get off your lawn and he doesn't move. It's like, all right, well, let's try again.
Well, the
Leave
alternative,
now.
Think about that for a second. So he leaves and goes and gets the gun. Does that matter legally?
No, not to me, because
I don't think it does either. Because
I read the porch as part of the home.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not going to get them anywhere if they're going to argue that. I mean, you're allowed to tell someone to get off your property. You're allowed to brandish a gun to make them get off your property.
Yeah. So here we go.
Because the fear of bodily injury was at the moment the guy grabbed the gun.
Yeah.
Or tried to grab the gun, I should say.
Yep. I mean, technically,
he grabbed it. I mean,
the moment he says, I'll take it from you and use it on you, you have imminent fear. He's right there. And you could shoot earlier. Maha Kalpa says, besides Castle Doctrine, why is this so much different than Michael Drejka in Florida? Well, for now, Kyle has not admitted that he was not in fear for his life. That was the big problem with Michael Drejka. Now, Drejka has another problem. Case. Oh, it's the handicap parking spot where.
That guy. You and I had a disagreement over that. You didn't tell me that he said he wasn't in fear of his life. I would have changed my opinion.
I think when we first talked about it, I didn't know.
Yeah.
But the main issue that guy had for me he pauses too long to take the shot, and not only is the guy not advancing, but he actually steps back, which at the time, we were discussing it. I don't think we had the medical report, but
I didn't.
he
It was my
steps
perception
back.
that the guy advanced on him and he shot him.
That's what he kind of said. He steps back, and we know he stepped back because the bullet enters his left side. It doesn't enter square on, and it gets lodged in his right side or exits his right side. So, we're talking the bullet travels through, it traverses sideways through his body.
And if he's right-handed, he would have stepped forward with his right foot normally.
Yeah.
Or backward with the right foot, and that okay. Huh?
Yeah, and when you do watch the video really closely, you don't have to do it frame by frame, but if you watch it, he does actually he stops after knocking the guy down and he turns. Now, Drejka could have probably been acquitted if he had said, "I perceived him coming towards me.
Yeah.
I was in fear for my life." But then he goes into the cops and he's like, "Well, I'm not afraid because I'm carrying my sidearm, so I'm not afraid of anything."
Oops.
Well, you're done.
Yeah. Thank you for playing.
Right. But that one was weird. The
Get
other
your
thing
striped
is
jumpsuit, because you're going to be wearing one for a long time.
the other issue there is Drejka arguably does provoke that encounter. He's standing outside someone's window screaming at them. And the guy, to the point where people come inside, and this is how the boyfriend who gets killed, people who come inside are talking about the fact that there's this guy out there acting crazy towards the person parked in this handicap spot. So the guy's like, "Oh, damn," and he goes outside and he sees him and sees him screaming. That's when he rushes. So you have, I think, a better argument for provocation against Drejka there. Although I don't know that it's not perfect, and he is sitting down.
But he blindsided him, as I recall. The boyfriend, he didn't walk up and say stop, or he caught him completely from outside the guy's frame of sight. And
Right.
Somebody blindsides you and knocks you down. It's kind the problem is if the guy testified that he wasn't in fear,
that's his biggest problem.
You just lost.
Because the other thing I was going to say is, I think there's a better provocation argument in that case rather than in the Kyle Kareth case, but I don't think it's great. And the other problem is he's on the ground, so he can't really retreat. So even if he does have provocation, that's more of a jury mindset question than a legal one, because he can't retreat while you're sitting. But he pulls that gun, points it, and you actually see him he takes a second. It's weird. If you watch it, he pulls it and then he decides to shoot, and he makes that decision as the guy's stepping back. And then, like I said, he said the biggest problem for him.
If you weren't in fear, no self-defense, no deadly force. Wow. I didn't know that. This case is very different also because of the Castle Doctrine. That's
he's in his home.
Yeah, that's the end of the story. And I was serious when I told you that earlier. I had my staff look at the videos, and I said, we need to show this to every hot-headed family law client we've got.
Yep.
It's just, even if you were to assume for purposes of discussion that she's messing with him and restricting access to kids, which, as you said on your stream, happens all the time. Somebody in the stream mentioned this. I said this on your show one time. The legal system can't solve the problems human beings can create. Our ability to create problems greatly outstrips the legal system's ability to do something about it. And family law is ground zero of that problem.
Crazy tactics. First of all, my take on those two cases don't seem to contradict each other. I've said if Michael Drejka had expressed fear, then he probably would have gotten an acquittal.
That was my position. I just assumed that it never occurred to me that he would testify.
I have personally, I think there's a little more. Kyle Kareth is in his house and thrown out of his house. I think that's a lot different than being knocked down in a parking lot. But I think that Drejka could have gotten an acquittal if he would have expressed fear. I think there was objectively reasonable fear that he was about to get harmed. He had just been knocked down. The guy's standing right over him. I think I'd be afraid in that situation. But he goes in and he said to the cops, I wasn't afraid. Of course not. I've had training. I've got my gun. I'm not scared of anybody when I have my gun. You're done, man. You're done.
Well,
if Kyle
and the
Karras
thing
goes
is,
in and if Kyle says the same thing to police, then he's done too.
Yeah, it's an essential element of the defense of self-defense. I was in fear of imminent bodily harm or death. If I'm not in fear, I don't get the defense. I think one of the problems that your audience was having on this Carruth case is that, you saw a little bit of this with the Rittenhouse case too. People keep wanting to generalize the situation. He shouldn't have been there, or he should have. Legally, none of that stuff matters.
Yeah, you are there.
What matters? Yeah, right. I mean, you can have an illegal firearm in your possession and still avail yourself of the self-defense. I mean, you might still get prosecuted for having an unlawful firearm, but unless you provoke the actual fight, and even that's not. I mean, that's very subjective.
Provocation just creates a duty to disengage.
Right.
And
right.
Sometimes that duty is exhausted at the moment. Like I said, with Drejka,
somebody grabs you, throws you to the ground, or knocks you to the ground.
Yeah. If you're knocked to the ground, like in Drejka's case, you can't disengage because if he's, I mean, he could maybe say, whoa, 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 or something like that. Or, hey, sorry, but that's not practicable. He's knocked to the ground. I think, again, I have a little bit of an issue with him taking the shot. I think it was more intentional than Kyle Karras.
Well, it sure sounds like it. Look at his testimony to the police.
Right. That's the thing. But had he testified in a different way, I think I look at the shot a little differently. He doesn't do that. If Kyle goes into the police and says, "Yeah, I got no problem shooting a man," then he's going to go to prison.
Looks like Kyle has lawyered up, and his attorney seems to be pretty level-headed. So I suspect they will have that conversation.
Yeah,
but just a crappy situation, though. God Almighty.
It's a very bad situation. Someone else, real quick, I wanted to address this. They said they have problem with the 10 to 15 feet. I'm sorry, that 21 feet is 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds of time. And they also said that he planted or paused and took the shot. If you go back and look, he is still moving backwards while taking those two shots. His momentum is still carrying him backwards. Now that might be because he's hopping or whatever, but he is not stopped and steady and planting. It's 0.6 of a second.
And it's the state of mind. Okay. It's unreasonable to expect someone to immediately calm down from a confrontation like that in 1/10 of a second. I mean, you can't, I mean, that ain't right. That's not a tenable standard. You'll wipe self-defense out. If every frame of the video has to show a continuing threat, there'll be no self-defense claims ever pressed.
Right.
You can't get there from here. I mean, the guy was thrown off his porch by someone grabbing his gun and slinging him and saying, "I'm going to take that gun." I mean, you may not like the guy, and I got to admit, his whole demeanor was very off-putting to me. I don't know the facts, I don't know the situation, but it would seem to me that the one thing you'd be trying to do would be trying a little harder to de-escalate.
The main thing to remember here, and I don't want to rehash my analysis of it. I've got a full video all over it, and you guys can check that out if you want. But the main thing is, if you're in a family law situation like that, you can get belligerent and crazy over them being late and potentially die, or you can properly handle it. Or even if you don't die, if that guy didn't die, he could have caught an assault charge real easy, a burglary charge real easy. He could have been not seeing his kids because he was in prison. even if he
Yeah.
was still alive. And you got to be real careful because
Kyle's
remember who
guilty
you're
because
dealing
he's
with.
a manlet. Sorry, somebody at the stream
Yeah,
finds Kyle guilty because he's a manlet.
it's true.
Okay,
It is true.
that's a fair that's a fair charge. But
Before you call it juror, the next juror has sat on a jury, answer 16 on page 12. He was on a jury. The case was about protesters trespassing. My question to Your Honor is, when I question this juror, am I allowed to ask what the verdict was? Some judges allow it, some don't.
I don't.
You don't? All right.
why not?
Okay, thank you for asking.
Yeah, that's weird.
Why not?
All right. Thank you, Deputy.
By the way, I did see the person.
Well, ask
mention
him what case it was, and then Google it.
I did see the person mention the librarian shooting down in Florida, that's a wild situation. So, pregnant librarian is driving her car, intentionally, allegedly bumps into a motorcyclist who then follows her home. She goes in, brings out a gun. He's a concealed carry holder, and he ices her. He was found to be not guilty I think he's not charged maybe because basically provocation. I mean, she intentionally hit him with the vehicle, and he was trying to.
He came out of the house with the shotgun. Now, did Florida have the castle
Number 21.
doctrine like that?
Please have a seat,
Interesting.
and you may remove your mask.
Yeah, I got to look more into it, but that's the basic read I've seen on it is that she intentionally hits him with the car. He follows her home, probably maybe to file a report. I don't know. She comes out with a gun. Blam, blam.
You stated
Yeah.
that you had a somewhat.
Yeah, that's true. Him following her didn't necessarily mean aggression.
Kimberly Potter.
He could have been just following her to get her insurance. Who knows?
My question is whether or not you could listen to the evidence in this case and base your decision.
Oh God, she's
The
gonna do
cops
this for
told
every
him to
juror?
follow her,
common
according to
sense and my
Danielle.
instructions.
Oh well,
And
it's,
not base it on some preconceived general impression you formed before.
Yes.
Okay.
and I assume he didn't have a gun out or anything. He was just in her yard, and she comes out
There
with
was a
shotgun.
question on the
That's-
questionnaire.
I don't know
Do
if
you
he was
believe
even in
your
the yard or if he
community
was in the
has been
street.
negatively or
But I don't know.
positively affected by any of the demonstrations? And your answer was, I believe people are asking us to see. I don't remember if you remember that answer, but could you explain what you meant?
I think yes, there's negative impacts, but yes, there's a lot of positive impacts because it's raising conversations that we haven't had before, and I think that was positive, but it's happening in a negative fashion. So,
In a negative fashion?
well,
How
there's
so?
a lot of things going on around there. There was a lot of looting and stuff that I consider negative, but I think a lot of the things that people were trying to say were positive things that we hard conversations to have,
Gotcha.
getting us to open our eyes.
You believe that, Nick?
No.
I mean, you
What
believe
did
he's
he
actually
say?
out? You really believe he considers looting negative?
Considers looting negative?
Well, he said there were positive things what people were saying, but they did it in a negative way. Do you find that a
Oh, you have a
credible?
brother-in-law that's in law enforcement?
I do.
I call
Well,
Yeah.
BS on that.
I don't know. I
BS.
can see that.
the comments.
Well, no one's going to say, yeah, looting's good.
So,
Someone might. I would.
Okay.
I would do
Yeah,
it.
Well, yeah, you would.
it's
It's about people.
I
though,
don't know
you know.
exactly. It's part of the Department of Commerce.
They're like, what's his face? Like Michael Douglas. Looting, for lack of a better word, is
Do
good.
you have a lot of contact with him?
On holidays,
Okay.
yes.
A close friend of yours was a victim of a crime. It was a break-in.
Yes.
And Did your friend ever express any dissatisfaction with how the police responded?
No, actually, I was there. It's my neighbor, and it wasn't. The police acted very professionally, and everything was handled.
Did the
Wonderful.
police shoot
Did they ever
anyone?
find the culprit?
Yeah, the guy walked
Were the
in
police races?
his living room and just sat down on the couch. So the police did come, and the guy was escorted out. And
Okay. Uninvited guest.
it was, yes, very uninvited guest at 3 in the morning.
And you served on a jury in a criminal case, and that case was about protesters trespassing, right? Is
What
there
if she's-
anything about
was it
that
guilty or not
case
guilty?
sitting
If
on
she
a
asked,
jury
that would be funny.
that makes you think you would not be a good juror in this case?
No.
Okay.
Does anyone ever say, "No, I'd be a terrible juror"? I mean,
There's one guy yesterday
How
who
did you like?
he didn't
jury
say it that way, but he was
duty
like
in that case?
laying out all the reasons he should not be
I found
there.
it
His
informative.
wife's had cancer and
So,
COVID,
wasn't
and it was
terrible.
crazy.
No.
The judge is like,
All right.
but maybe you could do it.
And,
It's like, oh, let him go.
Would you describe
humanitarian strike.
experience, maybe?
Definitely.
Okay.
Hang on one second.
Are you willing to serve as a juror in this case?
I found called upon, yes.
Okay, good.
Actually, I think this guy so far is sounding okay. We'll see how he comes out. I need to read a super chat. Doug Murray says, Nick, I was 16 years Army MP. Your service weapon is on your strong side, and usually taser and the belt is a cross draw. This is bad for it. That's true.
Is there anything that we should know about you that was
That's true in
not
this
on
case.
the questionnaire that would impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. Counsel?
Daniel Lindsay, if you want to send him to me, I'll look. Vasidia says, Epstein-related question regarding Tartagleone's court docs, the cellmate. Are Curcio hearings lasting 20 months and firewall counsel being assigned rare? Bobby Sternum
morning,
was
sir.
assigned to the cellmate,
I'll call
now
you
Maxwell's
21.
lead
That's the
attorney.
jury
I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea.
I'm going to ask you just a few questions about your answers to the questions in the questionnaire. How long ago was that jury trial you sat on? Was it more than 4 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly 10 years, I'd
All
say.
right. And you do mention in your juror questionnaire, and you've already told the judge, explain that to the judge, that you had a somewhat negative impression of my client, our client, Kim Potter.
He's
And you
at
had
a
a somewhat
minimum
negative
28.
impression of Dante Wright. And your answer to the Dante Wright reason is, I don't condone fleeing from a police officer.
Oh,
And
the
is
state's
that the
going to get
reason
rid
you
of
have a
this guy.
negative?
This is one of them, yeah, that would be the
Okay. And also on our client's reason, I believe when training in fellow officers, your actions should be more thought out. Have you seen the video in this case, sir?
yes, I have.
I'm sorry, the answer's right down here, 2 to 8 times. Have you seen it? That's what you say here. I don't know.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago when it was out quite
2
a
to
bit when
8.
it first happened. That's what
If you're
It was
asked,
probably
Maybe that was a checkbox.
radio
Checkbox.
check.
could you rely on the evidence in the courtroom here and not rely on any of the video you observed, or for that matter, any newspaper articles, magazine articles that you've read about this? Could you keep those outside the courtroom?
I've ceased reading any articles about this since you guys instructed me to. So, yes, I think I
Yeah, this guy's going to get struck by the state. Pretty sure.
Way too even keeled.
Mithran Emmer says, now, Nick, the two
Page 9
propositions
of
can be true at the same
answer
time.
19.
One, chat overreacts,
How
but two,
favorable
you are a
or
boomer.
unfavorable
Neither
are you
inherently
about
requires
Blue
the other
Lives
to be
Matter?
false.
It's true.
You say you're neutral, and then you state, it feels like marketing. Of course, all lives are matter, but cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate. But what did you exactly mean by that?
I just, when it seemed like a marketing aspect to counter Black Lives Matter, kind of counter the thought process that they're trying to get across. And I didn't necessarily agree with the process.
With the Cop Lives Matter?
I don't disagree that cop lives matter.
Right.
It just seemed like it was to counter something else that was another.
I guess my question pertained to cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate. What did you mean by that?
Well, there are Black Lives Matter is trying to draw attention to people dying at an alarming rate, and I think that's what they're trying to do.
Is that are you taking that from your belief that more blacks are dying at the hands of police officers than police officers are dying in the state? Or for that matter, in the United States?
Essentially, yes.
But you don't have any statistics on that, do you?
No, I didn't look up any statistics.
Okay. And would you keep that out of the courtroom when you decide this case? Rely on the evidence?
Well, first I thought the state would strike this guy. Now
You have to answer yes or no.
I'm kind of curious.
Each side might think the other's going to do it.
Takes it down.
Okay.
Why don't you ask your question again?
Okay. That might be a tough job.
Of course, the
Judge.
problem is,
I'd already forgot about that question.
it's a Minnesota jury.
You haven't done any studies on whether or not cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would that enter into your decision in this case?
No.
If you're asked as a juror, called as a juror, and you deciding this case, would you keep that outside the courtroom?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure is a weird answer to that one.
Yeah. Yeah. A little defensive, a little bit. Yeah. I think if I were the defense, Of course, the problem is.
Honest answer to 10, not that all the rest of them were honest too, but this one, time away from work and family, but this is only my selfish reasons.
What was the question on number 10?
Why do you feel that way? Here, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? Not sure. And do you want to serve as a juror, or would you rather go home?
Well, I think it would be. It's kind of there are some difficulties that would have to be overcome. Yes.
Okay, and what are those? Would you be able to overcome them?
Yes, I would be able to. I was just being honest that spending time away from my family would be difficult.
Okay. With respect to your employment, do you work days?
I do.
Okay, so it wouldn't be much different than that, unless you.
Well, yes, I have a deal worked out with my wife that the child care issue would be have to be dealt
You
with.
have all young children.
Yes.
You'll get out of that for a few days. Is that fair?
You'd have to ask my wife that question.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Satan the Sir Gaming
A
and stuff
fellow
says, I'm a little
dinosaur,
behind.
Nick.
So I don't know if it's been addressed, but if Chad was by court order allowed to be there to pick up his son, that turns out to not be true from what I've heard. Does that have any effect on Kyle's ability to threaten lethal force for Chad to leave? No, it doesn't.
No,
anyway,
it doesn't. It's all about his perception that he has serious bodily harm. I mean,
Mandy Carvicus says, I nominate Ty Beard as a justice of the Supreme Court.
Well, it would be an entertaining month.
Before impeachment.
Before I was impeached.
I apologize for calling you by number. It's just the way we're doing it in this case.
Shut up with that nonsense.
Impersonal.
They don't
Thank
care.
You for your answers.
Stop trying to
third
build
line,
fake
so
rapport.
A lot of my questions have been asked, and I'll try not to be repetitive. But just a couple things to follow up.
Of course
on.
they passed him. You guys read way too much into the idea that a guy has a dumb take on deaths that he's not looked up.
Well, the problem is it's a Minnesota jury pool.
That's, I mean, perfectly understandable answer. And
you only
I just
have 7 strikes, and that guy didn't come across as a dripping communist, maybe just an idiot.
That aspect of the case.
And that's a maybe.
As just another part of all the evidence
really
put forward in the
never
case.
mind. I'm not going to argue with you,
Does that
Chad.
make sense
I'll
think so.
I mean,
Sure.
Whether
Your story.
own it generally
Yes, I understand.
may not be relevant to how it plays out in a case.
I am not a number. I am a free man.
Yes.
And I'm not telling you, how to think about it one way or the other. It's just, I just wanted to ask that, you'd be able to view the evidence.
Diamond Duck, I won last time. You guys are all like, oh, cutter. And then suddenly she's like, yeah, I own guns. Guns are for sports and hobbies. And you're like, oh my God. I was like, that's right.
Who's this about?
Oh, it's the previous juror.
Did I hear you right?
The
person that broke into
Chat's like, they're an SJW, they're an
house,
SJW. I'm like, I don't know, I don't see it. I don't see it. And then she's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I own a gun.
Was
And
apprehended
you're like,
there?
why? He's like, guns are for sports and
there was
hobbies.
some, I believe, alcohol, drugs, and some possible mental illness involved in that. Yes.
So that situation was handled pretty swiftly.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
There was the chart of questions about agree and disagree. You recall that?
Not all of them, but yes.
Yeah. It was a long time ago you filled this out, I assume, right?
I believe it was back in August. So.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Four nips, Nick slips.
Police in my community make me feel safe, and you agreed with that. I mean, I think we all want.
Did they strike that juror, the one that had the guns?
Right.
Nope.
Anything about that? I mean, obviously, this is a case that involves a police officer. Anything about that notion that would make it difficult for you to be a fair and impartial juror in a case involving a police officer?
I don't think it would affect me, no.
Okay.
That's a good point. What county is this in?
Hennepin.
Is that Minneapolis?
Minneapolis, yeah.
Oh, okay. Somebody pointed out that except for that part of Minnesota, the rest of the state is relatively red.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for the defense. I mean,
Well, maybe this is the good thing about jury questionnaires. It gets a lot of my question answers answered ahead of time. Can you excuse me for just a moment, please? John,
Do we want to strike this guy? They're curious because he said he feels safe with police around.
yeah, he had a relatively positive experience with police. I think given that it's a Minnesota jury pool, this may be the best the defense can get. But remember, Mr. Gray is a trial lawyer in that community. He
And has been since the community was founded as a hut.
Yeah, probably when the Indians owned it. But so there may be something he picks up on that we wouldn't see. But
I just don't think his answer about those statistics was that big of a deal.
thank you for your patience. There is one thing I did follow up on.
No, it's a stereotype that most people believe.
Victim, Mr. Wright, in this case, you said something like, not the only reason. Were there other things that you heard about him that affected, an opinion you might have had about him?
No, I haven't. I've been avoiding any of that. That's been out as instructed. It was just based on the whole situation was kind of made me think everything was, from what I seen in the video when it first happened, it made everybody look bad.
And just as I think you assured them that you would not bring impressions made back then about Ms. Potter. Same thing with regard to Mr. Wright, correct?
Correct.
And so you would have no difficulty setting aside those previous thoughts and impressions, and deciding the case just on the evidence in the courtroom.
Correct.
Yeah, we can pass the juror.
No strikes. There you go.
You
We've
will be a
seated
juror
number
on this
7.
case. You'll be
Halfway
receiving
there.
a call as to when and where you should report. We estimate that it'll start December 8th, but you'll receive a phone call confirming. Okay? So thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of the day.
My system glitched. Did they pass him?
Pass in Minnesota means accepted. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he's on it. Yeah, I think that's a right move. I mean, yeah, you had to strike a legitimate communist off the jury.
Yeah, and they've had to strike some really shady people.
Yeah.
This guy
may not be optimum, but it may be the best you can get.
we may be doing okay on time. I mean, if they're halfway through, they're talking about starting on the 8th, but I mean, at this rate, they'll finish by what? Is today Wednesday? They'd finish by Friday if they keep the pace up. That means Monday start rather than Wednesday start.
Someone
That's
in
not
the
bad.
someone in the chat says the judge was flirting with the juror.
I think the chat wants mommy judge to flirt with everyone. The chat has been simping for the judge the whole time. Oh, I think we may have lost Ty for a minute. Oh, he's coming
have
back.
they?
Please.
Okay.
You're back.
I'm back.
Please
Should be
remove
back.
your mask.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to get the chat up on YouTube, but when I do that, Streamlabs just,
One of the
dies.
last people were asking questions.
So maybe
of
send me a link to the chat
thank you
the
for
chat
filling
separately
out
at
your
some point.
questionnaire.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
You indicated that your spouse is currently
I'm gonna
retired
have to run in about 4 or 5 minutes. I've got
in the public defender's
paying work to do.
office. Which county was that in?
Me too.
Hennepin, it was
Here.
here.
Okay, so she worked as
I'm gonna have to run, Nick.
Okay.
I'll catch you later. I may come back. So
Yeah.
have a good one.
Do you
See ya.
know what she did? Do you know what she did as a law clerk?
I don't. I mean, I remember the judge, if you want me to say the judge, but
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did she work for a judge too?
Yes.
Okay. So she was a law clerk for a judge as well in Hennepin County.
Yes.
How long ago she's now retired? How long ago did she work?
It's been a long time.
What's up? The Rittenhouse jury wasn't picked in 18 minutes. The Rittenhouse jury took a full day and they went into the night, but it was picked in one
I'm
day.
going to say, we're talking 35, 40 years, probably a long time.
Okay, so
This is an old
she
gentleman.
would have been quite young when she was a law
Yes.
clerk, and so she not only clerked for the PD's office, but she also clerked for a judge.
Yes.
And how long did she clerk for a judge?
Maybe a year or two.
Okay.
It wasn't, it
All right.
wasn't very long.
Did she ever end up practicing law?
No.
Okay.
No.
And she was also a policy advocate with Family and Children's Services. Was that
Correct.
Hennepin County as well?
Yes.
And was that also a long time ago?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about your spouse having clerked for the public defender's office that makes you think you'd lean toward the defense and as opposed to the prosecution?
No.
Okay, so you can be fair to both sides?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Are you willing to serve as a juror in this case if you're selected?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you be open-minded, fair, and neutral?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Ng?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh God, this guy.
My name is Paul Eng. I'm with Earl Gray and Amanda Montgomery. We represent Officer Potter.
Yes.
MS Chris Chan is in
Chance to ask you
January.
just a few questions, and then we're going to be good to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicate on your questionnaire
Crazy Tactics retired judges can be jurors if the
that you have a neutral impression
sides want them.
of Officer Potter and a neutral impression of Mr. Wright as well. You remember those questions, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason you had a neutral impression is that you didn't have enough information to make an impression one way or another.
Yes.
As you sit here and Judge Chu asked you about that, will you presume Officer Potter innocent of the offense as you start the trial?
4-day jury selection's better than 7.
She is going to testify, and will you wait for her
She
testimony
is gonna
before
testify.
you start to figure out
Okay.
what happened here?
Yes.
And the other witnesses that we will present to you.
Yes.
You have no difficulty doing that at all, do you?
No.
That's the fair thing to do.
Yes.
And everything in your questionnaire indicates that you will be fair,
Yes, sir.
and nothing has changed. Obviously.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't mean to insult you by asking if you'll be fair. It's just we have to do our job and ask the question.
That's okay. I understand.
And page 4, it said that the question was, if you talked about Dante Wright's death to your family, you say yes. And then you say that the defendant possibly made an error. You remember answering the question that way?
Falsity, anyone
To
can
be
a
honest
juror.
with you, no, I don't remember exactly how I
parties
answered
allow
it, with a 16-page document, but
Well, I'll represent to you, quote, that the defendant possibly made an error. That's your answer.
yes. Yes.
And
Yes,
why did you say that?
Well, I guess I'm probably basing it off the 5 to 10-second clip that has been on the news. Really on that, I guess I have, I have nothing else to base that on.
And you haven't seen that for a while, I assume.
Correct.
Okay. You
Correct.
saw it when the first came out
Correct.
last April.
Yeah.
Well, you realize, of course, that whatever you see here matters more, and that you're to decide
Yes, sir.
the case on the court.
Has everybody seen the video in Minnesota? Yeah, pretty much.
And we had a couple questions on
Oh, yeah.
7, which was
Oh,
this
yeah.
strongly disagree, strongly agree section. And
I'll do this.
it indicates that the police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agree, correct?
Yes.
And you say because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it's not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say somewhat agree
Yes.
and still feel that way.
I do. Yes.
But once again, you're going to listen to the evidence and
Correct.
let the chips fall where they may.
Correct.
I look like a fucking Teletubby. What frickin'? Shoot.
And you mentioned a degree program that you're in currently.
Well, I've been a registered nurse since 1994, and I'm in a nurse practitioner program right
Sorry, I was trying not to use.
When do you
I was trying
expect
not
to
to use
finish
foul language.
now.
Well, I won't complete that for about another year and a half, but I've been going for about 2.5 years now.
And that allows you to practice more practice medicine than just be an assistant, so to speak.
Correct.
I'm
Yeah, it's on a higher level.
higher
yes.
level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate the headphones outside the hood. I don't get it at all.
Is there anything I forgot to ask you? I mean, we've got these are really complete.
The big
They're
stinky,
complete
so
for a
did
reason,
I.
So we don't make you stay here too often. Anything else that we should know about you?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They like this guy. This guy's like a
Thank you very much.
900-year-old guy, doctor, wife's a former law clerk, says this is a mistake, feels very safe with police. State's not going to like
Thank you,
this
Your Honor.
guy.
Juror number 22. Sorry to just call you by number, but that's just how we're doing it in this case. Hope you understand. Wanted to follow up on some of the questions and your answers. You indicated you were asked early on.
What if he said, was
What
like,
opinions you have
disagree with
expressed
Black
as-
Lives
as
Matter?
being asked
Why?
about
And he
it.
just said,
You
they
said,
don't.
that the
Whoa.
defendant possibly made an error. Why did you write that as the answer with regard to your opinion?
Well, because in watching that 5 to 10 second clip, of course, I don't remember the exact allotted time. Good
luck, James Herman.
And I believe she said that, I didn't mean to shoot him or something to that effect. So, I guess that's why I answered it that way.
And so it was based just entirely on what you saw of her in that video, in other words.
Basically, yes.
That opinion was limited to that 5 or 10 seconds, whatever the video was that you saw.
Correct. Yes.
You indicated the next page was a question about the demonstrations that have taken place in the Twin Cities. You indicated not, in your community, but you think Minneapolis has been negatively affected. What did you mean by that?
Toasted foolery. No, you can't get into trouble for saying something racist in a courtroom. They'll just dismiss you.
Well,
I mean, maybe.
These are all just difficult circumstances of these events. And I think
Running with
they're
scissors. It depends how they prosecute the case. I think the charge is
difficult
politically motivated.
from the
but we'll see how they
citizens,
actually run the trial.
all the way up to the police, to the city level. It's just difficult.
Yeah. Do you think it was sort of the lawlessness aspect of it that was really the problem there? Or what's the negative impact from?
I think that contributed to it, yes.
Were there other things that you think contributed? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Right.
I guess I really can't think of anything else.
And you indicated that you strongly agreed that police in your community make you feel safe.
Yes.
And
I think we need a police department. Yes.
Yeah. I think everybody wants to feel safe, and part of the police's job. And that the demonstrations, it was not a time of feeling safe, was it?
No, that was difficult to watch. Yeah.
And I assume you don't want to see that happen again, right?
Correct.
Yeah. you were asked, one of the other questions is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you said you somewhat agree with that. Tell us why you chose that.
And I think I'm just basing that off, they've got a difficult job. And maybe it's just me, but I don't know that I necessarily raise them up to a higher standard, but I mean, I certainly expect them to be law abiding and they have difficult decisions to make too at times.
And part of the decisions that they make.
I consider wearing a Tim Pool beanie?
Correct.
Only
yes.
because I don't like
So
the headband bump that I'm getting.
Correct. Yes.
You indicated.
Yeah, I think the state is
statements was, I do not
right
trust
for
the
striking
police,
this guy.
And you said you strongly disagree.
Yeah.
Why did you choose strongly disagree there?
I strongly disagree that I do trust them.
Yeah, it's a double negative.
Sorry.
No, I completely get it. And I have it right in front of me and you don't. So I completely get it. But the statement is, I do not trust the police, and you strongly disagree with that.
Well, I guess I do trust them, I guess, until proven otherwise.
Adam K., earbuds get uncomfortable after 8 hours.
Expect them to protect me. So I don't really have a reason not to trust them until otherwise, depending on the circumstances, I guess.
I mean, is it fair to say that you start out, with the mindset that it's that they're out there to protect me, and I need this now more than ever, and so I really put my trust and faith in it?
Yes, I mean, yeah.
Man, I'm way behind on chat, so I need to start reading.
You don't necessarily want to second guess them. Fair?
I think that's fair. Yes.
Yeah, the state does not like this guy. What's up, Dark Drift Thunder 99 phase?
What you know about this case obviously involves a former police officer. Given that mindset, the way that you see these things,
Zertwerp says, bring back base square juror number 5.
Given what you told us, can you tell us that you can be fair and impartial in a case that involves looking at the actions of a police officer?
Yes.
You feel that you can do that?
Yes.
Wolfgang, I have some better headphones. They're right over there.
Hard question to answer. I'm going to ask it anyway.
But the cord actually gives me a
jury,
never mind.
They sit there and they listen, and they have to make certain decisions on their own.
Julie Celeste, those
They
paintings
also have
are
this group
originals,
dynamic.
yes.
You go into the jury room and you deliberate.
I didn't do them,
as you
though.
sit here today, can you tell us how you think you're going to put those things, demonstrations and the need to feel safe in your community and not second guessing officers, how are you going to put that out of your mind when it comes to making a decision with other jurors?
And you're asking me how, right?
Yeah.
How I would put that? Based on the evidence and what is presented to me as a juror, and make a decision from there.
And you won't be able to, think back to, well, I saw that 5 to 10-second clip. I thought this, right? That's the stuff you got to leave out of it.
Correct. Yes.
And you think you can do that?
Yes.
You own some guns yourself. Sounds like mostly for sporting or hunting, right?
Just waterfowl, yeah, like ducks and
Okay.
geese, yeah.
And more of a challenge than a
PLO,
four-legged
2PL,
deer standing
sort
out in
of.
the field.
There's a
The
mask
ducks are pretty
mandate in
safe when I'm out
courthouses
there.
in Minnesota.
They'd still probably rather you not be there, but
What's on your
you give them
Spotify
sporting
rap?
chances. what I'm
Right,
saying.
right.
I'm
Feel
guessing we
pretty
should.
strong
What's the
about-
Spotify
about
rap?
guns?
Well, I like to think that I'm a responsible gun owner. I don't have any reason to have really any other type of weapon than that in the house. I do have a son that I hunt with, and we do it responsibly and under the law. So
Yeah, I think you wrote that. This has really been a lifetime thing for you, right? Since you were a kid, right?
correct. Yes. Yes.
So you had to take the gun safety classes as a kid, and then went hunting with your father.
Yeah. Correct. Yes.
Going to venture into some probably dangerous territory here and talk to you about how long ago your wife worked for the court system.
Thanks, Sonny.
Been a long time. Did you were you married at the time, or was that?
Yeah, we got married after she went to law school, and she went to the U of M and worked for the Family and Children's Services as an advocate for them. Really did not need her law degree at that time, but she did a lot of lobbying, and then she did the clerk and that for
Ollie
I
Corvo,
believe
I'm not
a
going to
year or
watch it
two,
during
and,
this because I don't know when I'd fit in
never
an hour-long
practiced
video.
in private practice.
So back then, did you talk much about her work as a clerk or for the judge or the public defender's
Wolfman,
office?
you can always
Well,
plead
I mean,
the
she
fifth
would.
if there's
She
any
wouldn't
potential
talk about like any
possible
specific
risk of
cases, but we would periodically maybe talk about probably more the events in the courtroom
gosh.
than what actually was
D.
going
What?
on with
Who is the artist of my paintings?
like
a guy named
prosecution or
Eric
the
Waugh,
defense.
Waugh.
Did she work in those fields
Great
at all
artist,
after that
great
initial
guy.
spat?
No, she retired early, unfortunately. So
And so she hasn't been working in that field since.
no.
Man, I'm hungry.
And are you currently working as an RN?
Yes, doing some private home healthcare. A lot of I've worked in a number of emergency departments up until last December when St. Joseph's closed their doors.
If this guy gets on the jury, deliberations are going to take 12 days because he's going to say a sentence.
Fair amount of my time too.
Yeah, so that's what I want to ask you because you indicated you're self-employed. Is that still the situation?
Yes, because I do have some properties too that I manage. So with the nursing, the school, and the properties, I stayed pretty busy. So.
You're not retired.
No. And
So
no, I'm not.
If you are selected as a juror, you got to be here. The judge told you all day. And, for a few weeks, 2-3 weeks, there's a chance you're sequestered during deliberation. That's often very difficult for self-employed people. Can you tell us how that's going to affect you?
Probably the only thing that I can think of really, the nursing and like the properties, I do not own alone, so that's not an issue. With school here in the middle of the month, I've got a couple of tests that I need to take. However, I can do those online. So other than that, I'm
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the schooling separately.
pretty
but-
open.
Okay.
Guys
So
in
with regard to the
school?
self-employment, are you concerned about losing work opportunities that will affect your income, given the schedule we might have?
It shouldn't be a problem because I do gain income from my properties too. So
And then, school, obviously, it's something we get concerned about because this time of year, often there are tests and things to take. It sounds like you have some coming up, but would you, the only thing we don't want you doing is taking tests late into the morning or, into the night and then being just wiped out the next day from lack of sleep or cramming.
well, the good thing is it's flexible since that part of it is online, so I don't have to be in a classroom somewhere.
So just the way we usually ask this, can you assure us that with all those things going on, your self-employment,
This
your
is
school,
so long. The state is
give your undivided attention,
trying
here
to
at the
find
courtroom for
anything
the
to
trial?
get this guy out of this because they don't want to use a strike, but they want to strike this juror.
If you could excuse me for just a moment, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yeah, they're trying to find some hardship or whatever for him so they can have him struck for cause, but it's not working. They're gonna probably strike him. God, this is horrendous. Guys, I should show you the direct message thread I'm having with this Pokemon card moron. It's amazing. But I'm not going to do it on this stream, like a nighttime stream. I might do it. Whew. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh God. They're arguing again. A Pokemon Twitter account, Pokemon Cards Twitter account is telling me that I'm super biased on Kyle Kareth and Chad Reed, and I would only take my position. The only possible way I could come to my conclusion is because I want to preserve gun rights, which is one of the dumbest fucking freaking takes I've ever seen. It's absolute morality because gun rights are not threatened by Kyle Kareth's case. If he were found guilty tomorrow, it wouldn't make a difference for gun rights at all. It's first of all, I don't think Kyle Rittenhouse's case was an overall gun rights case, but his case would have been way more important to gun rights than Kyle Kareth's.
Separate meeting there. Your Honor, we would pass the juror.
Wow.
You will be a juror in this case. We expect to start December 8th, but you will be getting a call from the jury office telling you the exact date, the exact time, and when to report.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good rest of the day, okay?
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I cannot, I am. Why would you let that guy on the jury as the state? Pro police, 1,000,000 years old, feels safe with police in the community, educated, reasonable, thinks that said it was a mistake, like already says it's a mistake. By the way, a mistake can be justification for a mistake means a lack of criminal intent. Whew. A mistake does mean it isn't murder. You have to have culpable negligence, which still like murder and manslaughter require a level of intent. Now, the intent could be misplaced. For example, you could intend to like recklessness, right? Doesn't mean you intended to kill somebody, but you acted
Please
in a
have a
way
seat,
that manifests a
and you
criminal
may
negligence
remove your mask.
because of the way you acted, though, was indifference or
Okay.
recklessness to human life.
All right.
A
I think
mistake
you
is
raised
different.
your hand.
I didn't want to
my
kill anybody. I
question.
didn't act recklessly.
Does
I made a
anyone
mistake and
have
drew the
a
wrong
problem
tool.
hearing or understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you explain why you raised your hand?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh no. When I was asking the group questions, one of my questions was, does anybody have a problem hearing or understanding what I'm saying? And you had raised your hand.
Yeah, I raised my hand because
Sexual
I don't know
Tyrannosaurus. I think the state
much
still has
English.
five
You know,
strikes yet. We're up to 8 jurors.
Okay, I get it. So,
Your Honor, could the juror take off her mask and use the microphone?
oh yes, I'm sorry, you need to take your mask off.
Okay. Well, I raise my hand because I don't understand too much English.
Okay. And so you would have difficulty, I mean, how long have you been in this country?
22 years.
22 years? Okay.
I understand, but when I talking, I don't know speaking very good English.
Okay. And when I was giving you general instructions, were you having a problem following?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that your
Just
language,
dismiss her.
your ability to understand English would prevent you from being able to hear and understand the testimony?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. I take it that you're uncomfortable being a juror.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's because of the language.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I am very nervous.
Okay. Does either side wish to ask any questions of number 23?
No, Your
No.
Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're excused. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. You can't understand what's happening. You can't have that person. Stephen Walk says, "Whoa, time to voir dire some gits. Green is best."
Okay, counsel, we can't get our next group until 1:30.
1:30.
Because they were all called beforehand. We can probably get lunches early. We can try to get lunches early. Okay. Or my staff will. You brought your own? Okay. All right, counsel, I'm really happy to see that jury selection is really moving along. What I want you to start thinking about is whether or not we should start the trial earlier
Please,
than December 8th.
God, start the trial
I do want
earlier.
to have at least a day or a half a day to go over jury instructions, okay? Because I think it may take some time to do that.
A day?
Does anyone have
It's
any
2
strong
charges.
feelings about not starting earlier, assuming that will take at least a day beforehand to get the jury instructions finalized?
Can we get back to after lunch?
Sure.
We scheduled around your 8th day.
Right. And I recognize that it may not be possible because we had all counted on December 8th as being the date.
I think I'm just speaking about the couple. It may depend upon how much earlier you want to start. I think
Okay.
Scheduling matters as well.
Right. Okay, we'll kind of play it by ear. And you might want to check with some of your witnesses to see if they can make it earlier. But notwithstanding, we're going to take a day off before we start the trial, just so we have enough time to do jury instructions. Okay? All right. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Thank you. God, I want some food. Yevgeny Alexandrov. I remembered. Oh shit. That's annoying. Yevgeny Alexandrov says, I see 2 days of ASMR getting to you. Maybe it was a bad day to stop sniffing caffeine. Oh, today's a bad day to stop sniffing glue. Whoo. Oh my. Go eat Chinese food, Boomer. Gosh, I wish I could. There's not any. I can't get any very easily. It's quick. It's a dakimasu. I'll go make ramen or some pho. Let's see. Let me read a couple of these chats. We will do the body cam footage from the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Let me tweet that out. See if people want to pop in here for that. Hold on. Let's see. Tweet this out. About to review the body cam footage from Rittenhouse jury intimidation by NBC. Is it NBC or MSNBC? I'll say by journalist. I should put the stream link in here. And I'll probably run to the bathroom before doing that, just as a warning, but we're going to give people a few minutes to pop in before we jump right into it. So here we go. Oh, we've got Mike says maybe the state knows this is another political case and doesn't want the officer going to prison for a mistake. Tired of officers even put in these positions because of all these resisting arrest criminals. Yeah, and again, this one looks really bad. Like I get the Chauvin prosecution, I think, had a lot of political elements, but it also you could have had the same prosecution in an apolitical environment on that one. And maybe you come to a different result after the jury hears about the toxicity and all of that stuff. Maybe you get a different result in a different political environment, but I think the charge was a little more grounded than this one is. But yeah, you can't be out here charging people based on politics. You can't do it. That was the one credit to the Kenosha thing, was they didn't charge on the Jacob Blake shooting because it was obviously a justified shoot. Okay, so Zero and says yes, they are on. They show up to work on time, no excuses. The Lorax says it's not the mic. Judge Moonlight says an adult entertainment phone line operator changed my mind. All the way home, 100's a serious question. What is the difference in a just even? Wait, I read that one. Automata says stricken for cause because she. Call me Straws sent a unicorn. Thank you. Mike says for the demonetization. Lunar Star Patches, welcome to the channel. Skyhime says, I'm sorry, is this supposed to be funny? This is a court of law, according to Ricada. Yes. KSIDBJTT says, thanks for enduring this, Nick. We love your streams. Thank you. Alex H says, police released footage of the NBC producer who followed Rittenhouse jury. It's very damning, in my opinion. Will the lawyers watch and react? The lawyer will. Looks like everybody else might not be super interested in sitting for all day jury selection again, which is fine, of course. I, your humblest host, have the championship endurance and will sit diligently working and bringing this information to you. Let's see. LGN Shorty says, Nick, love the coverage and the impersonations. Chain Breaking Sage says, yes, Captain, I will suffer. Legion Shorty says, Captain, my Captain. OMG, it's Dana says, how did it take 1 day to seat the Duggar jury and a full day to seat only 4 jurors for this trial? It all depends on how they do jury selection. Since they're doing individual voir dire for each juror, which means it could be anywhere from 10 minutes of questioning to 45 minutes of questioning we've seen in some cases. It just depends on how they do it. It is awful how they're doing this. And when you combine that with bringing in 9 jurors, 4, I guess in some cases, these small jury pools, and saying, okay, here's how everything works. Here's how this works. Here are the rules. Here's what you're being expected. Here's the charges. Every time they bring in a new mini pool of jurors, makes it even worse. And just the pacing of the judge and the attorneys is very, very slow. Very, very slow. Dwada Dragon, read that one. Nudge says, Nick, have you tried Woodford Reserve Double Oak? I have not. If so, is it overly sweet? I don't know. Redneck Ram says, did I miss anything this morning? I'm late to the party today. No. I mean, we've seated as many jurors so far today as we seated yesterday. So this is actually moving at a pretty good clip. Biden the Cold One says, hey, Nick, how is the nap part 2 going? Think we can expect more Z's? I wish I need some. Coltrane says, excuse me, ASMR Ninja Judge, please place me in contempt. I've been a bad boy. Truanana Shaman, a bad pressure, Batakaf care says, can the lawyers go through jurors on social media? Yes. Not only can they basically have a duty to do so. Mithran Emra says, theory, Judge ASMR Ninja is a replicant and her vocoder settings are broken to default to low. Quicks DC 614 says, Your Honor, objection, liar, pants on fire. Joe C, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Peter B says, hey, Nick, I bought some Dragon's Treasure tea using promo code 4 Doors More Whores, and now I want to watch anime. What do you recommend getting into? Well, if you're going to watch anime, I mean, you can start with some of the better ones. Vampire Hunter D, Cowboy Bebop is great. The anime, not the live show. You could watch Akira, Ninja Scroll. These are some of the classics, I would say. As for Overlord's kind of fun. It's a little bit different. Everybody says Full Metal Alchemist. I haven't watched it. Everybody says Black Lagoon. I haven't watched that either. I have it. I haven't watched it. But there's a lot. The chat's good. Oh, the main one you got to watch, though, is Redo of the Healer. Redo of the Healer is the most important anime to ever be released. You should watch that. Dwada Dragon says she has a negative attitude towards cops in general. Brandon James says Judge ASMR gets overturned nightly. Chain Breaking Sage says life hack, if you don't have mental health, it can't be ruined. David says Chad is only here for 2 things, overreacting over nothing and simping over legal bites and ASMR judge. Joe Blow says, State Attorney, is there anything else we should know? Juror, the only devil is the white devil. State Attorney, she'll do. The Vegas group says, here, Nick, eat some of this humble SJW pie. DB Pooper says, Nick, the only reason we learn anything is to become more efficiently racist. Better, faster, harder R's. No. Irie says, sniff, sniff. Nick, you smell the same when you were awake. Just saying. Oh, good. Good. Dwada Dragon says, base black conservative here. When she speaks on media bias, she's referring to Black people being portrayed as criminal by the media. This certainly used to be the case. It's actually the opposite now. Yeah, it does. It does seem to be shifting in the opposite direction. But you always got to consider when they were watching what they were watching. All right, let me read just like 3 or 4 more, and then I'll run to the bathroom, then we'll do the video. Chris K says, "Your doesn't understand Black people. A lot of us don't think that everyone is racist or we're oppressed, but we still think race is an issue at times." I think you mean your audience. Yeah, that's what I was communicating, Chris. You did a way better job. Thank you. Valacor says, "Okay, I've seen the video. It's awful, but what are the charges? That she did it on purpose or just negligence or what?" Recklessness and negligence. Manslaughter 1, manslaughter 2. Brian Zaringer, thank you for the donation. And B&B Forge and Leather Company says, "Would you be willing to have a police officer on your panel? I have over 17 years of experience." Maybe. Are you talking about during jury selection, like now? Possible. Chris LaForest says, "Based. Nick, I swore you were wrong. Oh my God, I can't believe she was allowed on by the state that easily. What are the odds that she's a Black Israelite?" Very low. Very low. I don't think they hide their power level. All right, guys. I'm going to pop away for just a minute. I'm going to go grab a snack of some sort and go to the bathroom. And then when I get back, we will do the whatchamacallit. We'll do the video. See you in a second.
working like 12 hours a day. Chill. I will tell you when I send them. I'll try and send them after I'm done with my show today. Okay. Hold on. Get the video back up here in just a second. All right. Yeah, my son is wonderful, but he wants me to do something. And it's like, man, you're going to have to wait. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, let me find that video. Several people have sent it to me. I just have to find a link to it real quick. Let's see. Let me see. Here it is. Here it is. Copy this. Oh, that was funny. I love when I get to do that. So the Pokemon guy, because I have to go to Twitter DMs to find this link. Pokemon guy says, "Show me one time you've looked into gun cases to find and found like against it, and I'll just go away." I just sit back, Michael Drejka. It's funny because we were just talking about this earlier. But again, this is someone who is completely unfamiliar with me or what I do, telling me how I'm super biased and evil, right? Like, and I only care about gun. Well, for one, I definitely care about gun rights. It's one of the most important rights there is. But it's like that doesn't have anything to do with any of this analysis on Kyle Kareth and Chad Reed. So, oh, and that person, they showed me what they read that stupid Twitter thread from like I think it's a chick from the Heritage Foundation about the Kyle Kareth situation. That Twitter thread is got issues, we'll say. Got issues. All right, here we go. Oh, hey, do you want to see my snack? Is a turkey leg a snack? Oh, nom, nom, nom. Mitchell Melligan, the Tucson Lowe's off-duty police shooting. Is that the wheelchair shooting? All right, here we go. So here's the video footage. This is the body cam footage of the NPC, same difference. Producer following jury vehicle. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready?
You said you got an iPad. Are you from Wisconsin, sir?
No.
Huh?
No.
Where you from?
Atlanta.
Atlanta? Okay. All right.
I mean, Dunwoody's my official, but I flew up from Atlanta.
You flew up from What's significance of you being here?
I work for NBC.
For NBC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I work for NBC from Dunwoody or Atlanta.
You're a reporter?
Producer.
Producer? Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't know. So were you following a vehicle?
I was trying to see, I was being called by New York going, maybe these are people you need to follow, but I don't know. I was trying to.
You trying to what?
Just do what they told me to do.
New York told you to follow a vehicle?
Yes.
What, the state of New York? How did New York give you, like, New York gave you a call? It's like, hi, this is New York.
Your offices in New York or what?
That's right.
How did they know about this vehicle?
I mean, it was discreet. I wasn't like, talk to anybody.
Oh, no.
Just trying to find a location. That's all. Who's been told to follow out?
Just trying to find a location, is he? What location would that be? Where the jurors are being picked up and dropped off? Because you're just a producer, right? So you got to get a camera crew there.
He was told to follow somebody. He's told to follow this vehicle from his offices in New York.
What office?
It's the NBC office in New York. Mm-hmm. Do you have the person who called you and told you to do this?
Yeah.
You want to give me his information real quick?
You want me to call?
Sure.
Oh, does he call
So
him?
we got people are out in New York currently. On what vehicle?
That's what it sounds like.
Hey, law enforcement wants to talk to you.
Hi, this is Officer Jones, Kenosha Police. We're trying to figure out what's going on here. Why you have a reporter or a producer following vehicles out here? Hold on. I will put you on speakerphone because you're connected to his car. Now, can you go again?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, officer. My name is Irene. I'm a booking producer with NBC News.
Holy crap! Because the speculation at the time was, oh, maybe he just picked a name, made up a name if he's prepared, right? Like trying, this might get out of jail. No, actually calls it. Hi, I'm Irene, and a booking producer with NBC. Okay.
We were just trying to respectfully, just trying to see if it's possible to find any leads about the case, and so we were just keeping our distance, just to see like where people involved in the trial are positioned. By no means were we trying to get in contact with any of.
We're just trying to see where the jurors are going.
The jury members or whoever's in the car. We just were trying to see like where key players in the trial may be at.
So, if you want, I can just offer this up. Once the verdict comes, like these are the letters that the clerk is going to be giving to them. So
hold on a second.
So they want to, this guy is now saying this is his cover, right? Like this is a good excuse. Oh, well, once the verdict comes, then we're going to put these letters in the hands of every juror, asking them for an interview, et cetera. Please get an exclusive, please give it to us. Please talk to us. That's what their cover story is, right? This is what they're saying that they want to do, is this, but we all know the truth, right? This was early on in deliberations. They want to take pictures of the jurors, and that's what they want to do. That's the scoop. Yevgeny Alexandrov says, didn't police mention only vehicle, nothing about trial or jurors? Yeah, that's the police have only said vehicle here. And these people are saying, if you can call journalists people, they're saying the bit about the jurors. They're just going for it.
We have hard ID on the individual. Apparently, he's a producer with NBC.
Wait a minute.
Currently on. Hold on a second.
Let's see what's on that text message.
We have
From. I can't read that.
hard ID.
From opinion, the U.S. something. Okay, so maybe that's not a text message. It must be just a notification. Lame.
An individual. Apparently, he's a producer with NBC. Currently on the phone with his offices in New York, who advised him to follow a vehicle in reference to the case.
Book him, Dano.
Therefore, real 651 and 494. You said it was a red light violation. Therefore. Okay. All right. So, real quick, how you advised him to follow like any vehicle? Did you know which vehicle he was following?
We just had our people positioned in different areas of the courthouse to see if anyone would be able to in different areas, and so we were just like
real quick. This is obviously lying, right? We can, one, because they're talking, they're lying, but two, the guy said, I've got these jury forms. I got these jury forms, right? I just when the verdict comes in, I want to hand these out. So we clearly lying.
like following different.
Well, we're going to ask you guys to not do that. All right, that's a concern here. This is huge. We can't afford anything crazy happening, putting people in dangerous positions. This individual violated some traffic laws here doing this. So we're going to ask you guys to refrain from doing that.
Got it. Understood. Thank you so much. We're very sorry. We're very sorry.
I'm very sorry.
Go ahead, 494. Do you have any ties to this community, sir?
I love this community.
Oh,
I've covered
yeah.
a lot of golf, listening straights. Not the Kenosha community itself. No, sir.
Negative. You do not have any ties here. He's from out of state.
Ticket him.
Sounds good. All right.
I apologize.
Irene, what's your position?
Booking producer.
Booking producer.
Well, I'm going to book your producer. He crossed state lines.
Hi, this is Dan Abrams with exciting.
Okay. That's the rest of this is all law and crime ad, which, is great. Thank you to them for releasing that video. That was fantastic. What a disaster. This media coverage can actually be. The thought, do you notice there is nothing at all that is a shred of remorse in this case, or a shred of idea that they may have done something wrong here. They don't think in any way that we just had our people positioned, just in case or whatever. We got our people out here. What, we gotta go ahead and we gotta go ahead and check that out. insane. Obvious juror intimidation attempts. They're trying to dox dox. They're just trying to get pictures of jurors. They know they can't. They're doing it. Oh, I'm just following vehicles to get a location. Oh, but I got these juror forms. This is what I have. I have these juror forms. Okay. Sure. Oof. Big oof. Okay. I've got chats. Do we want to pop in and check on the Supreme Court oral arguments of this Mississippi case for a few minutes? We've got like an hour before the juror's going to come back. Do we want to pop in for a little bit? I mean, might as well, right? Let me do this. Open link in new tab. Oh, it's over. I guess. $7 months ago. Oh, no, that's a different link. This one's 3 hours ago. I'm having an issue with the link. Hold on just a second.
In Roe, privacy.
Is it just, it's just audio, I guess? There we go.
The Honorable, the Chief Justice and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Oyez, oyez, oyez. All persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the United States, are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court.
Hey, time. We're listening to the, we've got an hour before the jury's back. So we're listening to the Supreme Court oral arguments in the Mississippi abortion case.
We will hear argument this morning in case 19-1392, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. General Stewart.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey haunt our country. They have no basis in the Constitution. They have no home in our history or traditions. They've damaged the democratic process. They've poisoned the law. They've choked off compromise. For 50 years, they've kept this court at the center of a political battle that it can never resolve. And 50 years on, they stand alone. Nowhere else does this court recognize a right to end a human life. Consider this case. The Mississippi law here prohibits abortions after 15 weeks. The law includes robust exceptions for a woman's life and health. It leaves months to obtain an abortion. Yet the courts below struck the law down. It didn't matter that the law applies when an unborn child is undeniably human, when risks to women surge, and when the common abortion procedure is brutal. The lower courts held that because the law prohibits abortions before viability, it is unconstitutional no matter what. Roe and Casey's core holding, according to those courts, is that the people can protect an unborn girl's life when she just barely can survive outside the womb, but not any earlier when she needs a little more help. That is the world under Roe and Casey. That is not the world the Constitution promises. The Constitution places its trust in the people. On hard issue after hard issue, the people make this country work. Abortion is a hard issue. It demands the best from all of us, not a judgment by just a few of us. When an issue affects everyone, and when the Constitution does not take sides on it, it belongs to the people. Roe and Casey have failed, but the people, if given the chance, will succeed. This court should overrule Roe and Casey and uphold the state's law. I welcome the court's questions.
General Stewart,
strong statement.
You focus on the right to abortion, but our jurisprudence seems to focus on, in Casey, autonomy, in Roe, privacy.
Which is a lie
does it make
in
a
both of
difference
those cases.
that we
It's a
focus
lie.
on privacy or autonomy, or more specifically on abortion?
I think whichever one of those you're focusing on, Your Honor, particularly if you're focusing on the right to abortion, each of those starts to become a step removed for what's provided in the Constitution.
by the way,
yes, the Constitution does provide
even if you
protect
support
certain aspects
abortion,
of privacy,
you
of
have to
autonomy,
recognize that
and the
those
like.
are
But as this court said in Glucksberg,
premises in
going
those
directly
laws,
from
in those
general
cases.
concepts of autonomy, of privacy, of bodily integrity to a right is not how this court traditionally does due process analysis. So I think it just confirms whichever one of those you look at, Your Honor, a right to abortion is not grounded in the text, and it's grounded on abstract concepts that this court has rejected in other contexts as supplying a substantive right.
You say that this is the only constitutional right that involves the taking of a life. What difference does that make in your analysis?
Sure, Your Honor. I think it makes a number of differences. One, I mentioned two in particular. One is it really does mark out the unbelievably profound ramifications of this area, which in many other areas, assisted suicide, a whole host of important areas that are important to dignity, autonomy, freedom, important to matters of conscience. It marks it out as one of the unique areas where this court has taken that important issue to the people. And it's something that implicates life. And it just, I think, marks off, Justice Thomas, how problematic and unusual and how much of a break the court's abortion jurisprudence is from those other cases.
If we don't overrule Casey or Roe, do you have a standard that you propose other than the viability standard?
It would be, Your Honor, a clarified version of the undue burden standard. I would emphasize, I think, as Your Honor is alluding to, that no standard other than the rational basis review that applies to all laws will promote an administrable, workable, practicable, consistent jurisprudence that puts matters back with the people. I think anything heightened here is going to be problematic. But I would say if the court were not inclined to overrule Casey, the choice would be undue burden standard, untethered from any bright line viability rule.
Whoever said $10 says Sotomayor embarrasses all Latinos.
I'd like to go to a
seen this
different topic.
episode
back to
before,
Casey.
haven't you?
Yes,
I assume you've read Casey pretty thoroughly.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there are two parts. One is they reaffirm Roe. Put that to the side. The second is an opinion for the court, not for three people, but for the court. And that second part is about what stare decisis principles should be used to overrule a case like Roe. And they say Roe's special. What's special about it? They say it's rare. They call it a watershed. Why? Because the country is divided, because feelings run high, and yet the country, for better or for worse, decided to resolve their differences by this court laying down a constitutional principle, in this case, women's choice. That's what makes it rare.
No.
That's not what I'm asking you about.
What makes it rare is that it was
I
manufactured
want your reaction
out
to
of
what they
no
said
law.
follows from that.
That's the crazy part
What the
about
court said follows from that is that it should be more unwilling to overrule a prior case. Far more unwilling we should be, whether that case is right or wrong,
Far more unwilling.
than the ordinary case. And why? Well, they have a lot of words there, but I'll give you about 10 or 20. There will be inevitable efforts to overturn it. Of course there will. Feelings run high. And it is particularly important to show what we do
This is Brian.
in overturning a case is grounded in principle and not social pressure.
Sorry to eat on
not
stream,
political pressure.
Hungry.
Only, quote, the most convincing justification can show that a later decision overruling, if that's what we did, was anything but a surrender to political pressures or new members. And that is an unjustified repudiation of principles on which the court stakes its authority. And then there are two sentences I'd like to read, because they say they really mean this, the court, not just three. To overrule under fire in the absence of the most compelling reason to re-examine a watershed decision would subvert the court's legitimacy beyond any serious question. And the last sentence, after they quote Potter Stewart on the same point, they say overruling unnecessarily and under pressure would lead to condemnation, the court's loss of confidence in the judiciary, the ability of the court to exercise the judicial power and to function as the Supreme Court of a nation dedicated to the rule of law. Now, that's the opinion of the court. All right? And it's about stare decisis and how we approach it. And I hope everybody reads this. It's at 505 U.S. 854 to 869. All right. What do you say to that?
Sure, Justice Breyer. I would say a couple things. I would say we have very closely gone through the factors that the Casey court itself went through in stare decisis. More than half of our brief is devoted to stare decisis. We now have 30 years in the wake of Casey to see what Casey has done and what it hasn't done.
Well, it's caused some bad things in the eyes of some people and some good things in the eyes of some people.
Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. What I'd emphasize, Your Honor, is that to the extent that I would not say it was the people that called this court to end the controversy. The people, many people
passed the law.
vocally really just wanted to have the matter returned to them so that they could decide it locally, deal with it the way they thought best, and at least have a fighting chance to have their view prevail, which was not given to them under Roe and then as a result under Casey. And I'd also emphasize, Your Honor, that on stare decisis, just as I said, the last 30 years
is the idea that a prior ruling of the Supreme Court binds the future
factual
court.
developments that states can't account for, the workability, the undue burden standard alone, many problems. On all the metrics that Casey was describing, or the vast bulk of them, Casey fails. And I'd also emphasize this as well, Justice Breyer, that Casey...
Real quick, I want to say a couple things about this type of case and about what's going on and about the issues here. This case is not really about pro-life or pro-choice. It's not. You can be the quote unquote right to an abortion as much as the court has manufactured. That is manufactured. That right. They've said it's not a right to an abortion, right? It's a right to privacy, medical privacy specifically, and a right to, I don't remember what the autonomy under Casey. Neither of those things are true. You don't have a medical right to privacy or a medical right to autonomy under any other circumstance in your life. And if you think you do, I mean, just look at mandated vaccines, for example. Look at what goes on in your day-to-day life where you have some sort of autonomy or you have anything. You have the government involved in the prescription medications that your doctor can prescribe. You have the government involved in the types of treatments you can personally elect. You cannot, for example, conscientiously object to some treatments without tons of justification. You don't actually have those rights anywhere except in the case of abortion. And so it really is just about creating a federal right to abortion. Now, some people think that should be there. Others, don't. What we should always recognize is that it's not in the Constitution as it is. If you want to put it in there, you would tend to need an amendment. The court, in effect, which this is what makes Roe versus Wade rare, is not that the court made a ruling or whatever. The court created a constitutional amendment that has been treated stronger than literally any other constitutional right. They have an unwritten amendment that says you cannot unduly burden the right to abortion, which is not in the Constitution. You can unduly burden speech rights as long as you have strict scrutiny to go ahead and do it. You can have an absolute bar on speech. An absolute bar on speech if the government can justify it. You can't do that in abortion. You literally cannot. Time, place, and manner restrictions on speech say you cannot speak in this way, at this time, in this place. With abortion as a right, you actually, they can't. They can't do that. It would be unduly burdensome to prevent abortions within a state. But you can have prohibitions on speech within a state for a period of time. Gun rights. Do gun rights look anything like abortion rights? Do you have to get a background check for an abortion? Do you have to get a permit? Do you have to have, can a felon get an abortion? What things happen? Voting rights. Same thing with voting rights. Do you have to register for an abortion? No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything of the sort. Whether you are pro-choice or pro-life, you have to understand the constitutional aspect of abortion is manufactured in these two cases. And that is the critical aspect here. If Roe and Casey don't exist, does abortion go away? No, it does not. States are fully able to have abortions, and they were prior to Roe and Casey as well. They were actually, you could have, a state can allow abortions up to the point of birth. I mean, they could go ahead and do that. Technically, a state might be able to have post-birth abortions if they really wanted to pass a law that would allow it. That would be a different question. But these two cases don't have anything to do with some existing bar on abortions. They just say you can't bar abortions, which is not at all what was intended by the Constitution in any of these sort of cases or exercises of right. And that's the big problem. Plus, again, they manufactured it out of literally nothing. There's no presumed right to an abortion. There's not an understood existing historical right to an abortion that was being observed by the court here. There's no English common law right to an abortion or even a presumption that there would be. It's so pro-life, pro-choice is actually irrelevant to the questions of are Planned Parenthood versus Casey and Roe versus Wade bad law. I will always argue they're bad law. Will I suggest that there are places for abortion? Sure. The states can decide that. They absolutely can. They've always had the ability to decide that. And that's what we should be going back to, is state autonomy on these issues. Mark Gee says, so what you are saying that if I call my gun a post-trimester abortion device, my Second Amendment right will be strong because it facilitates my right to an abortion. Yes. Here we go. Mira says, I disagree on your assessment. I mean, you'll be wrong. You'll be 100% wrong on that, but that's fine. I'm just telling you it's true. And I'm telling you what things that are actually admitted by staunch abortion advocates like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, for example, recognizing that Roe is bad law. Roe was poorly decided. It's not well reasoned.
Was not a great example of simply letting precedent stand.
Erica Joe, it's not selective framing. In all honesty, it's not. Roe is bad law. It was bad law. It was manufactured. It doesn't comport with any other types of rights. The only person in this country who has a medical right to privacy and autonomy is a woman who wants to abort her baby. Other women don't have it. Other men don't have it. That's it. That's the only one. It's a wholly unique right. That's why Breyer is saying, well, why was it rare? That's why it was rare. Again, you can be for, I don't begrudge people for being pro-choice. I disagree with them. I think, but me being pro-life versus other people being pro-choice is fine. It's a personal decision. I'm not actually telling you what to do or not do. I don't care. I think people need to, the states will decide what the law should be. And then people need to either follow their state law or they need to go to another state to get an abortion. That's how it goes. That's how lots of laws work, by the way. I have to pay a bunch more taxes because of the state I live in. I hate it. I could go to another state and pay less taxes. I can make that choice, but there are some choices that keep me here. That's how the country is supposed to work. A federal bar on abortion does not make sense, is not founded in the Constitution, and is literally created in one case that was decided by justices who had never seen an ultrasound in their entire lives. And that's something to consider.
Cast Roe's reasoning. It overruled two of the court's most important abortion decisions. It jettisoned the trimester framework of Roe itself and adopted a new standard unknown to other parts of the law. Those are not the hallmarks of precedent, and they failed under this court's stare decisis.
Okay, can I take it that your answer is yes, you accept the way the special rule, their watershed, the stare decisis principles for deciding whether to overturn such a case as Roe. You accept that and you think it's met.
I would say yes, in part, Justice Breyer. And here's what I'd emphasize is that I do think particularly when Casey looked outward and looked to what it saw as pressure, there were pressure on all sides. As Your Honor noted, this is a hot, difficult issue for everyone. That's why it belongs to the people. And I think the conclusion the court drew from that it couldn't provide a good enough example, that it would look unprincipled, those conclusions were, with respect, Justice Breyer, mistaken. And the last 30 years has not seen any calming of that. It's been very different than some of the court's other controversial decisions that have seen much more calm.
What hasn't been at issue in the last 30 years is the line that Casey drew of viability. There has been some difference of opinion with respect to undue burden, but the right of a woman to choose, the right to control her own body, has been clearly set for since Casey and never challenged. You want us to reject that line of viability and
Never
adopt
challenged,
something different. 15 justices over 50 years have, or I should say 30 since Casey, have reaffirmed that basic viability line.
By the way, the court's gone against stare decisis
Four have
on
said no.
several issues.
2 of them members of this court, but 15 justices have said yes, of varying political backgrounds. Now, the sponsors of this bill, the House bill in Mississippi, said we're doing it because we have new justices. The newest ban that Mississippi has put in place, the 6-week ban, the Senate sponsor said we're doing it because we have new justices on the Supreme Court. Will this institution survive the stench that this creates in the public perception that the Constitution and its reading are just political acts? I don't see how it is possible. It's what Casey talked about when it talked about watershed decisions. Some of them, Brown versus Board of Education, it mentioned, and this one, have such an entrenched
Brown versus Board was an overturn of stare decisis as well.
expectations in our society. That this is what the court decided, this is what we will follow. That we won't be able to survive if people believe that everything, including New York versus Sullivan, I could name any other set of rights, including the Second Amendment, by the way. There are many political people who believe the court erred in seeing this as a personal right as opposed to a militia right. If people actually believe that it's all political, how will we survive?
The court erred all the way back in U.S. v. Miller.
Justice Sotomayor, I think the concern about appearing political makes it absolutely imperative that the court reach a decision well-grounded in the Constitution, in text, structure, history, and tradition, and that carefully goes through the stare decisis factors we've laid out. No, it didn't.
I love that she brings up the Second Amendment because, again, okay, I'll trade you. You can pick. We either put the same restrictions on abortion that are on the Second Amendment, or we put we open up the Second Amendment in the way that abortion is opened up. Oh, you can only go to 3 gun shops in the entire state, but no one can stop you. No one can ask you a question. No one can make you read a pamphlet about gun control. No one can require a gun safety course. There's no licensure. I'll take it. You can keep Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey, you put the exact same lack of restriction and protections on the Second Amendment, I'll take it every day, 10 times out of 10. Let's see that happen. The court would never do it. They would never do it. Try it. So again, false equivalencies, false premises are abound in this issue. This issue is unique to the court over any other. It's amazing how much money and public political interest is involved in this issue. They say the Second Amendment is political. Nothing compared to abortion. Nothing even comes close. Find another issue that's like this. I dare you. I'm going to back it up a second because he gets into an argument here, and I like arguments.
And that carefully goes through the stare decisis factors we've laid out.
That.
No, it didn't.
Casey went through every one of them. You think it did it wrong.
Oh.
That's your belief. But Casey did that.
Well,
and you haven't added much to the discussion in your papers as to the errors that Casey made.
She doesn't like this guy at all.
And I disagree with Casey.
Justice Sotomayor, maybe I can highlight two. Casey gave one paragraph to the workability of Roe. It then adopted the undue burden standard, which is perhaps the most unworkable standard in American law. It gave about 3 paragraphs, if memory serves, to reliance, which doesn't account for the last 30 years and the changes that have occurred since Casey. It gave a brief factual view to things that have changed since Roe. Those, of course, are not going to take account of the last 30 years of advancements in medicine, science, all of those things.
What are the advancements in medicine?
Well, the advancements in medicine are obvious. We actually had a child born at 20 weeks recently survive to a year. Something that at the time of Casey even was unthinkable, an unthinkable possibility to have a 20-week child survive to a year of age. Again, couldn't happen when Casey was passed. When Roe was passed, fetal viability was something like 29 weeks. Casey was passed, I think it was 26, but they allowed it to go down to something like 24. I mean, this is basic. What medical advances? What medical advancements? NICU centers. Go, okay. Well, you have a baby being born premature by 3 weeks. 3-week premature. Do you want a NICU center from 1992 when Casey is passed, or do you want it from 2021? Which one? And then why? The simple answer to the question. God, I would love to argue with Supreme Court justices over this issue, especially when they ask an abjectly moronic question like that one. What medical advances? I'm sorry?
I think it's an advancement in knowledge and concern about such things as fetal pain, what we know the child is doing and looks like and is fully human from a very early...
In regular cases, courts decide whether science fits the Daubert standard.
Did the courts do that here?
Under the Daubert standard, the minority of people, a gross minority of doctors, who believe fetal pain exists before 24, 25 weeks.
First of all, do you have stats to back that up, lady? That it's a gross minority of doctors who believe that fetal pain exists. And are those doctors OBs? Are they experts on pre-birth health? Are they fetal experts? What are they? Are they prenatal care doctors? Are they? Again, she's just making things up.
It's a huge minority, and one not well founded in science at all. So I don't see how that really adds anything to the discussion. That a small fringe of doctors believe that pain could be experienced before a cortex is formed doesn't mean that there's been that much of a difference since Casey.
We pointed out as an example, Your Honor, of where Roe and Casey improperly preclude states from taking account for these things, and they should be able to be concerned about a fact of.
He nailed her on that. Roe and Casey prevent the actual ability to research the question unless that research is done voluntarily with no benefit to the mother, basically. Because those research on fetal pain would be an undue burden on the abortion process, according to the court.
An unborn life being poked and then recoiling in the way one of us would recoil.
General, I know what it said about viability in Roe, but was viability an issue in the case? I know it wasn't briefed or argued.
It was not an issue certainly the way it is an issue here, Your Honor. I think it was to the extent that the court had to reaffirm Roe. The way to read that as something other than dicta would be to understand.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that said. Was it an issue in Roe?
Oh, in Roe?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. My understanding is no. I mean, the law there was didn't have a viability tag that was inserted by.
In fact, if I remember correctly, and it's an unfortunate source, but it's there. In his papers, Justice Blackmun said that the viability line was dicta, and presumably he had some insight on the question.
I think, and I'd add, Your Honor, Justice Blackmun, and I think as well his papers pointed out the arbitrary nature of it and the line drawing problems in there too.
And then in Casey said that was the core principle or the central principle in Roe, viability.
What he's getting to there is that Casey is not stare decisis with Roe. It's a roundabout way. If viability is mentioned in Roe, but it's considered to be dicta, then viability is not binding. Casey is not basing that viability question on stare decisis here. Interesting stuff.
It said that after tossing out the trimester formula, which many people thought was the core principle. But was viability at issue in Casey?
Yes.
I don't think it was squarely at issue, Your Honor. Again, it's a little hard not to take the court at its word when it emphasized that viability is the central part of Roe's holding and saying that it is reaffirming that. So we kind of take that as it stands, but the court has not. It did not face a law like this, certainly, Mr. Chief Justice.
May I finish my inquiry?
Of course, Justice Sotomayor.
No.
Virtually every state defines a brain death as death. Yet the literature is filled with episodes of people who are completely and utterly brain dead responding to stimuli. There's about 40% of dead people.
The amazing thing is that doesn't mean that there's not a pain response. It just means that states have defined brain death in a particular way that precludes response to stimuli. That doesn't mean that the pain doesn't exist.
People who, if you touch their feet, the foot will recoil. There are spontaneous acts by dead brain people. So I don't think that a response to by a fetus necessarily proves that there's a sensation of pain or that there's consciousness. So I go back to my question of what has changed in science?
Science that she disagrees with is not science. I mean, if you haven't gotten that from Sotomayor's take there, that's what it was. That's basically what she has laid out. I disagree with the conclusion of doctors who say that a pain response or a stimuli response is indicative of fetal pain. So therefore, it is a science. It is non-science.
To show that the viability line is not a real line, that a fetus cannot survive. And I think that's what both courts below said, that you had no experts say that there is any viability before 23 to 24 months.
And what I'd say is this, Justice Sotomayor, is that the fundamental problem with viability, it's not really something that rests on science so much. It's that viability is not tethered to anything in the Constitution, in history, or tradition. It's a quintessentially legislative line. A legislature could think that viability makes sense as a place to draw the line, but it's quite reasonable for a legislature to draw the line
There's
elsewhere.
so much that's not in the Constitution,
Oh, yeah. So
including
much.
the fact that we have the last word. Marbury versus Madison.
Hey, the first thing she's been right on. By the way, one of the first standalone videos I did, not related to a lawsuit, is a discussion of Marbury versus Madison and how the Supreme Court used extra constitutional authority. They went outside of their enumerated role in the Constitution to determine that other branches of the government were not allowed to go outside of the bounds of the Constitution in exercising their power. It's great.
There is not anything in the Constitution that says that the Supreme Court, is the last word on what the Constitution means. It was totally novel at that time.
Yeah, it's a fiction.
And yet, what the court did was reason from the structure of the Constitution that that's what was intended.
They reasoned to massively increase their power over the other two branches of government, despite them being the third article in the Constitution, also the shortest of the three branches of government, also subservient to the legislature in their own article. They determined that that was all wrong and that they would have the final say on any of the powers exercised by the other branches because they wanted to. That's what happened. You can agree with their decision if you want, but that's what they did. That doesn't mean it was intended by the Constitution. I actually have argued for years now that it was nothing of the sort, but it's what we have.
And here in Casey and in Roe, the court said there is inherent in our structure that there are certain personal decisions that belong to individuals and the states can't intrude on them. We've recognized them in terms of the religion parents will teach their children. We've recognized it.
Have you? Have you recognized that parents can teach their children to be against vaccines? How long did it take for parents to have homeschooling rights in this country? A very long time. A very long time. Uh-oh. We have a time sensitive update. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
I'm trying to figure out how to angle this.
We're on break for another 25 minutes, and I've just been listening to the Supreme Court arguments on the abortion stuff and just screaming at the microphone.
Hey, Joe.
I read a cry on that. Hey, how you doing, Ty? It's been too long.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really been like a week, and I only met you like a week ago, but it feels like it's been
like a lifetime.
It
Nick
seems like years. Yeah.
Nick has that effect on people.
So, yeah. What's going on in Kim Potter?
We've seated 4 more jurors, so we're up to 8 out of 14.
Oh. Wow. It's exciting stuff. It's exciting, exciting stuff.
Moving along today. It's a little laborious, but it's interesting. What's going on in Maxwell?
So Jane, victim number 1 to testify, she was the second person to testify and the first victim to testify. She took the stand yesterday, and while she seemed detached in describing the events that and the abuse she sustained, it was sickening to most of the people that I was sitting with. I'm not in the courtroom itself. You have to be here at 4 a.m. and be one of the first 3 journalists to get in here if you want to get into the courtroom. But they have viewing rooms set up with TV and audio so we can actually watch it. And that's the only way anyone can watch this thing is by actually coming into the courthouse itself. So yeah, I'm sitting with 30 journalists. Which ever sit in a room with 30 leftists before? It's kind of unsettling. But especially when I'm wearing this hat, it doesn't really hide where I'm coming from. But
you should get an ABC News hat or something.
I could send you a MAGA hat if that'd make it better.
I actually want. They make me wear a face mask in there, and if someone's willing to make me a face mask that says, truth goes to legacy media to die, I would wear that here, and I would say, I don't care. I'm sharing my perspective. That's just, that's my First Amendment rights. And if it makes people upset, I don't care.
You want me to send you a no step
yeah,
on neck face mask?
Nice. I think that'd be equally, that'll go well with the hat. So anyway, just getting back to what's going on in the trial here. So today, last night, towards the end, the last 40 minutes before court closed, they started cross-examining her. And Menninger, who's a female attorney for the defense, she looked a little bit like her attack wasn't really spot on, and she seemed to be the weakest of the attorneys who I've seen so far. The attorneys and the judge have all seemed very professional. You wouldn't even recognize them coming out of the Rittenhouse trial. It's like they're playing a different sport here. Just in the way they ask questions, there were so few objections, and not because anyone was asleep at the wheel, but because of the fact that they're so textbook in how they're wording their questions that there's nothing to object to. Like everything is just, it's so crisp and clean. And there's been a lot more objections today. The cross-examination by Menninger today was blistering this morning. I mean, she was crossing Jane based on statements that Jane made to the FBI, which seem in many ways to be I don't know whose that is. It seemed completely contradictory to the statements that she made to the FBI. And at certain point, and like over and over again, she's like, well, that must be a typo. That must be inaccurate. That's not true. And it seemed like, and when she's questioned about conduct directly with Maxwell specifically, she ended up caving on a lot of it, saying, yeah, I don't remember. And it looked like she was really on the ropes. And at certain, and Menninger even, I'm being thrown off the stairs here. So
get off the steps, Joe.
Yeah. So you're like my break.
Vagrancy laws there.
Yeah. Seriously. Right. So where was I? So Menninger was doing a great job in attacking her, and even like mockingly said to her, like when she said, well, that must be a typo, she just mockingly asked her another typo. And that seemed to rattle the witness in that the next time when it seemed like, she was disagreeing with the police, instead of saying typo, but when she was refuted by statements that she had made that were being shown to her. So she's like, I don't remember saying that, but that's what's written there. And then, to her credit, she seemed to start rehabilitating herself. And she actually made a point, which is a really important point, which is, I spoke to the FBI, but it wasn't recorded. I never saw these statements before. Someone was just jotting down notes, and I never saw any of these statements before. Obviously, they took down a lot of information wrong. And what you're showing me on this particular example is wrong. And a lot of what's written here is wrong. And looking at it from a legal perspective, this has not been admitted into evidence yet because it's not testimony. It's not an affidavit. It's not sworn to. And it's not even something that's recorded. It's really hearsay until someone comes in and someone from the FBI is able to come in and verify that it's actually an accurate representation of what she said. That probably will not happen on the state's case in chief because it's not helpful to them. One would expect that the defense is probably going to call someone in to verify those statements and try and use that as a firm way of crossing her to try and mitigate against her testimony, which was, on direct, it was very damaging to Maxwell and really implicating her as basically being a handler for Epstein. And that she was like, she was like the witch in front of the candy house, so to speak, luring, Gretel after Gretel in. And that's what you saw on direct. As I said, she was shaken up somewhat. I spoke to someone who was actually in the room with the jury, one of the people who got here at 4 o'clock in the morning. And if you're rooting for a conviction on this case, I will tell you that she said that looking at the jury, they felt as if Menninger was badgering her a little bit. And they started like rolling their eyes at some of the questions. So perhaps the testimony of Jane was not as obliterated as many of us who were not sitting in the jury room seem to read it to be.
Yeah,
so
that's always the trick in a criminal case involving a sex abuse victim, right? Like if you're going to cross-examine them hard, you have to be perfect, and you have to demolish their credibility entirely. If you leave any of it intact, then they're such a sympathetic victim.
Right.
So, yeah.
Which is, by the way, it was a very wise move by the defense to choose a female defense attorney, because having a man up there obliterate her just conjures up images in the minds of the jury potentially that, like, wow, she was abused as a kid, and now this guy is like another Jeffrey Epstein beating up on her also. So it's a very fine walk for the defense to walk, very fine line to walk, and that's why it's helpful to have a female attorney doing that, because she's not going to be construed as, like all of a sudden they sort of get a vision of this attorney himself being like another Jeffrey Epstein. So I thought that was actually a wise move on their part. Menninger is actually acquitting herself fairly well in the way she's cross-examining. She cross-examined this morning. They still haven't finished cross-examination. And in fact, I'm sure they actually picked up and finished lunch because they have a short lunch here. I uploaded a video, which I went through more of this.
Did you check your upload, by the way? Someone said you re-uploaded the same video.
Oh, so I took down the first one because it wasn't showing as being right, and I uploaded it a second time. It's the same video. If you saw the first one before it got deleted, well, you don't need to watch it a second time. But yeah, so I re-uploaded it.
You do need to watch it a second time because you need to make sure it's the same as the first time. Let me help you out with those ad dollars.
Yes, make sure. So yeah, anyway, so that's really what's going on here in New York, and yeah, I really got to start getting upstairs because I'm sure they're back up on cross already. This lunch breaks are very short here, and I've been out for like an hour.
In New York.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go. So I plan on dropping basically 2 videos a day, one by lunch, one after we wrap up for the day, and then those are brief synopsis. And then at night at 10 p.m. I actually do a live stream where I go into much greater detail about what's discussed. So, and if you want to hear the gory details, well, that I save for my subscribers on Locals because Joey got to make a buck. So, and also Joey doesn't want to get yeeted from YouTube by basically talking about some of the stuff that these people say on their testimony, because YouTube would certainly not look kindly if I actually relayed that directly. So, there you go.
I'm putting a link in the description for everybody to go check out Joe. Good Logic on YouTube. If you want to get more of his Maxwell coverage, click on his name. It'll take you to his page. You can check out his videos that he's doing. You can check out his live streams, 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern, and get more info on there. And then he can direct you to that Locals page, which is right here on his name, goodlogic.locals.com.
There you go. And yeah, and those of you who are concerned, I always wrap up at midnight my time, 11 p.m. And you roll basically straight from me into Nick. It's an evening that can't compare. It's better than anything else that you can do with Med. So there you go.
Very true. Very true.
All right. Take care,
brother.
guys. It was great talking to you. Take care.
Oh boy.
So what did I miss? Everybody in the stream said that you went off on a tear. Did you?
Oh, I've been on a couple of them.
Gummit. Stupid clients. What do they call? Oh, that's right.
They might be watching time. Be quiet.
Yeah, they pay. Yeah, well, they're laughing. If they are, they're laughing at me because I don't care.
No, so we had like an hour left, so I've been watching the oral arguments of the abortion ban, or the abortion case, and I went off about how it's a manufactured right that doesn't exist and doesn't look like anything else that the Supreme Court has ever defended.
Yeah, are there any other penumbral rights?
No, and the other point is there's nothing that has this level of protection. Sotomayor brought up the Second Amendment as being a hot button political issue. And so I went off on a tear like, oh, give me the abortion treatment on the Second Amendment. And you can keep Roe versus Wade if you just treat the Second Amendment the same way you treat an abortion right. And we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a stalking horse. Well, I think we've talked about this on your show. I swear to God, if you read Roe versus Wade, it sounds like they're having a seance. I mean, the metaphysics that are discussed are absolutely embarrassing for the United States Supreme Court. Penumbras and emanations.
Yeah, it's a weird case, and that's what happens when you manufacture something.
Yeah.
Oh, Sotomayor said that a pain response does not indicate life. It's not particularly useful in indicating life. And she said that, sometimes there's response to stimuli in even dead people. So therefore, since there is a response to stimuli in dead people, there's no indication that there would be life in an unborn fetus. What else happened? Oh,
well, that's pretty weak tea.
What I was just screaming about is she brought up Marbury versus Madison because she says not everything's in the Constitution. So then I went off on my standard issue rant about Marbury versus Madison, in which the Supreme Court went outside of the Constitution to decide it had power that was within the Constitution to tell other branches of government that they can't go outside the Constitution.
Speaking of fabricated.
It's one of the most colossally fabricated and hypocritical decisions the court has ever made. And many people think it's the right decision. That's fine. But again, it's recognizing what the court does.
If that power had been desired by the founders, they would have put it in the Constitution, because these men were not idiots. What never occurred to them was that the other two branches would just meekly acquiesce. That's why they didn't say, oh, and by the way, the Supreme Court can't. Well, the thing about the Supreme Court is that we do consent to their rule.
Oh yeah, they only rule by consent,
right? And so they should always bear that in mind when they're out there deciding to make laws. I for one would like to see a constitutional amendment that required them to run for office. I mean, hell, if they're going to legislate, they might as well be. I'd rather force them to be reelected, held accountable in some way.
Yeah. If we're going to keep the structure of the Supreme Court at this weird, 9 justice thing, one literal court being held. For people who don't know, the Court of Appeals, the circuit courts, right? The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals is not one court. You have several different courts. There are 3 judge panels that go on. So when people infer automatically that the founders founding a Supreme Court meant one literal court in one location with one set of judges, that's what they started with because that's all they needed at the time. But that does not automatically necessitate that that's where they would have ended up. They certainly could have had a larger court structure as a Supreme Court. They could have had hundreds to thousands of judges. Again, there's no constitutional number for judges. That's entirely created by statute and maybe unconstitutionally so. That is because the president, if the president wants to appoint another justice, we don't know what would happen. If Congress, if the president or the court challenged the number of justices that Congress set as a limit, we don't know what would happen. Of course, the Supreme Court could rule that they get more.
Supreme Court would, yeah.
And so, this idea that this is the court we have, therefore that's the court that was designed, is not actually true. Not in any way. It's just how we ended up.
And it's an inherently unstable setup because 9 people is not a lot of people. We have to have a nuclear war every time one justice gets replaced. Now, it would have been much better to have had, say, 100 Supreme Court justices. Then any one justice, any one vacancy wouldn't have been of course, if the court perhaps didn't make law, that might help. That might help also.
That's one of the arguments I have had about the alternative structure of the court. You could have 10,000 Supreme Court justices issuing decisions that are not binding precedent on every single issue that go on for eternity until the court decides otherwise. Because remember, that's what stare decisis actually means, that the court is bound until it decides not to be. And that's a good thing, right? Brown versus Board overturned prior decisions that upheld the idea of separate but equal. They said, no, separate but equal is not a real thing. That was upheld by the Supreme Court. Brown versus Board went against stare decisis. They decided, nope, this is actually wrong. This is the better way. This is what we're doing. So, again.
And, that's one of those cases where regardless of the legal merits, it was the right decision, morally anyway. But yeah, I just, it always bothers me. I wish the court would do their job and just simply interpret the Constitution and stop creating rights. That's not only is it not their job, it's a complete perversion of our government, of our system. We're a consensual republic. We elect our leaders to legislate for us. No one elected those guys. And I'm sorry, being a lawyer on the government payroll for 40 years doesn't make you a genius. There I said it.
It might indicate the opposite in some cases.
Those of us with a more entrepreneurial bent might agree. But I mean, really, that's the idea that these 9, what do they call them, solons from ancient Greece, these philosopher kings, that's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous system. But because it hasn't been just grotesquely abused, we've tolerated it. And that's what the people that want to just completely go berserk don't understand, is at some point we'll just go, no, we're not going to do this. I mean, what happens when the court orders the government to do something and they go, no? The executive branch says no.
Let me catch up on Odyssey chats here. Thank you. We've hit 10,000 followers on Odyssey. That makes this a pretty big channel over there. That's crazy.
What is Odyssey?
Odyssey, it's a streaming it's a video alternative to YouTube they actually like allow free speech, as far as I can tell. Be still my heart. Be still my heart.
What a scary thought.
So we have Jacques Le Suave says 10,000 followers on Odyssey. Let's go. Radicalized Ryan says, congratulations on 10,000 followers, Nick. And Red Centric says, can we as the people impeach the judges, politicians that usurp the Constitution somehow? Well,
historically the mechanism has involved guns, but yeah.
Yeah, well, there's the House can impeach someone, right?
I mean,
you have to have faith that the House will do it and that the Senate will faithfully carry out the impeachment. But the other way that's been done is not something that we can advocate in any way. That is verboten to advocate.
And nor would we, even if we were able to, because that is not, I promise you, nobody really wants to go through that.
Toby Cat VA says, you're out of your fucking mind. 100 Justice SCOTUS. You have to understand, that sounds crazy. It sounds crazy in the structure that we have, but the structure that we have is entirely made up. It's not written down in the Constitution that it would be structured in this way. All they did was establish a Supreme Court, and they established specific jurisdiction over the Supreme Court. What would the court have specific jurisdiction, original jurisdiction over? And they said all appellate jurisdiction that it has would be derived from what Congress says. Congress can actually say, by the way, that the Supreme Court can't review cases on abortion. If they wanted to write that law, they could make that law. There you go. Congress could write that law and restrict appellate jurisdiction. They have full authority to do that. And the Supreme Court wouldn't have, well, they would try to have a say, but the question would be, how would that say work out? But so if you have 100 Justice Supreme Court, it seems silly because are 100 of these old idiots going to sit around and all ask questions? Every hearing is going to last 10 lifetimes.
There's no requirement for oral argument.
Right. And you could do oral argument with a rotating panel of 3, 5, 9 judges doing the oral arguments that you have all of the judges sitting to listen to that oral argument and then render their written decisions in that way. You could do all sorts of things. Or as I was saying, you don't need written binding decisions if you just have final appellate jurisdiction over these issues. Yeah. Because remember, the Supreme Court actually does have original jurisdiction over some things where they do a more traditional style of court than this idea of making these stare decisis claims. This whole idea that they would create binding precedent forever, again, isn't written down. They created that process. They were supposed to sit as a court and hear argument on issues of state versus state, citizen versus another state, state versus federal. They were supposed to hear those issues as original courts, not as appellate courts. But we only ever look at their appellate structure because that's what's most common.
And a court could also subdivide, have its own internal rules that says, look, this group is going to handle these kind of cases. This group's going to handle these kind of cases. And they could, sort that out however they want, rotate it, whatever. There's my point was, the more justices you have, the less important any one particular justice is. And I think that's one of the problems that we've got right now, is now it's so important because of the court's predilection to make law that every single time we have a vacancy on the court, it turns into a nuclear war. And I think the founders would be appalled by that. But that's probably not the only thing that they'd be appalled by. So,
correct. Yeah. The founders would have lots of problems.
Yeah. I don't think they'd like YouTube at all. Actually, I take that back. They would probably see YouTube as the ultimate.
It's a public square.
Yeah. I'm
kind of curious how they would view the idea of corporations, remembering that at the time of the founding, corporations had to have individual state approval that was renewed annually by direct petition to the legislature. You had to have a corporate license to do that because of the immense power that you could wield when aggregating resources and sentiment into one central entity. So you had to go before your state legislature and petition for permission to remain a corporation, no matter how long you'd been in business.
Yeah, it was,
Judge is just coming back now. So we'll bring that up. Like by the way, I have been watching. They just.
See, I want a bailiff like my cousin Vinny. All rise while the Honorable Judge Chamberlain Hollow. If I were going to be a judge, that is.
I might be discussing some more of these issues tonight in my live stream. We'll see. If you're interested in this stuff, these are typically nighttime live stream discussions. Sorry, what was that time?
I was going to say, did anybody else get when I ducked out? No, that's right. You were listening to the Supreme Court.
They've been on break for an hour and a half.
Must be nice. Well, Jose, that's because my cousin Vinny is the greatest lawyer movie ever made. So yes, I do love it.
They've been on break for an hour and a half because the judge. No, there's 8 on the panel now, right? Didson? I'm pretty sure there's 8. But they've been on break for an hour and a half because the judge didn't tell the jurors to even come in till 1:30. They didn't expect to get through their initial stuff.
What do you think about the defense counsel, Nick?
So far, they're doing fine.
Yeah. I mean, I like the guy. I mean, I just as an emotional reaction, I like him. He looks like he's a pit fighter in the courtroom.
Yeah, I imagine that as far as you can be a tough old bastard in a in a courtroom, that he is. That's the impression that I've always gotten from everything I've heard about the guy.
Alec Baldwin just said he didn't pull the trigger. Maybe not. Could have been a hair trigger. But you pointed a gun at someone, Alec.
I never pulled the trigger. I didn't do it. I'm not guilty.
Yes.
Lemon, you dummy.
Lemon. Good God, Lemon. I didn't pull the trigger.
Yes. I'm ready, Zach.
Never seen such an obnoxious actor play such a great role.
Oh, I know. I love that he was playing it as a parody, and it's like, nope, this is the best character that maybe
it was Archie Bunker all over again. You know, he was everybody was supposed to hate him, and they wound up agreeing with him most of the time. Okay.
All right. Come on, Judge. Come on, Judge.
Are we going to have happy little clouds?
ASMR me. The Japanese Yakuza one says, hey, drunk me again. Ty, what are your thoughts about 18th century European warfare? And do you have a favorite war?
Might have to wait for Nick's night stream to get into that. Kind of like the American Revolution, actually. Napoleonic Wars always get a little bit of love, too.
When was the French-American War? Was that in the 1800s?
Well, it depends on which war you talk about. There was the quasi-war with France, which was 1802, I believe, where we fought an undeclared war with them. Then there was the French and Indian War, which I believe was 1756.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that was actually kind of an offshoot of the 7 Years' War. So yeah,
Whichever one where the Mongolians ran horses over everyone. That's my favorite.
yeah, that's called the Mongol conquest of nearly the entire damn world. Yeah.
How do they keep getting into the middle of Europe? No.
Yeah, you know, one of the great what ifs is the Great Khan died right before they were going to plunge into Western Europe. And some historians say that saved Western civilization. I'm not so sure. The Mongols were really good on the plains, but Western Europe was forested very heavily and hilly, and lots of heavily armored knights that, you know, it would have been a hell of a fight regardless.
Okay, Judge.
Well, we're waiting.
Hello and welcome back. The bad thing is, I know it's coming when they're going to bring in another juror pool and do another juror introduction. Which
Listen
is
to that whole thing
forever.
again.
Yeah, it's rough, man.
It's almost like they're not doing this trial for our benefit.
They need to not just not do it in that. They should have had the introduction stuff done to all jurors on the first day in a big conference room, and then brought them in their pools individually after that, swear them in and start asking them. Just swear them in individually when they show up. Here you go. You're sworn in. That takes 2 seconds.
Well, remember, though, this judge is talking to potential voters. I assume your judges are elected.
They are, but they're effectively appointed because they just appoint in the off season, then they get elected as incumbents after 1 year.
Same here. To not entirely, but
Uncivil Law just dropped your lotion bit. Wait, what are you talking about?
Do we want to know?
Well, no, the judge here, the first day, she squirted a bunch of lotion in her hands right by the microphone, which picks up everything. And it's like, Phoenix Arm says, hey, Nick and Ty, I was diagnosed with leukemia over the summer. She's doing it again. I was diagnosed with leukemia over the summer and got the news I'm in remission. Hope everything is good with you both.
Congratulations, man. Golly.
I also found out there's a lawyer in Canada named Dick Pound. Godspeed.
Oh, Godspeed to you. Beating that's great.
Yeah, good job. Oh, the Richards lotion pillow talk. Oh yeah, that was good. That was good. Someone asked me what Richards nighttime pillow talk sounded like.
Oh God. You know, I didn't even think about the tremendous vistas there are for you imitating him. Although this guy, Earl Grey, that's
yeah. Let's see.
Bueller.
Judge, what are we doing? Why aren't you calling these people in?
He's probably watching us on YouTube and just going, I'm going to torture these little pricks.
It's like you told us 1:30. It's now 1:36. You told me 1:30. Please.
What are you, Rain Man now?
Yes. Look, Ty, 4 hours and 40 minutes into a live stream. I am Rain Man.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Her chair cost $100. Yeah, about $100 for a chair.
I was told it would start. I was led to understand that the trial would start at 1:30, and I was told that, and I converted the building down.
Speaking of the actual Rain Man, I watched Waterboy last night on Twitch. Back when Adam Sandler was funny.
Apparently, I've never seen it. I think you've recommended it highly.
It was still funny.
Oh yeah, no, I don't mean that in any disparaging way.
IWD says, I agree with Ty. The Mongols lost engagement to French and Hungarian knights and mostly Slavic Mamelukes. There's no way they could have taken the whole of Western Europe.
Well, just their strengths were, being on open steppes. That's where their mobility and their tactics and everything were built around that. And those tactics would have to be, they just wouldn't work. They'd have to use, and they weren't trained or equipped for, heavy close-in combat like that. But they also showed great adaptability, so who knows?
Guys, I'm being told by the Pokemon card account that memes, jokes, and cussing are all forms of internal hostility. So, yeah, if you use memes or jokes or cussing, it means you're angry automatically. That's what it means.
Oh,
because it's internal hostility. So,
you think I'm, yeah. You think I'm hostile now? Wait. To continue the trend.
The person was they're surprised that I was responding to them at all. I must be responding in anger if I am responding. I'm like, you don't understand what I do. I'm going to be talking about you later on. I need you to talk to me. This is good.
Yeah, the last two.
Yorick says, Ty.
Yeah, I heard that.
Ty, what do you think of Joshua Hamm running for Texas House District 12? Looks like a solid chance to get another one of those rhinos hidden in a deep red area out.
Don't know anything about that race. But hadn't really spent as much time on state level stuff like I should. My good friend Senator Hughes is in the same building I'm in, so we get to be, see him again. So I'm sure I'll get a little bit more up to speed on that.
CBDX.com says, as you know, we watch every day in our office as we pack orders. We're now super lawyer members. Thank you. Daily reminder that our products will get people high legally. And you can get 20% off with nose at checkout.
Before we get started, I want to start CBDX.com. Out by thanking you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such.
Is this like that song? Like, thank you, India.
These are, of course.
When I'm on your show sometime, Nick, let's talk about investing in dope factories in other states.
Extra heartfelt appreciation.
There are some legal issues that
judicial system.
people might want to be aware of.
Thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights we cherish. The right to a trial.
Oh God, John Quinn says, just watch Ty's deposition of Toye. It was painfully awesome.
Trying times is the American way.
Interesting day.
You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors are our heroes.
So I think she must be Korean because my first Taekwondo instructor was named Chu, C-H-U.
Our justice system moves
that seems a little bit of a blanket assumption. Maybe
you are
slightly prejudicial. I don't know.
Of our democracy.
Trying to remember he went by John, but he anglicized his name. But it was, anyway.
Military, but what we all can do is do our civic duty by serving as jurors.
Oh, is it? Somebody told me it's Chinese. Okay, fair enough. I mean,
good citizens like you. I'm saying thank you again because I really can't say thank you enough. As you know, this is a criminal case.
It is? Oh, I'm out.
Has charged the defendant,
What?
Kimberly Potter, with the following counts. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 alleges second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021 in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or grave bodily harm to Dante Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm.
I think I was glancing at the Minnesota
Defendant
statutes.
has pleaded not guilty. That
First
plea
degree manslaughter seems to have an
couches
element of
against her
intent.
and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving her guilty beyond
Okay.
reasonable doubt. The state is
That would seem to be difficult to sustain.
Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, and Mr. Josh Larson, and other attorneys involved in the case are Attorney General Keith Ellison and Mr. Raul Shah. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Eng, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. And would the defendant please stand? Thank you. I have two clerks that are helping me through this.
I just read the elements of second degree. That doesn't look
Jessica Bauer.
applicable either.
Yeah, that's what I was
Law
saying.
clerk,
The
Mr.
elements
Zach
of this
Kramer.
case, or the charges,
And they're
make
making sure
prosecution
that all
really
administrative
difficult.
matters
Well, they're just wanting the jury to give them their way.
If any problems
Yeah.
arise, if you're chosen as a juror, or you need
Hey,
to
what's up, Aiden?
get me a message,
Yeah, his name is
please let
legitimately
my
Earl
staff
Gray.
know, and they'll make sure the message gets to me.
Maybe not the most awesome lawyer name, but pretty good.
Is Ms. Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for keeping an accurate record of the proceedings. That means when you respond to questions, you need to speak loudly and clearly. And if you are asked a question, you have to answer orally with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh or uh-uh. Okay? Okay, before we get started here.
Yes, Picard drinks Earl Grey, and I'm not proud that I know that.
First of all, mask wearing. You must wear your mask at all times while you're in the courtroom and in the courthouse generally. The lawyers are also required to wear their masks unless they're at the podium asking you questions. You may remove your mask only when you're in the witness stand and being questioned individually.
Nathaniel Hyde,
Let me
I
talk-
think
give you a
we're at
broad
8
outline
jurors.
Of what lawyers call voir dire, which is basically jury selection.
Voir dire down in the
What
South.
we're going to be doing first. First of all,
Voir
I'm going to
dire.
start out with
From my little old ancestors in England.
you. If you have a positive response, I want you to raise your
Yeah, we call it voir dire down here.
answer verbally at this point. Okay. After the group questions are done, all of the jurors will be dismissed and we will do you one by one. So I'll start out on the individual
The
questions.
chat wants to be on the jury now.
By doing some follow-up questions.
Chat seems to have something of a crush on the judge.
I think they like her.
Attorneys
Yeah.
will each have an opportunity to ask questions of you if they have any.
Sure, they
Okay.
got cheddar.
Just a couple of points. If you
No,
we
it's too
can't
easy.
always control the temperature in the courtroom. So if you're seated as a juror, you will want to dress in layers so that you can put additional
Angry
clothes
Baneling,
on
I
if
didn't
it's
thank your
too
country.
cold.
Alanis Morissette thanked your
Also,
country
there-
because
I
she's
wanna warn you
Canadian.
that there may be delays during the trial. I want to apologize in advance for any delays that might take place.
You're causing a delay right
I'm
now,
really
lady.
Cognizant of the time that you're taking out of your ordinary lives to serve as a juror. And
By the way, in that
try to
in that Lubbock case,
all
how about that weird little twist where the shooter
four
is getting a
court
divorce from a local judge?
and or
So the whole prosecutor office is like, we don't want to be part of this.
Yep.
But sometimes things come up.
You know, one of my lawyers made a point, though.
So I hope
That means he probably was very familiar with family law in general and might have well known how to jack with that guy.
Could be
speculation, you know, but
should there be any delays, and obviously I'll try to keep those down as much as possible. Please understand that the attorneys and I will make every effort to keep the case proceeding, but there may be matters regarding questions of law that must be handled in chambers or when you're not
what's
here.
the most American accent? The accents that British actors affect when they play Americans
Evidence is
on British television.
consideration in rendering your verdict. Okay, I'm going to give you some rules of law that apply in a criminal case at this point. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American criminal justice system is that the jury determines whether the defendant or the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American juries do. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict under American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh,
ensure that both
I
the
hate
state
hearing these
and the
instructions over and over.
receive a fair trial.
You know, though, this kind of a soft delivery
necessary
probably is very effective in making people pay attention because you have to, you know, kind of lean forward to hear.
Answer the questions, and that you must answer
I
truthfully.
read somewhere that was Gene Roddenberry's
that will take place
pitch
through
technique
a
when he would
room
pitch a TV series. He would talk very softly like that.
That's because all of us hold personal opinions, and all of us have had things happen to us. The purpose of jury selection is to try
Don't
to
start that.
whether or not you hold certain
Looking forward to my
opinions
nap.
so strongly,
No, it's never lupus.
whether something has happened to someone near
never
and
Lucas?
dear to you.
Lupus.
That
Never
It's
would
a
lupus.
house reference. House MD.
Oh.
both sides in this case. That would prevent you
Almost every diagnostic
from evidence and
that they
making
do at some point, someone suggests
solely on
lupus,
evidence
and it's
Right.
never
along with your
lupus.
common sense. Please don't take any offense to the questions that are going to be asked. The purpose is not to pry into your personal affairs.
It is
Our
actually.
sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case
All
are
out of bubblegum.
neutral,
I do read Odyssey
open-minded,
chats.
and fair. Neutral means that
Oh, it wasn't actually lupus once.
you're not
I mean, I
leaning
might
one
ignore
way or
your
the
chats
other
about her gray
on the
hair,
question of
but
whether the state
I do
has
read the
proved its
chats.
case beyond
Right. We have standards of decorum on the stream.
Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all of the evidence. And
Mike
fair
Brogan, good point. Hugh Laurie had a great
on the evidence
American
in this
accent,
case and not
but he's a really good actor.
is not presented in this case. We want you to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your
Oh,
obligation
your
is to answer the
obligation
questions
is to
and
answer
tell
the
us of
questions and
anything,
tell us of
even if you're
anything,
not
even if you're
asked,
not
that
asked.
might
That
affect your
might affect your ability to be a fair, open-minded, and neutral.
Now, some of you who are questioned may be excused. Please don't take any offense to this. I hope you will understand if that happens. At this point, members of the panel, I'd like you to stand up and raise your right hand. and face my law clerk while he administers the
I wonder if
oath.
she does painting because she would be a great replacement for Bob Ross.
Yeah, no
Do you
kidding.
affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say I do.
Someone should say no.
Please be seated.
And then they'd be like, wait, who said that? And be like,
Okay,
and then
panel
all of them
members,
say
I'm
I
gonna
do when they
start
ask
with
individually.
The group questions. And again, just to remind you, don't answer orally, just raise your hand.
So you got me doing
I'm
it now.
sorry. I tried not to.
Does anyone on this panel have any serious concerns for their health because of serving as a juror in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, no hands were raised. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised.
I mean, why would they charge them if they weren't guilty?
I will instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you.
Other than that, no, Your Honor.
The law is or should be different. Are you willing to do this? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised.
Somebody raises an interesting point. Do you find the judge
as a
to be
juror,
condescending?
I will instruct you that
I don't find it to be condescending. I find it to be insufferably laborious.
Yeah, I don't find it condescending. I just find it very dull.
A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your
You got to have me on your show at some point so I can doom kill your ass because you've put that off way too long, and it's just going to get worse. Just saying.
What was that? Sorry.
You need to have me on your show so I can doom pill you. It's just going to put it off. Just makes it worse.
The subject of penalty.
You got to let me know what evening you're available.
In any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system,
you could have had any
justice,
other
jury
way
must
to do
decide the
this.
case solely on the evidence.
It's awful wasteful of time. I mean, obviously she's not doing this for our benefit, but
She should be.
Well, yeah, agreed. On the other hand, maybe she is. Maybe she has watched your streams. And is.
If so, please raise your hand.
Lon Baker says covering the Supreme Court is even better than the Rittenhouse trial, potentially has more far-reaching impact.
Who will testify in this case, as well as
They only had 15 minutes to oral argument, though, right?
I am going to give you.
I think they have about an hour. Well, each side has their section
or not believable.
for oral argument. Then they get
basically
the question and answer time.
Things to
what I thought was interesting was Thomas was asking questions. Normally he doesn't.
Did he or
he has really
seem
ever since Scalia died, though. He picked
Oh, has he? Okay.
Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would automatically believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a peace officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. All right, I've introduced to you the attorneys in this
Oh, it's
case
20
and the
minutes.
defendant. Do any of you know the attorneys or the defendant? No hands are raised.
Earl Grey's my dad.
Okay,
I am?
earlier you were given a list of possible witnesses.
I've never
They
met you
may
before,
not all
son.
testify.
I have a son.
What I'd like you to do is raise your hand if you know any of the witnesses on the list, and I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. Okay, no hands are raised. Okay. We expect to start opening statements by December 8th. We may start a little earlier, but that's our expectation at this point. And we further expect to be finished.
Yes, the battle pug cannot be overstated.
That's our best
The battle
estimate.
pug?
The dune pilling.
Don't be concerned
They're previewing it.
not finish by Christmas Eve.
A reference to a scene in the Lynch Dune where Patrick Stewart is holding a pug as he charges into battle.
No matter what. And we'll start December
I can
20th.
imagine David Lynch. Yeah, let's do that. I think that'll be very funny.
Don't worry about missing Christmas with your family and friends. If you're chosen as a juror, I'll just give you an idea of what the time will be. We'll normally start at 9 o'clock and conclude about
This is
4:30 or 5.
unnecessary.
There'll be a 20
I would need an IV with coffee
minute
to
break.
be a jury in this case, I think.
And we typically take a lunch break for an hour, about 12:30 to 1:30.
Oh,
Please
my neck is
remember
just wreck from
that
this.
you must not talk to anyone involved in this case.
How much
nor
longer
should
does this
you
go?
discuss this case among yourselves.
The jury
Instruction-
selection.
No, just this part, the
In case of
instruction.
your attorneys or the
I know we're
parties in the
20. We're
hallways,
pushing 25
don't
minutes.
take offense if
How
they
long has it
don't
gone in the past? She seems awfully cadenced.
Seems about the
Everyone
same
involved
every
in this
time,
case
like a
has
half
been
hour.
ordered to
Oh,
have no contact
wow.
or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that order
All out of
could
bubblegum. You
jeopardize
can't
the
stop me from
trial,
my honorable
and this
seppuku.
prohibition will continue until the verdict has
Can't
been.
touch this.
All right.
I think that was in
At this point, we're
Showdown in
going
Little
to
Tokyo
start
with Brandon Lee and Dolph Lundgren. And the guy's like,
individual voir dire. So
just
I'm going to
offs
ask
himself.
that other than juror number
I
21,
hadn't seen that movie in
jurors may
30 years.
call the deputy back to
We're going to
the
go
court
in there and kill those guys, and then we're going to eat fish off of naked chicks. That movie's so good.
Yeah, I've been way too long since I've seen it.
Dolph Lundgren tips over a Camaro by himself in that movie.
Okay, Ms. 25, can you come up here, please?
Uh,
And you can take the seat right next to me in the jury box or the witness box. And could you please remove your mask?
The movie's called Showdown in Little Tokyo, Royal Wolf.
oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of
A
Big-
couple of follow-up questions.
sorry,
Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah, that's
You
yeah.
said that you had a somewhat
Showdown in Little
negative
Tokyo. I don't think I saw that.
of defendant
It's like
Kimberly
78 minutes of Brandon Lee and Dolph
and,
Lundgren, and it's
My
great.
question
And
is,
Tia Carrera.
can you
I mean,
base your
I
decision
like that sort of thing.
only on the testimony and the evidence in this case, and set aside any prior general impressions that you have of the defendant?
Yes.
And as Ms. Potter sits here today, can you give her the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Relic One, yes, this is my state. It is a disaster.
My mother got off jury duty one time by insisting that she could not be objective. It was a criminal theft issue, and my parents were in the grocery business, and theft is a huge problem in the grocery business. And my mother said, "No, I can't be objective about that." And the judge argued with her for about 20 minutes. And my mom was kind of like your grandmother, actually very much like your grandmother. So you can imagine,
Yeah.
how well that went. finally he recused her. Okay. And she was serious. I mean, she wasn't trying to get out of it. She just like,
Come on, Judge.
Hey, Beavis.
She's reading the jury
In response to the
questionnaire.
question, do you believe our criminal justice system works? You said, I think sentencing and verdict should be unbiased and equal, despite race or gender. I'm responsible for sentencing, okay? Will you keep that out of the jury room? Any discussion about that if you're chosen as a juror?
Yes.
Okay, so you won't let that affect your decision as to whether or not you decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty? Okay.
Infer anything from that?
No, I mean, judges do the sentencing hearings here. We take them out of the.
No, I mean, just the response to the question. The question was, do you think our system works? And
Encouraging to see that
the response was,
to having the experience of
disparate
serving
sentencing.
as a
well, I just think it should be fair regardless of race.
Sort of reflected on it a little bit more since answering, and
She sounds
I
young.
didn't mean to sound naive in my answer previously. I think I've reflected and sort of taken in the weight of the trial a little bit and understand the importance of it. I don't think that I would like to be on the jury, but I will serve if I am asked.
Okay. So if the parties chose you as a juror in the case.
Yeah,
you
college
would be
student
willing to
detected. We've got a commie potential here.
Is there
Playing the odds,
that
I'd strike her on that basis.
that you think might affect your ability to be fair and impartial to both sides?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, now the lawyers have a chance to ask questions.
Real quick, we've got Catherine H. says a great chunk of this is mask on, mask off. She may be Asian, but she will never be Mr. Miyagi. This mask business is pointless. Also, how slow she. Her cadence is better suited to ASMR, not being a tough judge.
This guy is so crusty.
I'm going exactly where
He's crusty, Nick.
Ms. Potter.
We're representing
Yes,
Ms. Potter.
I'm going to ask you some questions pertaining to,
I mean, when he tells you to get off your lawn, man, you you hear him.
that was a couple months ago, was it?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Do you have any memory of what you said in here?
Vaguely.
Okay. Starting out, you were asked what information you had from media reports. And you wrote a rather extensive statement. Was that based on what you read and that you saw the video?
Correct.
Okay, and how many times did you see the video?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
2 or 3,000?
You based your description of the incident on the video and what you read, correct?
Correct.
And in what you read, you write, Kimberly Potter fired her gun, shooting Dante Wright. She alleged, and the alleged is underlined, that she tried to fire her taser, but fired her gun by mistake. Why did you have alleged underlined?
I guess I just didn't want to say that was a fact. I know that that's what she alleged.
Really?
I guess I was just trying to highlight the proper verbiage. I didn't want to say that she did or didn't.
And you saw the video 3 times?
Yeah.
Did you hear the video? The yelling taser, taser?
I couldn't quite tell what she was saying. It sounded like
Gone.
Oh yeah.
She's lying to get on this jury.
Yeah.
In this case, there's a presumption of innocence.
Alleged was her
And
tell.
what that means is you must presume that Kim Potter is
Too much
innocent.
effort thinking
Charged.
through.
You do that?
yes, I think so.
Well,
We need
it's
you
a
to
little
know
bit
so.
different than reading the newspaper, watching a video. On that, you jump to the conclusion, well, they got her. She's had it. She's guilty. And that's not what you do in this courtroom. You do the direct opposite. You presume that she's innocent, and that isn't not guilty. That's innocent. Do you understand that? That you have to do that?
Yes.
And it's a very different thinking.
Get off my lawn.
Yes.
Okay. you also
By the way, did you notice the very subtle New York snobbery that Joe was throwing down about Chris?
Impression of her. Could you leave
You gotta
somewhat
have to hassle him on that a little bit.
outside the courtroom, and when you come in here, be objective and presume her innocent?
Yes, I think so.
Excuse me?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Well, you are the one that know about yourself, and you should be able to know if you can either presume her innocent and not have a somewhat negative attitude or not. I think so.
And Stream, he's not badgering her. He's watching her responses
And
her body language.
I do not believe Dante Wright should have been killed. I don't think she intended to kill him, but she should have realized that she drew her firearm. Can you take that outside the courtroom too and rely on just what you hear in here?
Yes.
Wah, wah.
Then you got somewhat negative on her, and you're going to presume her innocence.
Stop hitting the
But then
mic.
when we get to Mr.
You shut up and get off my lawn, you little whippersnapper.
And you state, I've read stories that he's had several run-ins with the law before. I think the media's view on him is that he is a criminal, which might be true, but he was young.
Literally was the criminal.
Time to change.
Well, and that wasn't the media presentation. I'd strike this young lady.
Yeah.
Was your attitude that way back then, as far as you were concerned about him?
Yes.
You read information in the newspaper, I suppose, or
Yeah.
online, or wherever you read that material.
He's good.
And although it said that he was a criminal, you didn't care. He was young and he didn't deserve to be killed.
Correct. I think just because somebody commits a crime doesn't mean
Excuse me?
I just believe that just because somebody committed a crime doesn't mean that that they're a bad person.
Some of those beliefs, if you learn in this case that if somebody commits a crime, law enforcement may have the right to pursue that person or stop that person from committing the crime. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree with that statement.
Okay.
Somebody asked how high he stacked bodies in Korea. My response would be as high as he wanted to.
Experience during your lifetime and
I
read.
heard of a pagoda.
People commit crimes and end up dead because of that. You understand that?
I understand that, yes.
And you don't agree with that, though?
I believe that everybody deserves a chance. Like I said, I don't think that committing a crime makes you a bad person. I think that, I guess I just believe that everybody deserves the opportunity to correct their actions.
Okay. In a situation of an emergency situation that a police officer faces, an exigent circumstance, and there's no time to think.
You're going to have to define exigent, I'm afraid.
Do you understand what I'm talking about when I say that about police officers?
Reaction's priceless.
You understand, based on life experiences, and your reading,
What the?
that police officers
Yeah.
on occasion have very little time to think, and they're put in an emergency or an exigent circumstance. Okay.
It's probably because he's getting to a fact issue for the case itself, is my guess. Oh, the state didn't support its objection in any way?
They just said
an
object?
objection.
And what you
If
also.
I were a judge, I'd go,
Not-
and?
Don't mean to put you on the spot. What we're attempting to do here is to get a fair and impartial jury for our client and for the state, actually.
Yes, I understand.
And I hope you understand that, because
I do.
there are two important
I said I
decisions
hope
to
you
be
do.
made by a juror. One is guilt or not guilty.
Mhm.
But the other one is whether or not at this juncture you know enough about
Guy
yourself
sounds like
to
Lemoyne
know
with
whether
two
you can be
lungs.
fair and impartial.
Very unfair comparison. This guy is
and fair
light
and
years
impartial
ahead.
for the state, and not favor one side or the other when you get into this jury trial. You understand that?
I understand.
And are you able to be fair and impartial? Or do you
Yes.
have some beliefs that you express in this questionnaire that seem to indicate, for example, I don't think he should have been shot, no matter if he was guilty of a crime or not. Police should use non-lethal methods of force.
Ooh.
Is that your opinion back then?
Yes, it still
Is
is.
that your opinion today?
It is.
She's gotta go. So right now he's going to be fishing for a reason to get her struck for cause.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to. Yeah.
Going
Yeah, he's already made up his mind.
back
I'm sure.
to
It's happening with Harper says, pretty sure I know this
the
girl.
back of your
Really?
questionnaire,
She sounds like a lot of people I've met.
actually, let's just go to the last page. You
Probably
state
never
you
been a
want to
victim of
serve
crime
as a
in her
juror
life.
this case. Yes. I've never served as a juror before, and it would be an experience I'd love to have. But then you say, I think the case is very important and relevant to the issues our community and country are facing. Well, do you realize if you sit on this jury, the issues our country is facing about riots and protests
Have nothing to do with.
are not an issue in this case. This case is a criminal case, the state of Minnesota against my client, Kim Potter. The other
What's
stuff.
happening with Harper
you have
says
to
it's
leave
almost,
outside
I'm
the
almost
court.
certain. But do you
And
know
are
they've
willing
been
to
called
do
for
that?
jury duty on
You
this
really think
day?
you can do that?
I do.
Okay.
As I stated previously, I think that I've had time to reflect on my willingness to serve on the jury, and at this point I feel like I would rather not, simply because I do understand the weight that this trial holds and the importance of it, and I just frankly don't want to be in the middle of it.
Your Honor, may I talk with counsel?
So she doesn't want to be on the jury. But by the way, you cannot be struck for cause because you don't want to be on a jury.
No.
That is not cause. You have to show a hardship or a bias.
I wonder what he's conferring with counsel about.
My guess is he was asking whether or not they have enough to request a strike for cause. So now they're going to sidebar. This is how they're doing sidebars in this court. They all put on these headsets, and then they have a conference with their masks on, so no one can see what anybody's saying. But they conference with the judge over this internal system that's removed from us.
I wonder what cause. What
I think the bias that police officers should not ever use lethal force might be enough.
Yeah, it might be. That might be.
But I don't know. I don't know if that is enough. But I think that's what he had.
That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, you're right.
Yeah. Do we have enough for cause? We'll ask the judge if she'll strike her. If not, do we want to use a preemptory?
Well, I would.
Yeah, you can't have her on. She's got to go. She can't be on the jury either way. Yeah. By the way, if you get a 19 to 24-year-old chick on this jury, like right now, for me, it's like a 90% strike. And if it's a 19 to 24-year-old guy, it's like a 70% strike.
Yeah. Well, you're just playing the odds.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not,
just
from the defense's perspective.
Yeah. What you don't want is a political liberal. You don't want anybody on the far left to be a juror if you're the defense, which is really interesting because normally that would be inverted, right? The defense counsel would want someone sympathetic to criminals, and the prosecutors would be opposed to that.
Yeah, but this is a police involved shooting.
Police, yeah.
Bill Sorrell, each side gets 7 strikes.
How many has the defense used so far?
2.
2.
I think the state has used 2 as well.
And they've seated 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing a pretty good job of managing their strikes. Nope, you don't want a commie.
Daniel Lindsay says, so you strike me just because of being my age. That makes a lot of kids. That makes sense. A lot of kids my age are effing commies. It's not an automatic strike. Like I said, about 70% for a guy and 90% for a girl of that age. And that's based on the defendant that you have specifically, and the demographics of current institutions.
I have a few more questions.
But based on what they say, it might be.
Knowing what you know about yourself, do you feel that you would have a bias in this case in favor of Dante Wright and people that have been shot and killed by?
Trying to goad her into saying yes, so you can just.
I think that I might be leaning that way. Yes.
Thank you.
This is. Can we sidebar?
Yeah.
This is some very skillful voir dire work by the defense attorney. I really haven't seen the prosecutors do much, so I don't have an opinion on them. But
they're pretty. Matthew Frank is the prosecutor doing it, and he's pretty good, in all honesty.
Well, see, he just got somebody who I think kind of did want to be on that jury. He just got her to admit that she couldn't put her bias aside.
She said she didn't want to be on the jury a little bit.
Yeah, but
I think she maybe did.
Yeah, that I don't believe that for a minute. Way too much engagement.
Yeah, but this is what Robert Barnes was talking about in the Rittenhouse trial in a completely different context, obviously. But you want to pay for high quality defense lawyering. I mean, this is part of what you're paying for. You're paying for this, and imagine how much this costs. I mean, we're going to be 2 days of 8 hours of 3 attorneys, and you're going to be paying.
It's $15,000 a day, easy.
Yeah, let's see.
And that doesn't take into account the prep time they're doing every night after each day.
Thank you so much for coming today. And thank you for your honesty and answering questions.
Get the hell out.
I'm going to excuse you from this.
Yeah.
Get the hell out.
Thank you. Deputy, could you hold up 1 second?
Good job on the defense's part. They didn't
Yeah.
have to use a strike. That was skillfully done. I love to see good lawyers in action. It really,
Okay. For the record, I granted the for cause request of the defendant. It was based on her answer to the last question. She admitted that she would lean toward the defendant or toward Mr. Wright's position and other young
I
men
no longer believe that Earl Grey is a good
injured
attorney.
by police officers. So that motion was
His
granted.
website has
Are
a
you ready for
victory
the next
section,
juror?
and it says lawyer Earl Grey is not your average cup of tea is the header for the section.
that's just so crusty.
It's very, very boomery. Wow.
Yeah. I was to the stream. I wouldn't count on this judge being all soft and kind and nice once a trial gets started. I wouldn't buy that act for a minute. That was skillfully done. Very skillfully done.
He has been lawyering for 40 years. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything about his rates anywhere. I'm sure there's a decision that Earl Grey attended the same law school that I did.
And despite that, he turned out to be a good lawyer. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's funny because a lot of people say they actually cite, they're like, oh, your law school doesn't even exist. It's a piece of garbage. Law school is low rate. Yeah, I don't care. But
okay,
want me to defend a law school?
You indicated
A
in
law
one
school?
of your
No, thank you.
answers.
Yeah. It's like saying your trade school isn't as good as my trade school.
Did suffer damage.
What's important is how you do your trade.
Demonstrations. Okay.
He's good at it.
Now,
Yeah.
my question is this. Were you working at the time when it happened?
Not at the place that was damaged.
Okay. But it was close to where you work. Is that right? All right. And how did that make you feel?
Angry.
Okay.
Upset.
Can you explain how you felt and why?
I was angry and upset because I felt that some of the actions were not necessarily related to why the protests were happening at the time. So particularly with
I should go down to the cities and interview Earl Grey in
Next
person.
someone asked McDonald's has a law school.
equate
That's kind of harsh.
that were happening and with the actions that were
No, but Costco does.
were happening as well. So
Boy, I
felt
wish.
it wasn't connected in that
Wouldn't you like to have paid Costco prices for your legal education?
advantage of in that sense.
Okay, so she just said she felt that the protests were not
I don't mean
connected
to put words
to
in your
this.
mouth, but that certain people involved in some of the property damage really didn't have racial justice issues in mind. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you're chosen as a juror in this case, can you put aside any anger about the demonstrations that occurred and just listen to the evidence and decide whether or not the state has proven its case against Ms. Potter based on the evidence alone and not on any concerns that there'll be further demonstrations?
I will do my best.
I think I need a more positive response to that. If I instruct you that you are
If I instruct you to
just
take
base
off your
your
shoes
decision
and socks,
solely on the evidence in this case and the law that I give it to you, would you follow that?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
as she scroll wheels through.
Like this?
Yep. I got my Forges of Mars special edition box set coming.
Ooh. I got to get back to painting miniatures at some point in
That
my
you have a
life.
professional presentation that you have to do for Sunday, December 5. Okay, you'll be able to do that. Okay, it's just so you don't have any concern about that. We will not be in session on December 5. And good luck, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, baby.
In response to the question,
You're a pro, my friend.
as a juror in this case, you responded no. Can you tell me why, and if you still feel that way?
I do still feel that way. I have a lot of friends and family that are very opinionated in the matter. I personally feel like I'm.
That's what our families say, Nick.
Biases aside, but I do have a lot of those influences around me, and as much as it could matter, I have job interviews and I'm currently finishing up a degree, so I'll have finals coming up soon. This is from what I gathered at the time that I answered these questions, that the timing would not necessarily help my current career and my trajectory, and that it would actually hinder that, which is why I answered.
Nick Dev, this is a RE20
When are your
microphone.
finals?
Over the next 2-3 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, let her go.
Will you be able to delay taking your finals?
I think there might be one that I might be able to delay because it's more of a project-based final, but the other
Let her
two
go.
are in person. So I will need to be there.
You let the other guy with finals go. Just let her go.
Yeah, let her go.
Are the in-person interviews?
In 2 weeks. Oh, in the interviews.
Well, where you have to be there in person. When are those scheduled?
In
for?
2 weeks.
Okay. And are you able to reschedule those or the one interview?
I could do my best.
Okay.
Just say no. Just say no. Oh my
Ooh.
God.
Anything right now that makes you
Is this that Minnesota nice thing I hear about?
schedule
We
that?
can't-
Don't know how
we
to
just
say yes
can't
or
say,
no.
yeah.
Of right now.
Okay. You indicated that this is a very public trial and that you're a private person. And is that one of your concerns?
Say her name,
Yes,
Earl Grey.
that's
Say her
yes.
name.
If the parties chose you as a juror, would you be willing to serve?
Yes, I believe it's a civic duty as a citizen.
Okay. Thank
Service
you.
Did I say that
guaranteed.
right? You
citizenship.
interviewed photo guy from the Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah,
I
it was a
we
great
watch
interview.
That. I bet he was great.
Good afternoon. Number
Hello.
26. You have a number, not a name.
But your name's Emily, isn't
Since
it?
you've completed this interview, written questionnaire.
You're also very attractive. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but I don't care.
Question is just about the same as it was back then.
That is about the same as it was back then.
And is there
Hey,
anything
Wig says,
else
would it
we
be
should
contempt
know
to ask
about
each
that
juror if
wasn't
they have an
covered in the questionnaire
OnlyFans?
in our selection of you as a juror or non-juror?
No, not to my knowledge.
And basically, you say in here that you will follow the law as the judge gives it
That is correct.
and listen to the evidence and look at the exhibits and come to a conclusion at the end of the case, correct?
That is correct.
And
People
I
say
take it
college
you're the type
students
of
are so
person to wait
smart.
till you hear
She's going
all
to
of
end
the
up on
evidence,
a
including
trial
our
during
evidence,
finals
before you
week.
come to any conclusion.
Because she can't say
Since you
no.
are what the job you do have.
Genius.
That is correct.
Okay. And can you think of any reason why you would not be fair and impartial in this case?
Not at this time.
I realize you have some people that might know about this that are your relatives. Can you handle that if some of them are very opinionated one way or the other?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I have.
He's relatively happy with her questionnaire answers.
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Come on, Frank. Matthew Frank.
Good afternoon, number 26. Sorry, that's rather impersonal, but it's just the way we're doing it in this case. So sorry about that.
I would say
these interwebs people watching the case.
I'd say
third after you've already.
Hey,
asked a
what's
lot
up,
of
number
questions, so
26?
I won't have
I'm not
minutes to
required
ask
to
you
not use
about
your
either.
name, but I don't consider you a person. That's how I would do this.
I consider you a number.
couple of things.
You're a paycheck to me. I don't care about you. You think you can lie your way through this little questionnaire?
The one person who
Get your
really
way.
honestly doesn't want to be on this jury probably is going to wind up on this jury. Another triumph for our system.
Going ride-alongs or anything of that nature.
No.
Just see him in the building. And you, when you were asked about your impression of Ms. Potter, you indicated that she realized she fired her firearm instead of her taser immediately and turned herself in. Where did you get that information from? Do you recall?
So everything I know about this case has been what was covered in the media.
Was that some time ago or recently?
This was, I believe, right after this had happened and details about what had happened were starting to come out in the media.
So quite a long time ago, actually.
Yes.
And just seeing it on the media, you didn't go out and track it down and read everything you could on it.
Not on this particular case, no.
And so that impression that you have at the time is not something you're so committed to now you couldn't set it aside.
Correct.
You realize that's not evidence, right?
Correct.
And as a juror, the decision you make, as the judge said, is to decide it based only on the evidence.
Correct.
You think, you've probably said this probably 3 times now, but you feel you can do that for sure.
Yes, I believe so.
Hey, is that Busby lawyer down in Houston? Isn't that the slimy jackass guy? No, I'm serious. Isn't that the guy?
You were asked in the questions about organizations, Black Lives Matter. And
I'll have
Blue
to
Lives
ask.
Matter. And were you familiar with both of those organizations?
Yes.
And you wrote the same answer for your opinions of both or impressions of both. Do you recall doing that?
Microphone.
I vaguely remember doing that, yes.
I mean, you essentially wrote Black Lives Matter as a way for members to voice their opinions, and then essentially the same thing about Blue Lives Matter. Can you just explain for us a little bit why you answered it that way?
So I answered it in that way because I believe that everybody is entitled to their opinions and what they believe in. And that really isn't different no matter what you call the movement.
We can't have that.
So you see those organizations,
Striker for cause.
those members that want to be a part of them can have a voice to the community.
Correct, just like any other organization.
And you have a brother in the Marine Corps?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see him very much, or is he?
Intermittently.
Yeah, he's actively deployed. I don't know what the proper terminology would be, but
He is not currently, but he was before.
are you close with him?
Yes.
Talk to him a lot about being a Marine?
Less about our jobs and more about our personal lives.
So it's not a big aspect of your relationship with your brother.
I love the chat.
It's not a strong connection.
She
you
is
have, it's
right
just his
wing.
job and yours.
Next comment. She is lefty.
You candidly admitted to us, we always
I
appreciate
now rank her as a 90% chance of getting on this jury.
But you're a private person. We certainly respect that. And one of the things a juror has to do, well, it's kind of an odd job, because in one sense you make a personal decision. Right? You consider the evidence and evaluate that evidence for yourself. But then you also have to go in a room and discuss that, deliberate. That's why we call it deliberations with others. Think you'd have any trouble being a part of a process like that with others?
No, I would not.
If you had opinions about evidence, you're willing to share those with others and consider what they say as well.
Yes, I can certainly do that.
An important part of jury service, isn't it?
I think the defense likes this girl. I'm curious if they're going to let her on or strike her.
Friends and family that have strong opinions around you,
From the stage
you
here.
have no trouble handle that. Of course, if you're a juror, you can't talk about the case at all while it's going on. No trouble following that.
Correct.
And do you have any concern about whatever decision you make in the case, the jury makes in the case, how that might affect you and those relationships later? Do you have any concerns about that?
Some concern. Yeah. I can't absolutely say that there's no concern.
Yeah. Would you still be able to fairly decide the case?
I believe so.
Decide the case and then deal with those issues later.
Everybody has their opinions.
Okay. Can you excuse me just for a moment, please?
Yep.
Excuse me, please.
There was a chat here from Mark Gee, says, to everyone who's, if I may say, just bitching about the commentary, you can watch the mainstream. Also, we've heard this like 4 times now. Do you really want to hear it slowly stated again? That was about the juror instructions.
No further questions, Your Honor. We would pass the juror.
All right, she's on.
Yeah, the one person that really didn't want to be on the jury.
You will be a juror in this case, okay? And we expect to start on December 8th. We may start earlier, but right now it's December 8th. You will
That's
be
juror
getting
number
a
9.
call from the jury office
5 to
telling
go.
you when to report.
Ask the court to issue an order to her professors to reschedule her.
In the meantime,
Yeah.
have a good day and a good evening.
Jim on Odyssey says, sorry about your college education and all. Tony Busby is the guy I was talking about. He's the guy who was representing the women against, or some of the women against Deshaun Watson, for example. He's a slimy Houston lawyer. Well, people call him a slimy Houston lawyer. I didn't know if you knew anything about him.
I don't. I should get down to Houston very much.
He has filed the wrongful death lawsuit in that shooting in Lubbock.
Oh.
Which to me makes it immediately less credible of a lawsuit. 50 million they're asking for.
Of course, that shooting happened almost a month ago now, right?
Yeah, end of October, I think.
Okay. So yeah, it's. By the way, wasn't that a bizarrely calm reaction that the guy's wife had?
She didn't think he was dead.
Oh.
She didn't even realize he was shot with a bullet.
Despite the fact that he hit the ground and did not move.
She has stated, because if you watch all the way to the end after the video blacks out, you hear her say, "Oh my God, you really killed him." And she's like crying.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part.
She apparently thought it was like some sort of weird stun gun or something.
Taser or something.
Rubber bullets or something like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wait, I don't have very many questions for you, okay? You did say that you would find it moderately difficult to look at graphic photographs, including photos and videos of a person who's died. If you're chosen as a juror,
Well,
would
a
you do
person,
it
but
even
not a
though you
commie
find it
criminal.
difficult?
Yes.
Okay.
Britt Cormeyer says, right or left does not matter. She is not smart enough to say, I have finals. Don't screw up my semester, so let me out of here.
I would fill my duty.
Too nice would be the way I'd characterize that.
You weren't sure, but you would serve the parties chose you.
Yes.
Okay. And I realize it's a commitment and
it's a commitment.
But I don't really care
family and
because,
personal lives.
you know.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. Go ahead, counsel.
Norn Iron John says, do you not think a jury is the weak link in justice? I'd rather be judged by a judge who weighs the evidence. I wouldn't.
Oh, hell no.
Am I
Absolutely not. I'll take a jury.
Officer Potter, Earl Gray, Amanda
99 cases out of 100, I'd take a jury.
Now, is that just a setup to get us geared up, or do you actually believe that, do you think?
Oh, I don't know.
You filled out the questionnaire, and we appreciate that, and I've read it.
I want the crusty guy back.
For you, and
this guy.
The first
yeah,
question
I like
appears
Earl
on
Gray.
page 3.
Paul's. I mean, he's good, but Earl's more interesting.
Ask you what you remember about this, and you said
Earl's got that mess with me, and I'll kill you eyes.
Remember here, Dante Wright.
Bill Cosby's
fatally
cousin.
shot
They've
by
seated
Kim
9
Potter
jurors now.
during a traffic stop. Question as confusion. If a taser was grabbed versus a gun. That's not, I think I've got it right, but I'm close.
Yes, that sounds right.
And how did you come to that conclusion upon what you saw?
Just media coverage.
And what kind of media coverage did you see?
Oh, it's a long time ago. I don't recall, but it was just whatever was on maybe Fox News or whatever might have been playing out. I don't recall the specific source of the media.
Okay. And you have neutral opinions of both Officer Potter and Dante Wright at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and you're not making any judgments one way or another.
No.
You realize, of course, that Officer Potter is presumed innocent.
Correct.
And she will be testifying at the trial. And if you are chosen, we would want you to wait to hear from her before you make any decisions. You're, I think, willing to do that, but you got to tell me one way or another.
Yes.
Okay. So you're willing to wait it out and hear everything?
Yes.
We've got her testimony and some other testimony coming.
Yes.
Fair enough? Good.
Do you watch Fox News?
And
Someone
you've also
said they
talked about
tweeted me a
Dante
picture
Wright-
of Earl
Wright's
Grey.
death with your
You gotta
family
DM
and friends,
it to me.
According to this,
Yes.
it's, you indicate that it was most unfortunate,
Yes.
which it is, of course.
I'm sorry.
And you still, of course, feel that way, but any early death is most unfortunate.
Yes.
And no one's disputing that.
I'm sorry.
No one is disputing that. And you also feel that the community was negatively impacted by the demonstrations and the riots because of the personal property damage. Is that right?
Correct.
And you still feel that way?
Yes.
You also suffered, you were a victim of a crime. A car was broken into. Is it your car?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you were somewhat satisfied with the police. Did they solve the crime?
Yes.
Okay. They found the person?
Yes.
Were you pleased or at least satisfied with how that case was resolved?
Please.
Was that person charged, if you remember?
I believe so.
Then you were asked a series of questions in 7, and you strongly agreed with the idea the police in my community make me feel safe, correct?
Yes.
And you would oppose defunding the police.
Yes.
Okay. And then you had some neutral, no opinions about a lot of the questions too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Northern Iron John, who said about the jury earlier, says the terrorist who killed my aunt in Northern Ireland walked
Now,
because
the one
of the
thing you're
jury.
concerned about,
It's not a perfect system,
not one
I
thing,
can
but
see why you would have
but
some
it's
animus.
better than the alternative.
and seeing photographs from the case. Did I hear you right?
I would say moderate. Right.
Moderately concerned?
Yeah, not impairing.
Okay, so I think I may have missed that exchange with Judge Chu. So that there are always photographs in a case like this. We'll try to minimize them for you, but the fact that there are some photographs, you can survive that.
Yes.
No, I cannot. I will die,
Can
literally.
you tell me what your master's degree is in?
Business.
Where was it from?
Madison.
Are you from Wisconsin?
No.
And can you tell me what a procurement officer does? I have a hunch I know, but I want you to explain it for me.
I'm responsible for kind of the strategic contractual arrangements between our company and our suppliers, and also procuring that material for manufacturing.
So you're a busy guy right now, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You're experiencing the same supply problems that most people are.
Yes, sir.
And your questionnaire is quite short, so I'm almost at the end here. The last question is that do you want to serve as a juror? I mean, it's a weighty responsibility, you would agree. And you said you weren't sure, but you're willing to do it.
I'm willing to do it.
And you're qualified to do it, and you'll be fair.
Yes.
And you'll call it as you see it, and let the chips fall where they may.
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
Joy Mace, thank you for the donation. Also saying I have family members in law enforcement and a family member who went to prison for a violent offense.
We pass this juror.
I also have a master's degree in forensic science. I was still chosen for a jury for a sexual assault case. Wild. Wow. Andrew War Snowboard says Earl Grey is a manifestation of what Kirby would look like if he ate Tim Walls.
Juror 28.
It's a lot to unpack.
Using a number, but that's how we're running the system here. So Mr. Eng helped me out there by asking what a chief procurement officer does. I thought I had a similar sense of what it was, but and I didn't even think about at the time all these supply chain issues we keep hearing about, if that's even the right term. So it does make me wonder just how busy are you? And let me back up. But what the judge said earlier is, we're not here to pry into your personal life, and I apologize for that, but it's just kind of things that we have to know. We know this is going to be a lengthy trial, as trials go. Could go right up to Christmas Eve, or as the judge mentioned, maybe even after. So, we have to ask you, because you're the only one that can tell us, how busy are you? How is this going to affect your life, your work life?
I would say, I hate to sound selfish, but I would say extraordinarily busy right now. Challenging times, obviously, for all of us as we're heading into the seasons, but it's life, right? So we have to balance those things.
Yeah, and that's what I meant. Like, only you can tell us. It's not being selfish, right? It's being appropriate with us, because we have to ask. The two concerns are, that you're going to miss work at a time that you just can't afford it financially, or just work wise.
They don't want to strike. They want to strike him, but they don't want to use the strike for some reason. They're trying to goad him into.
Here as a juror, you got to be able to pay attention rather than being worried about work or having to go in at night. Would you have to do anything like that where you'd go in at night and catch up?
If I'm allowed to, I'll certainly need to work at night to catch up.
Yeah, we won't. Well,
say you have a hardship is what he's saying. Please
yeah,
say you have a hardship.
He's trying to. Yeah.
We're done with court at the end of the day. You're free to go. But I mean, that does raise the question: if you're going to be going to work at night to catch up, how much sleep you're going to get, and be sharp.
Prosecutors are, of course, so
That's
concerned.
a point of deprivation for sure. I'm certainly not going to put my personal health at risk. So.
Is it going to cause you personal stress at all to be?
Are you sure? I mean,
double duty.
We really don't want you on the jury, so could you help a brother out?
And I don't want you to tell me the name of your business, but it sounds like manufacturing.
Yes.
And so is the time of year, this end of the year holidays, make your company busier?
I would say steady state at this time of year.
So it's really just these supply chain issues.
Yes, sir.
Cargo ships.
Are you going to go to the hospital or
yeah,
like anything? Physical injury?
So
you collapsed arches. I mean,
I guess I'm trying not to repeat myself, but I just want to know.
I just really want you to give me something that'll get you off the jury.
For
give us
you.
that kind of commitment to be here.
Because I'm concerned about you.
3 weeks and be able to pay attention.
I guess they don't like the optics of striking jurors, which makes sense.
He just objected, asked, and answered.
Given everything we've discussed, do you think you can make that kind of commitment, or is this just not the right case for you?
I can make that commitment. I'll strive that balance.
You indicate in your questionnaire, in the answer you gave, there was a sensitive time for all in Minneapolis. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I'm sorry.
What did you mean by that?
That is a sensitive time?
Yeah.
These are just trying times for all of us, I think, both with COVID and just the challenges that we've had in the Twin Cities over the last year.
And you're referring to the challenges from the demonstrations and the protests, that kind of stuff, do you mean?
In a broader context as well. I just think that COVID has also been challenging for everybody.
Yeah.
Ty just killed his connection.
Dispute that, right? COVID has been tough, right? Continues to be tough. We're talking through 2 layers of plexiglass, and there's a question a few more down that deals with, how the demonstrations have affected the community, and you pointed out the damage to personal property and harm to people. Is that the most striking thing that you recall, or that you think is the impact from?
What do you think, guys? Do you think they're going to strike him?
Those are the things that
the
stood
judge
out,
isn't.
I think for me personally, yes.
Think they're going to try? Think they're going to use one on him? It's a lot of questions.
I think there's something positive that comes out of every situation.
Can you think of anything with regard to the demonstrations that it would be positive to come out of?
I think folks having an opportunity to have a voice and a voice being heard is always a positive thing.
And of course, there were similar things involved after this death occurred. Do you recall hearing about that?
A little bit, to be honest. I started to tune out a little bit of some of the noise in the media. A little bit bipolar, so sometimes it was hard to form a clear opinion about what was going on.
Okay. Again, not trying to pry, but it just the way you said that it makes me want to ask you, why tune out?
Makes me want to ask you what your
I
feet
just
smell
try to
like.
be open-minded about trying to understand where the truth of a situation is. And sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes our media has a tendency to be very bipolar in its opinions about things.
And you've sort of been asked about this already too, I think, and you understand that what you hear in the media is not evidence of a crime.
Correct.
Well, that's not the right way to say that. It's not evidence here in the courtroom, right? And as a juror, you can only go on what you hear here in the courtroom.
Correct.
And so, kind of knowing about the demonstrations and the negative things about it, do you think you can set that aside?
Yes.
In those questions, Mr. Ng kind of quickly led you through. You said people in my community, I'm sorry, let me start over. Police in my community make me feel safe. And you said you strongly agree with that. Why did you choose strongly agree?
Because that's the way I feel. I feel like they're there and they provide a purpose and they provide safety.
And the next statement is I support defunding the police. And you said I strongly disagree.
Correct.
So it's sort of, two sides of the same thing, right? That you want the police there, you feel strongly about having them to make you feel safe.
Correct.
And then you also strongly disagree with the statement, I do not trust the police.
Correct.
So you have a lot of trust in them and you want them there for you, correct?
Correct.
And as partly to sort of deal with some of the negative stuff that came out of the demonstrations, the property damage and the harm to people, right?
Partly.
And with many of those other questions, you chose no opinion. Remember why? The questions about how police deal with people, you said you had no opinion about that. Remember why?
I didn't have a strong opinion one way or another on those questions.
I mean, do you think that, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be and you put no opinion?
Kind of to my prior point about being a little careful about what I believe in the media.
Okay. So that was aimed more at the media as a reliable source of information, maybe?
I think it's a source of information. It's not the only source of information.
Man, he's
You
going for
indicated there's a statement about
everything.
Police treating black and white people similarly, and you said no opinion on that. You know why you took no opinion? Or
Because I don't have an
selected the
opinion?
No opinion option there.
I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that they treat them differently than they would anybody else.
State's going to strike this guy.
One of the good things, of course, about the demonstrations was giving voice to that. And kind of part of what Black Lives Matter is trying to give voice to, right? Do you think that at all is I don't know how to say this, that it's just something you haven't seen personally, so you can't offer an opinion on it? Or
I've seen it personally. I'm not sure that it changes an opinion one way or another. I still feel neutral about the police protecting people equally.
And that means all people.
I'm sorry?
That means protecting all people equally.
Correct.
And, some people say, the Black Lives Matter movement is about equality, right? That Black Lives Matter too. Do you understand that that's sort of what part of their message is?
Yes.
And you think that's a valid point?
Yes, I do.
And so when it came to, evaluating evidence in a courtroom, black, white, doesn't matter.
Correct.
Yeah, Dark Shadow Logan, he's intentionally making it political to try and elicit a biased response from the juror. He doesn't want to use this strike that he's about to use.
When you, I know you have, oh wait.
My mic is 50% louder than the court feed. Good.
You were asked a question. One of the statements in that is about people today do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you chose no opinion for that too. Do you recall why?
Yes.
Why is it?
I know that I had a strong opinion one way or another on that statement.
Do you think you give them the respect they deserve?
I would hope so.
What does that mean to you when you say that you give them the respect they deserve? What does that mean?
That I respect the position that they hold. I try to support them in the position that they hold. I respect their opinion. I try to honor their request if they're asked something of me.
Are they capable of doing things wrong?
Sure, they're humans.
And as a juror, would you be able to judge the actions of a police officer in a courtroom just like anybody else's?
Yes.
Have I ever had a case at this courthouse? No, I've had a case in St. Paul, but none in Minneapolis.
Kind of,
Thank
tying back
God.
to that
Oh,
notion of
that courthouse sucks.
strongly disagreeing with the statement, I do not trust the police. So we got that double negative there, but essentially you trust the police, right?
Correct.
And Jack Six, because this guy
do you think you can,
trusts police,
despite having that
he
trust
seems
in them,
level-headed. He doesn't support
evaluate
Black
police
Lives
officers'
Matter.
actions
He's
in-
a not guilty
in a
vote.
courtroom, just like anybody else.
Yes.
An argumentative, asked and answered at this point.
Well, I'll let you answer. Go ahead.
Cinema Queen, we're at 9.
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
You indicate you have, sounds like you're a hunter.
Yes.
And so you have hunted.
Benjamin Blatt says, you've successfully gotten me addicted despite ambient judge. Go ahead and Google my name, Dear
Have
and
you
Dear
ever
ATF.
Taken,
Okay. Welcome.
safety classes for that purpose.
It's required by law in some states to hunt.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have asked you that way. So he was like, no, I never did that.
Okay, he's a gun
you've done
owner?
that.
Yes.
How long have you been a hunter?
Over 40 years, probably.
It's a lifetime thing.
Yes.
Do it with your family before?
Yes.
And pretty important to you?
Yes.
Hey, cutie.
Can you excuse me just for a second? I want to have a moment, please.
Yes.
Oh man, Lady Rackets is trying to make me feel. Goodness gracious. I'll tell you guys the story in a minute. I told her she can't tell me that stuff. I'm on TV. Whew. Not in a good way.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
but you're excused.
They use a
for
strike.
this,
He's gone.
jury panel. So you're done with jury service, but I really appreciate you showing up. Okay, thank you.
So she was just in town and she ran into a friend of ours whose wife
Counsel, we're going
just
to
suddenly
take our
died. I
afternoon
mean,
break,
out of
okay?
nowhere. Out of nowhere, just passed away. Very unexpected. They were married very young. She was either pregnant or had just given birth to
Yes.
twins.
I think I only suggested that you look at it. She must have had her baby by now. She had indicated number 30 was vomiting and very pregnant. at
She
the
died
time
from
she
a surgery
responded to the
complication, to be
questionnaire,
clear.
but
It wasn't
I
like
don't-
COVID related
she's
or
probably
anything.
not in that state right now.
But yeah, she just ran into him, and we haven't seen him since this happened. And he had just gotten a tattoo Roman numerals. It was the number of days that they had been married. So, my heart. He's honestly one of the best men I've ever met. He's just a genuine, caring dude who gives everything to those around him, and it's like you hate to see. He probably wouldn't even approve of me saying this, but you hate to see bad things happen to genuinely good people, you know, and so it's a tough one. It's a tough one. So anyway, it's not my loss. It's his. So I barely knew his wife, but and she was super nice, right? But I didn't really know her, but yeah, feel bad for him, and yeah. Okay. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back to this guy.
Hey, yeah, we're still we're still in the process of moving the office, so
right,
wires got switched around. So did they strike the juror that?
Oh yeah, the juror that was like going to clearly come into be very much in favor of the defense.
Prosecution just had to finally just say, burn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was borderline badgering, and it's awfully transparent.
Yep. It was crazy. So yeah, they struck him. He's gone. So someone sent me a super chat and asked me to Google their name and Dear ATF combined. And I did that. Do you guys want to hear what the Dear ATF letter is? I can't show this on stream, I don't think, because it's in the 18+ section of Reddit. Let me see. Let me see if I can. I'll have to. I can show some of this. Hold on.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Remember, there are children watching.
Yeah, no, this is fine for now. So here we go. Here's the letter. Dear ATF, RE, NFA firearm technical question. Ma'am or sir, I'm writing you in regards to related technical questions raised by one of my clients. Despite the apparent content of the questions, I believe my client is quite serious about the questions and that your answers would certainly be interesting and helpful to the firearm manufacturing and using community as a whole. Certainly, given the financial implications to my client, it should be addressed as any other technical letter from a person concerned about the NFA implications of their proposed firearm modifications. In a previous technical letter from your office, you determined that shouldering a SIG-TAC SB-15 pistol stabilizing brace would be an improper use of said brace and automatically convert the attached pistol or firearm into a short barrel rifle or short barrel shotgun without a proper NFA tax stamp. Since that determination, a popular internet meme letter had circulated purporting to ask for the technical specifications of the term shouldering and whether or not the SB-15 must be shouldered between the shooter's brachial joint extending to the collarbone, or if shouldering would occur should the SB-15 be firmly rested in order to assist firing against any pocket or portion of the human body. Okay, so is it literally putting it up here, right?
Or can you fire from the hip, I guess.
Right. That initial parody letter was addressing specifically the idea of mounting a fleshlight sex toy to the SB-15 and stabilizing the pistol or firearm using the male crotch and penis. My client appears to actually be considering modifying an SB-15 in that exact manner for an attachment to an AR-15 or shotgun-derived firearm. It is not my place to inquire, nor do I want to know, if it is for the purposes of an adult film or for the catering to a particular sexual fetish, but it is my duty to make sure my client is legally covered in their enterprise. Therefore, I ask the following questions using the attached image, which was apparently created by the original writer of the parody letter, as an example of my client's intent. What exactly constitutes improper shouldering of a SIG-TAC SB-15 pistol stabilizing brace in terms of placement within the pocket between the brachial joint and the collarbone, and in terms of the percentage of the rear surface area of the brace placed within said pocket and the firmness with which the brace rests against said area of the human body? If shouldering is inclusive of firmly pressing said brace against other areas of the body, would the pistol or firearm be considered shouldered if the attached SIG-TAC SB-15 brace was modified to include a fleshlight or dildo sex toy and then press firmly onto or into a person's genitals? Related to the answers to those questions, if shouldering is dependent upon the total area pressed firmly into the pocket adjacent to the collarbone, would such modification as described in the second question be shouldered if pressed firmly into that area, or would the general narrowness and unsuitability of the, and I don't think I can show the next page because it does happen to have a
photograph.
It has, the photograph is really hard to see because it's in but you can make out a fleshlight. So I'll just read the rest. Modification for traditional stabilization. Leave it outside the definition of shouldering. I know this is a weird one, but I appreciate your taking the time to address these questions in a professional and timely manner. Sincerely, Benjamin Blatt, attorney at law. There you go, Benjamin.
You know, if a client pays you, we are professionals.
That is phenomenal. Oh, the response. Dear Mr. Blatt, this is in reference to your correspondence dated October 17, 2016 to the Bureau of ATF, Firearms Technology Industry Services Branch. The Firearms Technology Industry Services Branch respectfully declines to respond to your inquiries regarding the SIG-TAC SB-15 pistol with the fleshlight attachment. Signed, Michael Curtis, Chief Firearms Technology Industry Services Branch.
No explanation, no nothing.
Nothing. That's it. That's all I got. Benjamin Blatt, man, if you're still in the audience, that is a phenomenal letter.
That's epic. That's epic.
If you ever want to come on the show and talk about that and other stuff, or just NFA and firearms law in general, please email me. I would love to talk to you about that. That's great.
That's glorious.
That's phenomenal. He just sent your welcome.
Bravo, sir.
Oh my goodness. So big announcement from Legal Bites. She will have Miss Wisco, one of the attorneys for Kyle Rittenhouse, on her show on Saturday, December 4th. That's this Saturday. So if you want to check that out, it will be on Legal Bites' channel. Make sure you do so. You can find her channel by typing Legal Bites into Google. She's also posted it on Twitter. For the record, Miss Wisco, I will never, ever forgive you for not responding to my request for an interview. And my heart and soul have been deeply cut by your intentional and brutal slight of my request. So thank you. Thank you for that, Miss Wisco. I will now be crying myself to sleep.
This is Natalie Wisco, with Richard's firm.
Yep. And she's great. I did. I had some DMs exchanged with her about the trial and stuff, and she's very nice. She seems to be. She had, in my opinion, one of the best moments in the entire trial, and that was when she completely dismantled Lunchbox. That's
right.
DA Krause. Oh, guys, by the way.
And what was Binger's nickname? Lunchbox and
Fluffer Boy, I think.
Yeah.
Fluffer Boy.
That was his email address, apparently.
Yeah. So by the way, guys, word around the water cooler is that the Lunchbox comments are getting under the skin of ADA Krause. So very unfortunate to be a public figure, to engage in some very specifically shady, questionable activities as a prosecutor, and then have people refer to you as Lunchbox.
Don't dish it out if you can't take it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that at the end of the day, that's because that trial was nothing more than a thinly disguised mass defamation of Kyle Rittenhouse. And so, piss off, lunchbox.
So people are also asking me to review the Charlie Kirk interview of Rittenhouse. I think it's like a significantly long interview. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. But I have seen him state that he would destroy the AR-15. First of all, I don't think he actually has the ability to destroy the AR-15 at this point, because I believe, since it is the subject of a criminal act involving Dominic Black, and his case is still ongoing, that it would still be under seizure by the state. I don't think he has.
Clear something up for me, Nick. Black, it was Black's gun, right? And he let
Black owned the
Rittenhouse
gun.
use it.
Yep.
And so they're prosecuting Black for
transfer of a gun to a minor. Remember the possession of a firearm as a minor statute? It's the exact same statute, except it has a criminal penalty for the adult who hands the gun to the minor.
even if the minor is allowed to.
Now, in this case, since the wording, and when I say it's the exact same statute, it's the exact same. The exception is the exact same. And so in theory, his case should be similarly dismissed.
For the same reason, on the same grounds that same judge, same prosecutor. It is not currently dismissed. Binger has indicated that he would appeal that decision if it were dismissed. And of course, that's punishment. That's economic punishment is what he's trying to do. He's just a pissy little sorry. No,
you don't have to be sorry.
I'm not sorry at all. He is a walking nosebleed for the entire profession.
Oh, and does anybody remember how Binger said he would not comment on the trial specifically after the resolution of it? Well, he has. He has commented on it. It didn't take him very many days either. Hey, what's up, Kurt?
Hey
guys, how's it going over here?
Not terrible. They've seated 9 jurors now, so that's 5 today.
Wow, they're making progress.
Yeah, if they seat 5 tomorrow, they're done. Or if they seat, another one today and then 4 tomorrow, that would be great.
They're still not going to start for a week.
They did contemplate starting earlier. The judge simply said that she would like one day of time from the end of jury selection to before they start. I don't know why they need a day.
I don't know. Start on Monday, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, if you finish Friday, start Monday.
Being spoken.
If you finish Thursday, I guess start Monday.
How many are they going to impanel total? 15?
14.
14. Okay.
Yeah, 2 alternates. And people have asked why 2 alternates. Isn't that a low amount? I mean, it's just up to the judge's discretion on what they think they'll need. So I don't think there's a rule on alternates. And I guess there might be. I didn't check.
Did you know under the federal rules of criminal procedure, if you strike down to a jury of 11, they can still hear the case?
Ooh, I did not know. That's cool.
Random factoid. So you can have alternates in a federal case, but if for some reason you lose that 12th jury, you can still have the case decided with 11.
Nice.
So yeah,
interesting.
What do you? Bronca says it's not the same charges as Rittenhouse. It's not the same charge. It's the same statute. The statute is the transfer or the. I don't know if the transfer is the correct word because transfer carries a specific federal meaning under firearms law, but it's the giving of a gun to a minor, which results in the death of somebody else is then a felony charge.
Have we actually walked through the charge for Dominic Black and tried to assess that at any point?
It's the exact same statute. Let me see.
As what, Rittenhouse?
The text is
Dominic Black.
because Rittenhouse
it's the same section. I mean, it's literally the same statute as the minor in possession. Here, I'll find it.
Let's take another look. And is he charged with 2 counts?
Yes, 1 for each death.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it does not.
Okay, we could get this a lot simpler. What have they done that does make sense? Take a lot
But I mean, if it's an illegal purchase, if it's an illegal transfer, that only happened one time.
Correct.
How do you have it linked to 2 different deaths? What are your 2 different?
Here they are. intentionally give a dangerous weapon to a person under 18 causing death, and it's 948.60 section 2C. It's the exact same statute. Or let's see.
2C.
Let's see. Yeah, Kyle's 2A, if I remember right.
All right, let's take a look at 2C.
Yeah. So it's so the exception.
I've never actually tried to answer this question before. I mean, I think the answer is probably no, but why not look?
948. I did on one stream, but I'm happy to go back in there.
Thank you for allowing my legal education to continue. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, in case people are like, you went through this, boomer. It's like, yeah, I know I did. So here's 2. Possession of a dangerous weapon by person under 18 is 948.60. Kyle is charged under 2A here, and 2C. Whoever violates paragraph B, which is any person who intentionally sells, loans, or gives a dangerous weapon to a person under 18 years of age is guilty of a Class I felony. But if you violate B, is guilty of a Class H felony if the person under 18 years of age under paragraph B discharges a firearm and the discharge causes death to himself, herself, or another. So then when we go down to...
So then we have to figure out whether or not it's a dangerous weapon, but it is, isn't it? Yeah, because it means because section 1, any firearm, loaded or unloaded. So yeah.
But here we go, down to section 3C, same as with Kyle. Only applies to a person under 18 years of age who possesses the rifle or shotgun, right? Same thing. This section applies only to an adult who transfers a firearm to a person under 18 years of age if the person under 18 years of age is not in compliance with section 29.304 and 29.593, or to an adult who is in violation of section 941.28, which is the short barrel rifle or short barreled shotgun statute. So it's
then it's the same thing. So it should be a straight not guilty, right?
Yeah, the only difference is that they reverse the order of the clauses here, but they still have the or as the operative language that Sheriff Feasey talked about. Or here or here. It's an and between the 2 hunting statutes, or between separating out the short-barreled statute.
So if you're the attorney for Dominic Black, you would file a new motion to dismiss, even if you filed one before, based on the prosecutor's open representations in court. It's like, well, they openly said in open court that we are not arguing that this is a short barrel rifle or short barrel shotgun. So you put that in there and be like, okay, they've conceded that element. So let me walk you through it again. And you should be able to get that dismissed, one would think.
And Schrader is the judge.
Right. It's like, you heard this before, man.
Yeah, you ruled this exact way just a couple weeks ago. I mean, to me, he should have filed it that day, or the next day, maybe, if he needed to have dinner.
Well, not so much the ruling, but the prosecutorial's representation. The reason I make that is because there's no collateral estoppel issue. So technically speaking, the judge could come to 2 different decisions, but the prosecutorial's representations are going to bind them. So there's your geek out moment for the day.
Yeah, it's just you can't bind them by the ruling. However, you just say, Judge,
this is what they said.
This is what they said. The same argument applies here. We ask that you grant the same decision based on the same representations and the same facts at issue. It's the same gun. No one has made any arguments to the contrary. To my knowledge, I guess I could check their probable cause statement, but there's nothing.
I'm sure it's the same thing.
Here we go. I need to keep an eye on the trial here.
Oh, is that still ongoing? Okay, let me know when I have to bail again.
Not too long from now. So yeah,
don't like the judge's voice there, Kurt.
Defendant purchased the rifle for Mr. Rittenhouse to use. Mr. Rittenhouse was 17 years old at the time and therefore is not legally able to purchase a rifle for himself. This does not make it a straw purchase, by the way. It would be if he purchased it for Mr. Rittenhouse to own. They didn't even cover the pleading correctly if they wanted to do that.
If you buy your child a gun for the purpose of them being able to use it, right? So it's kind of the same thing.
Since Mr. Rittenhouse
loaning someone a gun is not the same as a straw man transfer.
No, it's probably very technically not a straw purchase under federal law, because the way they did it, they didn't know that that's the way they were doing it, but They probably, and they haven't been charged with a federal violation. So either way, I don't care.
So 2 unarmed individuals, Rosenbaum and Huber.
Hey, you think this trial will be videoed?
I mean, it's got to be a much shorter case, right? Because it's like,
assuming it doesn't get
how many
dismissed.
witnesses do you need, man? I mean, you got the guy who sold him the gun, I guess, and
it shouldn't go to trial, in my opinion. If it goes to trial, something is fishy.
Well, no, not necessarily, because this judge doesn't like to rule on anything. Remember?
Yeah, but again, judge, same exact issue. But technically, he didn't rule on this one until the facts were there at trial. So, but he was like, well, I didn't want to issue before because it was pled appropriately. But he tacitly admits in his ruling at trial that it wasn't pled appropriately. That because if they don't allege that it's a short barrel rifle, then they don't have probable cause to sustain the charge.
Put Krause on the witness list since he's the one that made the representations.
Yeah.
Call Krause to the stand. Didn't you say this in open court? Yes. Aren't you full of shit? Yes. No further questions.
Were you lying then or are you lying now? You know, that's the classic.
Have you heard the term lunchbox before?
So do you and Fluffer, I mean, Mr. Binger, do y'all hang out?
Yeah. But it's an interesting one because
you ever go to Turkish baths?
Oh, come on now. Come on.
Sorry. You ever watch Gladiator movies?
Check out Bronca's video. Which video of Bronca's are we talking about, Starburst?
I don't know. Bronca's still calling us an idiot over the whole Chad shooting, and I'm having a real tough time. He might be right, but if he's right, I think he's right for the wrong reasons. I'm having a real hard time slicing the time that thin. It's like he wasn't facing a threat at the exact moment he pulled the trigger. I'm like, but come on, man. Jeez. It's like
it's been resolved in y'all's favor because I came down on y'all's side. So,
yeah, I mean,
really, I mean, you know,
you're slicing it pretty thin there. Oh, you're punishing him for something you did in the past. 3/4 of a second ago, maybe. Jeez, Lord, it's pretty contemporaneous.
Yeah, I again, I'm perfectly comfortable with my disagreement with Bronca's analysis. I think his analysis
Bronca
is well
yelled
thought
at us
out.
a little. He was mean.
He's well thought out and well reasoned, and it's fine.
Yeah, no, I understand. I respect a fellow professional. I might be wrong. He might be wrong.
Oh God, why would you do that?
What, to say that I respect him as a fellow professional?
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
Lord. Nick, what? Who is this guy?
Sometimes I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong on that one. I don't. That seems ridiculously hyper technical. The guy had just been slung off of his porch by someone using his gun as a lever.
Yeah, if he had shot him then, it would have been okay. But 3/4 of a second later,
no, because he hit the ground.
Not okay.
Yeah,
and technically his take is even less than 3/4 of a second because he similarly suggested that if he had fired while flying through the air, that he would be justified at that point. It's at the moment that he settles himself.
Yeah.
And which again, I think that we're splitting frames in a place where frames don't need to be split.
Was Andrew perhaps making the argument that a jury could come to that conclusion, or was he actually?
No, that seemed to be what he thought as a matter of law. That seemed to be pretty dominantly his view.
Okay.
The other thing that I didn't buy was because I forget who he was talking to at the time, but he was on with one of our other panel members on some show, and he was saying that nothing else before the gun tussle incident mattered in the analysis. Like we could just stop the analysis there and just look at what happened from that point forward. I'm like, I'm not sure I buy that either. I'm not sure that the events that preceded that with previous puffing and previous things and previous threats, I'm not sure that you can just say we're going to start from this moment and we don't need to look any further back. I'm not buying that argument from Branca either.
I think probably the jury is going to, you know, I was saying to Nick Kurt earlier that
it was Joe's show. Yeah, I just forgot exactly where it was. I mean, I wasn't trying to diss Joe. I just honestly forgot. Give me a break.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a show that I popped in on for a little bit.
There's a lot of us talking on the last shows. I can't remember them all.
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
Again, it's I see their takes. I see their reasoning. I just disagree with their conclusions, and that's fine. Like,
No, you're
again,
allowed to do that.
we're lawyers. We disagree all the time. Like I disagree with Ty over how much I should read Dune.
Yeah. Oh, that doom pilling is just
his-
gonna. I mean, it
that's
it
his legal
grows
opinion,
every
too.
moment.
His legal opinion is that I'm obligated to read Dune, and I don't believe him.
I think I'm going to badger the witness so severely that he'll have no choice but to give me my way.
So what are you talking about right now, Kurt? You've been putting out a couple videos lately.
Yeah, I just edited another 8 and uploaded them on the back end to my channel. So I have a nice little backlog there. So I think I now have 14 on the back end ready to go. But I'm covering a whole bunch of interesting cases. I'm getting into the Project Veritas FBI letter. I'm cutting into the Charlottesville, the Charlottesville $32 million settlement, which will not remain $32 million for very long because of Virginia law. So it's going to be reduced massively to like a tenth of that, if not less. I'm covering the Rittenhouse Rye thing. I decided to dip my toes into the Daybell case, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell. With that,
I've heard of that, but I don't know. Is that? Can you do a brief refresher on that?
Yeah, so they're both accused of both murdering their prior spouses, and she's accused of murdering her kids, and they're now also suspects in an attempted first-degree murder in Arizona, and they're former members of LDS, the Mormon Church, but they were expelled for having too wacky views, and they are doomsday people, and they're insane. That's basically the long and short of it.
Very cool.
And the charges I just listed, I don't think are the end of our rodeo. I think by the time we're done, we're going to be in a state or two more with other murder / attempted murder charges. So they're going to be in courtrooms for the foreseeable future.
They decide that the doomsday was coming, so they might as well just finish off.
and then Lori Vallow's attorney is a interesting character. His name is Mark Means. Okay, so this is a capital murder case, and he's never done a criminal case.
Oh,
he's a civil lawyer, and he's representing her in a capital murder case.
Is he hiring outside of counsel or anything?
Well, not so much, because she ran out of money. So the judge appointed a public defender who's qualified to sit as second chair, and now they're fighting amongst themselves, which is also hilarious.
Oh my God.
Capital murder trial.
Real quick, Attorney Tom's in the chat, and Attorney Tom, will you commit to doing an analysis of a wrongful death suit in Texas with me? Will you commit to that without knowing anything about it? Like you're not well, as far as I know, you're not representing on the wrongful death suit, and you're a plaintiff's attorney, and the plaintiff filed the petition already, so I don't think you will be. But will you commit to that? Sight unseen. It has nothing to do with
it's not a trap.
Has nothing to do with the Houston case at all. I need to talk to you about this wrongful death. It's the shooting of Chad Reed by Kyle Carruth. The $50 million wrongful death suit has been filed by the widow of Chad Reed. And I think a wrongful death suit is a wildly different question than a self-defense criminal case. And the interesting thing is filing a civil case during the pendency of a criminal case has advantages and disadvantages as well. Yes, Tom, it's a shooting case. I need you. I need your help. And yes, it's been filed by Tony Busby is the attorney. And I've heard things about him. I won't ask you to comment on him personally unless you want to, but I've heard things about him. So I don't know. I'm not a Houston, Texas lawyer, but you are. So
it's going to turn on wrongful act, isn't it?
I don't know. That's the thing.
I was glancing.
I must say, Nick, there's a very classy goblet. Where did that come from, and how can I get one? Is it part of your merch?
No,
can I get it with the Rakita logo on it.
I wish. No, I got it at Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Sweet.
Yeah, but it is nice. It's stone. I'm drinking Lagavulin 16 out of it right now.
All
I'm
right.
drinking Diet Dr. Pepper because I might have to go back to work.
How are things in your world, Ty?
Oh, we're moving in our office this month, this week actually.
You got any new exciting cases you want to tell us about, just to keep us surprised?
I'm neck deep in a very agile and fluid M&A deal right now. So no, I mean,
really?
yeah, I do a fair amount of that, and It's
not my first choice, to be honest, but
oh, I love it. I do that. I do that full time if the business was there, and it might be developing in that direction. But I do a lot more than just the legal work. I mean, I negotiate the deals. My role as a lawyer actually in this case hasn't even actually emerged yet. I'm mostly negotiating and that type of thing. So I it's a broader engagement than you'd normally see. But
okay,
a lot
sounds
of fun.
like fun.
Yeah, it's always good to go up against folks that judge you on your accent.
You can help us with the M&A of the law tube. With our panel here, we need to have an M&A of the entire law tube. One big law tube consolidated.
Yeah.
Oh dear God! Can you imagine having like 12 or 15 lawyers all?
I love it. This is the best partnership of all time. This is
we need to
looking at each other all day.
We need to incorporate it like in Germany, so that the initials after are like SUSAG or something,
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Some kind of weird, stuff like that. Everybody else has got much more interesting things going on. I'm just trying to, make a buck. But
I look at patent cases as they're being filed. I'm not sure how interesting it is. I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I've actually gotten burned out of my day job. I'm finding it very, very hard to do it anymore. I'm just going to flame out one of these days because I just cannot keep the will to keep going. So I need to find something else to do with my time. Yeah. I've been doing it 14 years. I'm a little tired.
I know this YouTube lawyer. He's kind of a flake, but you might give him a call.
Great.
Burnout is a thing with lawyers. Even if you like the practice of law, which I do, there have been times where I've just said, I need a little separation. A lot of times in a real intense M&A deal, I tell clients, I may disappear for a day or two. Don't freak out. It just means that I've kind of reached my maximum capacity, and I need to sit down and sort. And it's what are your practice areas, Kurt?
It's patent prosecution. So I deal with patents as they are being dealt with at the patent office. So I deal with the actual patents coming into life, and more specifically, it's computer databases and search engines. So basically, every time a system does a call behind the scenes for information. That's the kind of technology area that I deal with. And sometimes, and the most of the time, it's very niche applications. So you would never know about it as an end user. It's your phone doing something silently behind the background, or an app even doing something silently to, match data or match images or get geolocation data or whatever the case might be. So you never see it or think about it. And occasionally, although not very often, it's Google and people who want to be Google. So it can be a wide range of things.
Sounds interesting.
Kurt, are you covering the Supreme Court oral arguments on the Missouri?
I'm going to do it on Friday.
Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it before that then on purpose.
Okay, you're stealing my thunder. That's nice.
I listened to the first 15 to 20 minutes.
He likes to think he's doing it for your own good.
During the lunch break. Yeah, someone in the chat asked me if Kyle Rittenhouse had stood up and shot Jump Kick Man while he was 10 feet away and no longer advancing. Would that be the thing? And it's a good question, but it's a different question because again, what we're talking about is specific aspects of Texas law here that involve the removal from the property of a person who was in their property and someone unlawfully entering that property and with force removing them. That's a big difference. The other one is that, Jump Kick Man was running away from Kyle at the time that he was 10 feet away, whereas Chad is not running away. He's squared off, and at best, he's not advancing. That's at best. We actually can't tell.
I think, Nick, a lot of people, at least on your stream, zeroed in on the fact that they seem to take the side of the guy of the guy that was shot, assuming that he was being messed with on custody, which happens all the time, as you pointed out. Right. But that's just really not relevant legally. I mean, it just isn't.
Yeah, and it sucks when people mess with custody. and it does.
Well, this gets back to something you and I have talked about on your show any number of times. When you start messing with people's kids, you know, the sanity goes out the window.
Yep.
You know, you and I both consider and say, you know, that was a dumb decision as a father because now he's out of his kids' lives permanently. But in that same situation, hell, I don't know what I'd do.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, I'd do a merger and acquisition case 10 times over before I ever did a family law case.
Oh God,
it's like it's just too much. I mean, mergers and acquisitions, depending on who's acquiring who, can sometimes be a little bit vicious or a little bit uncomfortable depending on what's going on. But man, family law, it's like Jesus Lord, it's a whole world of pain.
Yevgeny Alexandrov says
highly charged.
He says you can just use Eugene, but I remember your name as Yevgeny now. So that's, if it's pronounced Eugene, then maybe I'll pronounce it that way. Sorry.
Dagny Taggart, I'll do my best to make the son cooperate with the background. You know, I'll see what I can do about that. There's not.
I'll send you a studio light that you can just have on your desk.
Yeah, window view is cool, but not as a video background. Close or compensate the light. Well,
He says, Branca is somewhat biased on the side of make yourself hard to convict, which is a smart position. And that's very true. That's very true. That's his entire law of self-defense thing, is make yourself hard to convict, which is
sure.
And if he's speaking from that position, then that is, you know, Kyle is not as hard to convict as he could be.
That's true.
And he says, P.S. Beard is right on Dune. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Such your feelings, you know it to be true.
Yeah.
Just a crappy situation.
Yeah.
And weird because of the you know, he's the shooter is divorcing that judge, and I mean all that gets bizarre.
That whole scenario makes everything awkward procedurally. But
yeah, I guess that what the Attorney General's office will be the ones.
Yep, they've turned it over for, and they'll have to, I believe they're gonna grand jury him. I believe that's the case. Now you can pretty much always get a grand jury indictment unless you're the attorney trying to get a grand jury indictment against Darren Wilson after shooting Mike Brown. He was unable to, but he was only unable to because everybody changed literally everything they said at the time of the shooting when they got before a grand jury and were put under oath. All of the hands up, don't shoot, all of that stuff. Once they were under grand jury, under oath in front of the grand jury, they all said, actually, no, I didn't see that. Actually, no, his hands weren't up. Actually, no, I wasn't even looking out the window when any of this happened.
Funny that, huh?
Yeah. So all of that changed, and they were unable to secure a grand jury indictment, which is, what's the phrase? Like you can
indict a ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich, yeah.
Yeah. And it's not inaccurate. you get to present all of the evidence. There's no defense attorney, and all they have to do is get to probable cause, which is, whew. But we'll see on this one. I think a grand jury could certainly return an indictment on Kyle Kareth.
Yeah, I do too, but I don't see him getting convicted. You'd have to get. I think a conviction in that case would have to rely upon animus towards him from the jury, and I don't think you can get 12 pissed off fathers with ex-wives who have messed with their kid with their custody.
That's true.
I'd be surprised if you get one on the jury.
Yeah, well, yeah.
if defense does,
are you divorced? Do you have kids? Okay, struck.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, being a father myself, I understand the guy's rage, assuming what he was saying is correct, but that still didn't make it a good idea. You know, and Kurt, I was telling Nick earlier that I actually told my staff and had them watch that video. And I said, now, you know, bookmark this, show this to some of our hot-headed clients, you know, because my office does a fair amount of family law, and we've got some hotheads, and it's like, make them watch that video and say, you know, this is Texas. You don't go onto somebody's property. I got a client right now that I've got a certain amount of concern that he could do something that's stupid.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, he knew he had the gun. It was right there, and still he decided
he was out of control. I mean, the guy had lost all
apparently
at that point. I mean, it was just, you know, he was, whether he's telling the truth or not, he sure was acting like somebody who had been jacked with just that one time too many.
Oh, one thing I did receive an email from a Texas criminal defense attorney who indicated to me that was not actually the agreed upon pickup location for the child either.
Right.
So that because that's a big argument people
Well,
have.
they were saying that you know, he was saying that what's his name? Kyle was saying he's not here. The kid's not here. I mean, he, you know.
Yeah, so that's one of the big hangups that people in the chat have had is that that he was lawfully there because he was there. That's the pickup location, but and I have not verified this. I have not seen the custody order. I'm guessing it will come out in the civil suit. The details about it will be alleged, I would suppose, or we'd find out in discovery. But from what I have seen so far, that location was not actually the pickup location. Now, I don't know if he was invited to that location. I don't know if he just went to that location when they missed the pickup. I don't know the details of that. Those things could change that a little bit.
You know,
Kurt, I just wanted to let you know.
You've been ambushed, Kurt.
See how long I last, and when I just sign off without telling you, you'll know why.
First.
I think we're about to have 25 minutes of jury instructions.
Oh, not again. I might have to.
We're ready, Deputy. Thank you.
But I don't know if they're going to do that or if they're calling another juror. I'm not sure. Kurt, what do you feel about the chat simping over this judge? How embarrassing is it on a scale of 1 to 10?
Pretty embarrassing, man. I feel like this is bad simp, man.
Bad simp, man. That sounds like a manga character.
I say this with all the love for the chat that there is, but for God's sakes, knock that off. It's just pitiful. Quit it.
Quicks DC 614 says, I had no idea uncivil law was such a big nerd. That sounds really interesting.
Guys are on YouTube talking about the law, and y'all can't figure out that they're nerds.
Please have a seat.
Touche.
And you may remove your mask.
Okay,
myself
so
included.
This is another juror, at least.
Thank you for being so patient.
You did miss the prosecutor trying desperately to get a juror to say he didn't want to be on the jury, and then they struck him.
Now, you said on the questionnaire that you had a somewhat negative general impression of the defendant. And I am wondering whether or not you can promise to base, if you're chosen as a juror, if you can promise to render your verdict, whether guilty or not guilty, based solely on the evidence that you hear in this case and not on any general impressions.
This question
that
should
you
not
may
take a minute and a half
have
to
of the
ask.
defendant or Mr. Wright. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you can do that. You can also not
Supermodel
disregard
2011.
anything that
Harsh.
you heard before the
Fair.
case started. Okay. You stated that you live in on the south side of Minneapolis. A lot of places in the community have been affected by police-related killings. Can you elaborate on that a little?
Stop patronizing Dragon Goddess.
Mainly what I was talking about is the George Floyd
I like the neckbeard shouldn't be criticizing this beauty.
outside community.
Okay, and I know the answer, but in what
Resemble
way?
that remark.
Your view?
Well, yeah, a lot of people have negative viewings of the police, but I think it's a worldwide issue that has pretty much, come up recently with a lot of people of color being killed by police and brutality and whatnot.
What is your general impression of police?
I know that I know that police, not every officer is bad or racist or, out to go kill somebody of color, but I definitely do think that there could be a relation to that.
Okay, so you
Okay.
recognize that there are some cops that do bad things and other cops that don't. And
Yeah.
The judge is trying to rehabilitate her.
person in law enforcement should be judged on an individual basis. Do you
Right.
agree with that?
Yeah.
Objection, she's leading the witness.
You stated that you or your family have been victims of crimes, and I'm wondering what their police interactions were with respect to those crimes. First of all, did they report the crimes to the police?
I mean, over the years, there's been so many different interactions, but the ones off the top of my head, yeah, they have been reported to police.
And what was the reaction that they had to how the police handled the situation? Satisfied, not satisfied?
There's
or
certain
neutral?
situations that they were satisfied, others that they weren't. Things that it's out of the officer's hands. Sometimes it's just the law and what they can do, what they can enforce.
Okay. Have any of those interactions with police in those circumstances make you biased against police officers in general?
No, like I said, I know that certain officers can be like that and others aren't.
Okay. Have you personally had any negative interactions with police?
No.
Okay.
I think we're at 9 jurors, right, chat?
You stated that your uncle's been tased. Can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances there?
He's always all his life he's been on and off hard drugs, and he's had different interactions, different problems when it comes to his mental health. And on one specific occasion, he was threatening to commit suicide, and I'm pretty sure he got tased off of a bridge or something like that.
Okay.
For his own safety.
All right.
So he didn't hurt himself.
All right. Were you critical at all of how the police handled that situation?
No, I didn't. I mean, I wasn't involved personally, so I didn't feel no way about it. I know how he can be, and I understand the circumstances.
Is there anything about that situation that makes you think you shouldn't be a juror in this case?
No.
Keep it together. Keep it together. Stay on target.
Got to scroll through these pages.
You check the box.
Kurt's got the face that men get when they sit at the drive-thru with their wives.
Accused of crimes. Do you feel that in those situations justice was done?
For the most part.
Okay. Are there any situations where you did not believe that justice was done? And if so, can you explain?
Maybe I should just start a new YouTube channel
Certain situations
and
where
just put
they-
up a picture of the judge as the
like I said,
video
it handled
and
the
just
way
have only her talking
would have liked it to be handled.
for however long, clip it all out,
At the same time, it wasn't always
and run an ASMR channel and make $1 million.
Yes.
Yeah, someone was trying to explain that this is ASMR simping, not the other kind that I'm going.
They're lying.
I'm half tempted.
One time, I had a family member who had gotten into
Steve C. Yes,
altercation
agreed.
with somebody, and they were kind of trying to explain their side of the story, but other people were kind of jumping in trying to explain theirs, and the officers just weren't really trying to hear it because of the interruptions. They only wanted the one person to talk, and they pretty much just left the situation because of they kept warning the people around to not interrupt and to mind their own business, and they didn't, so they pretty much left, which I mean, I feel they shouldn't have just left, but I guess I understand.
When you filled, I'm sorry, I'm going to be asking these personal questions.
Oh,
Okay. When you filled out your questionnaire, you were pregnant and you were having severe vomiting and nausea.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask you this, but are you still pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And are you still having severe vomiting and nausea?
Yeah. And throughout my whole pregnancy, I've like at times had to like go to the ER and check into the hospital because it just gets so bad that there's nothing medicine or really anything can do.
Okay. How often does this happen where you feel nauseous?
These questions
Let
are
her
kind of
go.
interesting because,
Well, that happens
if an
every
employer
day.
were asking these
Throughout the day,
questions,
but
they'd be a violation of federal law.
that like I've had to go into the
They're
ER.
like, are you pregnant? Are you still
About
pregnant? How's the nausea?
times.
Like, you can't ask those questions. Discrimination on the basis of sex.
I believe it was at the end of October.
She was just in the ER at the end of October. Let her go.
Given your present problems with your pregnancy, that you'd be able to sit as a juror in this case?
Well, I think for the most part I can. I felt the need to put that in there because it's for my life it's been unpredictable. So it's not like I can, specifically say like, there could be a day that like I'm not available, or I have, I'm in the hospital. So
Okay. How often do you feel nauseous?
I'm calling in not available to jury duty today.
Well, like I said, every day, multiple times a day. I just do the best I can to manage it. Like, there's only so much I can do. But and
Lady
then I
Raggets would have been
say
terrible
that
on a jury while pregnant. She
in an
vomited all the
instance where
time.
I can't keep anything down and I have to be on IV.
You're in dangerous territory, Nick. I think the whiskey's getting to you. Stay off that
I'm
subject.
about to be
No,
7
she
months,
knows.
So it's happened about 6 times. It's been maybe once a month.
With
Nick
our
is
second
blasted
one-
into ashes. Everybody will know I tried.
It's unpredictable.
No, with our second one, she was vomiting from the
Let me tell you what the
time she
schedule
found out
is.
she was
It's like
pregnant
I
through
told you,
delivery.
it's
I mean, it was that bad. So
20-minute breaks in the morning and 20-minute break in the
you can't.
afternoon.
Yeah, I'll just
And
hold it
lunch,
in till my 20-minute
break
break.
of about an hour.
Just let her go.
Is that schedule going to present a problem for you?
Is the judge violating federal law right now? Discuss.
But you're
Nah.
still thinking that it's
Jury duty is one of those special use cases,
well
right?
enough to come in?
Well, I would say for the most part, I can always kind of make myself feel.
I mean, Batson does
Will
also
a-
apply to
Will
sexual
a
discrimination as well
will
as
a
race.
barf bag be adequate, or do we need to bring you a barf trash
I
can?
had to like go be on IV fluids, and that's something that would be out of my control.
Okay, and you said the last time that you were on IV was when?
I believe it was the end of October.
Okay. So you have some concerns about being on a jury.
Yeah.
All right.
It's one way to put it, Judge.
Okay. Counsel, could we do a sidebar?
Nah, I'm gonna splash this one.
Yeah, she's gonna ask counsel if they have. Oh, she didn't cover her face. She made a mistake, a grave error.
Read her lips.
I can't. She's speaking in ASMR.
These clever judges.
It's the Navajo code talkers of our time.
Yeah, the ASMR code talkers.
Look, no one who's watched ASMR on Twitch has ever looked at a woman's lips. I'm just saying. No, but she's saying the obvious. Do you guys have any reason why we should try and force this poor woman to sit here while she's going to be vomiting during the trial? Or can we just agree to let her go? Like I asked you to agree to let her go yesterday as overnight homework. My guess is maybe one of the parties thought, oh, but she has good answers, though.
If someone makes a Batson challenge against the judge, I'll laugh.
No one's gonna make a Batson challenge against the judge on the poor pregnant lady. It's not that she's pregnant; it's that she's specifically pregnant in this particular way, right?
Hmm.
Come on, you don't have something back for that, other than
Not sure you can slice it that way, man. That's all I have to say about that.
Oh, you got to be able to, right? Like, because like if you're dismissing women because they're pregnant, but look, you say I have lots of pregnant friends, right?
Some of my best friends are pregnant.
Yeah, some of my best friends are pregnant.
Yeah.
My wife's been pregnant before.
Well, I mean,
that's how you overcome that. I think you can actually take that to the Supreme Court. I have a pregnant friend. I can't possibly be anti-pregnant woman.
I'm pregnant right now.
Yeah, don't judge me, bigots. I identify as a pregnant she.
I identify as pregnant. That's good. Why not? Throw that in the mix too.
Your Honor, I'd like to raise a Batson challenge right here against the state or judge or what I guess, Your Honor, is trying to dismiss his juror on improper grounds. We've got garbage cans she could have
A
and
couple follow-up
vomit
questions,
into
Ray.
if necessary.
Do you think you'll be physically able to sit as a juror in this case?
She's gonna say yes.
Okay, and you're willing to serve? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Ng or Mr.
You had
Gray, do
your-
you have questions?
You had your out. Maybe she wants to be on the jury.
I think the
guess.
don't you think the prosecution wants her?
Yeah,
Good
I'm
afternoon.
going to biasedly say yes, but I haven't heard
My
her
name is
answers
Paul Ng.
yet.
On behalf of Officer Potter, I have a right to ask you questions, and I'm with Mr. Gray and Amanda Montgomery.
I want the crusty guy back.
Condition, but I do want to ask you some follow-up questions. I don't mean to offend you about a private matter, but we are interested in seeing how you are. Okay? It's fair to say, as I listen to you, that you feel somewhat nauseous, almost.
I'm going to call the National Organization of Women. I'm going to have them write an amicus.
Microphones. I'm gonna hard of hearing.
The flagrant harassment of.
He's going to try and get her to say she has a medical
Feel
hardship.
nausea
He's
sometimes,
going to do the same thing the prosecution was doing earlier.
Yes.
and that can happen every day.
Yes.
And you assume that if you were picked as a jury, that the feeling of nausea would not necessarily just go away.
Right.
And you would be in the courthouse listening to the jury and listening to the case and then interrupting the.
I mean, I have a feeling of nausea, and I'm sitting all the way over here.
I mean, like I said, it's out of my control. So if it's something that happens, yeah.
And your view is that it would likely happen.
I don't know. I don't just like necessarily. I feel nauseous all the time, but I don't always throw up. So.
And you're having a baby
sitting here
in
for 2
February,
weeks.
is that right? And you've been in the ER about 6 times?
Yeah.
And that is for dehydration?
I could definitely sit here. I'm able, Your Honor. I'm ready
Pretty
to
much
go.
because I can't stop throwing up. So.
So they
Can't stop throwing up.
Your arm with a drug to stop that.
Yep.
And has the medical staff indicated that they can stop it in the future?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean,
by-
is it going to happen in the future, if you know?
Yeah,
Probably.
it could happen in the future.
Can we get
So
an
they haven't
IV
been
in the
able to
courtroom for you?
Control it in a sense.
That'd be
of
good.
stopping it.
And
They
a
can
catheter.
Control it at the time it happens. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, exactly. I've basically been prescribed medicine that helps me control it throughout the day.
So there's a possibility that during this trial, if you were to be selected, that at any given day you could be hospitalized.
Yep.
And that would take a day or two, or however long it would be.
About a day. It takes a few hours.
And then I assume you're wiped out after that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it takes another day to recover.
I mean,
Yeah,
no, not
okay.
necessarily, but
And obviously this medical condition of yours is something you didn't want to have happen, but it's ongoing. Is that right?
When you're vomiting uncontrollably, are you
Yeah,
unable to
they discussed
perform the
that
basic
before,
functions of living? You know, are you
Can you
able
fairly
to-
evaluate the facts and the evidence while you're yopping into a barf bag? I mean,
Well, he just has to get her to say medical hardship in some stretch of those words. So
yeah, she wasn't willing to quite take the bait on that, though.
yeah, but
They're
you
gonna-
gotta
they're gonna
ask.
strike her.
You gotta ask. So if you are in one of these spells where you're vomiting, you know, you said uncontrollably. Are you able to walk? Are you able to eat? Are you able to brush your teeth? I mean, you just start asking about basic necessities, like what can and can't you do while you're vomiting? Are you able to carry on a conversation while vomiting? You know, and that.
Oh, they're are they? Yeah, they're talking to the judge now.
Yeah, Judge, come
Please,
on.
for the love of all this.
Do we have enough yet, or do I have to ask her more? Do you want to know more? Click.
A murder was caught this morning, tried this afternoon.
Execution
at night, all net.
All nets, all channels.
Would you like to know more? One of the greatest movies ever made.
Oh, I love that movie.
Without peer. Without peer.
So, Ty, you talk about my grandmother pretty often. Do you
Yeah.
realize that my parents tried to make her and my grandfather watch that movie?
You might have just made my whole week. I can't wait to bring that up with your mom. So how'd that work out?
I think my grandma basically said, "This is stupid."
This is stupid. Boy, on your luckiest day, that's all she'd say.
He's sitting there. He's up there like begging, "Judge, please, come on."
Throw us a bone here, Judge.
What do I got to do? She could be out at any day. She could be out in the hospital all day. We're only gonna have 2 alternates. You really want to burn one? She was just hospitalized last month. Any day she could be hospitalized. She could go into
but the
labor.
state's fighting hard for her. Well, for one thing, they just want to make the defense burn a strike.
I mean, if you can, why not, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's an adversarial process from beginning to end.
Come on.
If she throws up at a real key moment of testimony,
She
you
throws
can be
up
like, exactly. I
right
throw
now.
up too.
Right now, she just. Oh, and by the way, just all over the desk in front of her. It'd be like that scene in Stand By Me with the pies, right? Like where everybody starts vomiting. Was that Stand By Me, or was that something else?
You're going to be excused from this.
Bye-bye.
I really hope you start feeling better through your pregnancy. Okay, so.
But don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Bye-bye.
I hope everything goes well, and I'm sure you're very excited about having your new baby. Okay, thank you so much. Deputy, could you hold up on bringing the another juror in?
Bye-bye.
Okay, I granted the defense motion to strike for cause over the state's objection. I believe that this panel member, she did say that she's been hospitalized and that if that were to happen, she would be not able to come in that day. We can't be stopping the trial for a day while she is in the hospital needing medical attention. This is a very, I think, unusual pregnancy because of the hospitalizations and the need for getting IVs. So for that reason, I granted the defense motion to strike.
Can you do a reverse Batson challenge? where
Yeah.
you say that the state only objected to this because that was a black juror that they thought would be favorable. Like, can we just admit that that is the entire basis that the state had at this point to try and keep that juror on?
Well,
Do
I
a
mean,
reverse Batson.
well, I would have stricken her just on the ambivalence that she showed to the police. I mean, she's on her best behavior, and she's not able to really be terribly objective.
I'm glad I stayed on long enough to hear from a pregnant puking lady who nevertheless believes she can and she wants to serve on a jury. That's admirable in our civic order, I guess.
Grandmaster Yoda says they're only
Yeah, I want
eligible.
nauseated women to be, if I'm a murder defendant, I want a jury of nauseated
Well,
women.
if you're the
quick
defendant, you'll be
deliberations.
nauseated automatically.
Yeah, well, ooh, seems harsh.
It's that's quick deliberations, though.
Yeah, I mean,
She just threw up in the room. Oh God, it stinks. Can we get out? No, Grandmaster.
Well, you
Yoda
would be
says,
getting instant feedback in a sense.
Grandmaster Yoda says they're only eligible for 7 strikes. Yes, 7 strikes each that are preemptory. But those do not include for-cause strikes.
Right.
For-cause are as many as possible.
I don't have very many questions.
7 with no reasons. That was the Sandlot?
Yeah, no, strike for cause is not a defense strike. That's a free strike.
Seven preliminaries is a lot of strikes.
I think it's 7.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it seems like a big number.
It is.
There's been at least some discussion in articles and such about getting rid of preemptory challenges altogether. I think some judges might have actually done that. I'm not sure, but
Neutral on with respect to your impressions on the parties. And
what do you think, Ty? You want to get rid of preemptory challenges?
You're going to be open-minded and listen to our arguments then? Okay.
No, I don't. I mean, it's an adversarial system. Yeah, there's a lot of gamesmanship going on here, but I mean, this, not in criminal trials anyway.
Now you indicated
Maybe
you were a
maybe
victim
reduce the
of crime,
numbers of them though. I
and
don't know if that would
police were called because of a home break-in.
be an improvement or not.
Was it 1 incident or 2?
What do you think?
I think that probably without preemptory is probably closer to what the Constitution envisions. It's like it's just a jury of your peers. So unless you can find a cause, like that's just a juror who has their own foibles, which may or may not favor one side or the other. But it's like that's just the nature of how people are in reality. So that is a jury of your peers is. I mean, just pick 12 people off the street basically, and it's like what you get, you get.
You think there's an argument though that people are a lot more, I'm going to say better informed, more broadly informed, maybe because of the ubiquity of media everywhere.
We were called watchmen, and
I mean, this case is a good example. Not a single juror hadn't heard of this case.
Went around,
does that change anything?
I mean, it certainly didn't get the profile that some of the other big name cases is, but I'm not going to doubt it for the community at least. But I mean, again, that would, if you can show that they have bias from seeing enough media, then presumably that's a causal reason.
Went after the
but otherwise,
okay. So yeah, we'd keep. Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's see if we can hear the answers.
Volunteer security detail, I guess.
Okay. And did you encounter situations where you had to take control of the situation?
I did not.
Okay. In response to your views on Black Lives Matter, you indicated you were very unfavorable. Can you explain why you formed that opinion? And what is the basis for that?
Well, I think they just go too far overboard. I think that, everybody is equal in all ways. And so I think they go too far one way.
Can you explain what you mean by what they're doing that you think is going too far?
I think they just get too excited about being against, I don't know. I'm not sure I can explain it.
Oh, take your time.
That's what we need.
They just seem like they're more interested in getting on the news than really doing anything to help Black people.
Okay. So it's more the publicity that they're seeking rather than
I think it is.
Okay. In response to the question, have you, a family member, or someone close to you ever been employed by or had any dealings with the Hennepin County District Court? You checked yes. And that was only with respect to your guardianship, or were there other instances?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, that's the only time you've had any dealings with the Hennepin County District Court?
I'm sorry, what?
That was the only time that you've had any dealings with Hennepin County District Court, is getting appointed a guardianship?
Well, my daughter had been arrested for, I think, DUI.
Okay.
So
And do you think that she was treated fairly?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What justice is done in her case, or do you have complaints about it?
No, I think justice was done. I don't have any complaints.
Okay.
Bump just sold you out big time.
I was wrong on preemptory challenges. It's 5 for the defense and 3 for the state.
Oh, that would explain why the
Except in-
state was badgering so intensely.
Except in life sentence cases, it's 15 for the defense and 9 for the state.
No kidding.
So I
Guess
just
it
looked
would be sure.
up the rule. My bad on the 7 thing, guys. Wanted to.
You're sort of splitting the difference.
In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror? You checked yes and not sure. I know that you don't really want to have to come to Minneapolis, so, and that's understandable. But your question on the questionnaire anyway, will jurors be required to be fully vaccinated? I'll answer that question for you. We don't have that requirement.
State's going to be trying to get rid of this lady
Oh, God.
real hard.
They're going to burn 2 on her just to be sure.
Require proof of vaccination. But what we do require is that masks be worn at all times while in the courthouse, and during the trial, you will be required to wear a mask. And the only time that you're allowed to take your mask off is if you're in the witness box, or if you're taking a sip of water and you're sitting as a juror.
Sipping water the entire
Would you
time.
feel
And
comfortable being a juror in this case under those circumstances?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you think we should know about you and your ability to sit as a fair and impartial juror?
I believe in astrology. You're dismissed. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not wearing a mask.
You can be fair to both sides here?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Fauci lied, people died. That's what I think. How about that?
Pretty sure that the prosecution is going to.
Good afternoon.
Crusty guy's back. All right.
This is 32. That's your name here.
That's your name
You're
here.
gonna
That's your
be
name.
juror.
And you're going to like it.
I've read your questionnaire. And
Maybe
would you
Earl should be
change
sipping
anything
water
in
the
this?
entire time.
No.
Okay. And has anything happened since you answered this questionnaire that perhaps the lawyers?
Can you bring in a mask that has sentiments on it, or do you have to bring in a plain mask into the courtroom?
Mention in your.
I'd like to also cite Cohen versus California for my ability to wear any mask I want.
Yes. You say you're good as a jury deliberation as long as I have all of my medications, that I'm good. And you're asked about the medications, and you say, no, just what I listed previously. I have looked through this document twice. I missed them. Maybe I missed it, but
Well, I think I was thinking about like if we were sequestered or something, then I have some eye drops that I need to take. That's all.
All right, that's, but it wasn't listed. I didn't find it.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. I'd like to, the last question here, you want to serve as a juror? You say yes and not sure. And you mentioned having to go to Minneapolis is not something you look forward to. But you also realize you have a civic duty to be a juror. Is this the first time you're a juror?
Yes.
And can you handle it, even knowing, as the judge has told you, that not everybody, maybe everybody will be fully vaccinated, but where it's not required. The mask is required.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay. And you can be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Both sides?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
You got no chance, lady. We got no questions.
This would be their third strike, though, I think, on the prosecution side.
Ooh. I think I'd burn that strike if I were them.
Thank you, Hunter.
If I had to. I mean, they're going to try to badger her into.
Thank you for bearing with us, being patient all afternoon. Appreciate it. When you indicate, as Mr. Gray asked you about not wanting to come to Minneapolis, why is that?
Because of all the violence that's been going on around.
Okay, we're done here, Your Honor.
You're the guys who tried to literally get rid of the police department. You put it on the ballot.
Yeah.
Right. The community was negatively affected because of demonstrations and things that were going on for just that same period.
Because the city sucks, dude.
And we talked about groups, well, a group like Black Lives Matter taking things too far. Do you think that they're involved in that kind of violence that makes people unsafe?
Maybe. I don't know for sure.
Do you have concerns about that?
Well, after coming downtown today, I don't know, maybe I was mistaken, but I just, I just hear things.
Yeah, and what do you mean you hear things? What kind
Well,
of
you hear things on TV about, all the shootings and stuff like that.
And the reason I ask about Black Lives Matter in that context is because when you're talking about taking things too far, you think that's the kind of things that they have taken too far?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
You said they take things too far. And
with their protesting and violence like that.
That's part of what maybe makes it not so safe in Minneapolis anymore.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
I know it's been a number of months since you filled this out, so I don't expect you to have perfect recall of everything, but there was the question that had different statements, and then you had to say whether you agree or disagree. Do you recall that?
Sort of.
You said that, okay, the statement is police in my community make me feel safe, and you said you strongly agree with that.
I do.
Why did you strongly agree with that, or do you?
Because
they make me feel safe.
Well, just recently, I had a hip dislocation in my house, and they came out like almost, 10 minutes there at my house. So
now, if she had been armed properly, she could have shot that hip dislocation before the police even got there and dealt with the problem.
And it would have been a perfectly legal shooting.
Yeah,
It's protecting you from the kind of violence that concerns you about Minneapolis.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Do you burn your last strike on this one, Nick?
Police, and you strongly.
If you're the
they
prosecution?
will.
I think I would.
Yes.
Trust them to help you with medical calls.
Yes, or whatever.
And And one of the statements is because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make. You agree with that? I recall.
Yes.
So when you agreed with that, what did you think it meant about second guessing their decisions?
Can you
Take the bait. Make them burn it. Make them burn it.
statement?
Yep, it's a long one and it's kind of hard to follow. So I'm glad to, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous.
I believe in law enforcement and
right.
duty and honor, just like you do, Mr. Prosecutor. You know, believe in the system and the people who protect it.
Well, for the most part,
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the circumstance. You know.
So.
Bronca said about the last juror, unbelievable. Only thing better would have been if she hurled right there midst voir dire.
If they second guessing. Well, I guess I wouldn't want to say that the officer is unable to make a mistake, but I think that a person can be, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I thought that I knew what I meant, but maybe I didn't. I just know that if you second guess everything that a police officer does, nothing would get done and they wouldn't be able to keep law and order, I guess.
And so it sounds like you're saying that, and I'm sorry to just keep probing you. I mean, these are questions I
not.
want to ask, right? Because we have to have a fair and impartial jury.
I want to burn our last
Every person
strike here.
right for every case, right? That's part of why we pick juries this way.
True.
It occurs to me, anybody get off this jury if they wanted to by just simply saying they weren't willing to wear a mask.
It cannot be for every case. So that's why I get to ask. And it sounds like, I mean, you have a lot of faith and trust in police.
I would. I'm not. I wouldn't.
You say
3 weeks,
you
not
wanna
a chance.
stay that way.
I think you should sit there with your Vader ventilator mask.
They really think this is going to take 3 weeks for this trial?
Exactly.
I think 2 weeks from the time the trial starts.
And
if they assume 8th and being done before
and
Christmas
knowing
Eve.
You want to do your civic duty.
That
You
includes
wanna be fair. I
deliberations.
completely understand that. But like
Still,
I believe I was led to understand the trial would be over before Christmas.
Conduct of a police
Yeah,
officer.
it seems a long time to me.
The judge said it would be over,
Do you
and
think
if it's
that
not
you
over,
would-
I would burn the building down.
Mindset about
Really, a couple days of testimony at most.
trusting police officers and wanting to trust them and being important and not second guess
How long is your opening argument anyway?
is a sort of a bias you would take with
Oh,
you.
I get the idea these guys can stretch that out.
Take a bias.
Yeah, and maybe bias is too strong of a word, but it's a mindset that you have that it's important that police officers can do their jobs. You trust them. You want them to put an end to this violence. You want them to be there for you, and you're afraid that if you have to second guess what officers do, it'll keep them from doing their job. And
Yes.
that's kind of a mindset you have, right?
Right.
So this case involving a police officer may not be the right case for somebody that has that mindset. Do you see what I mean?
No.
If that's
I want you to say you're biased so that the
biased.
judge will strike you and we don't have to.
Need
Would you
all
just
the facts
work with your...
before I can make a decision or an opinion. That's all I know.
Okay. And maybe bias was too strong of a word even. I mean, mindset maybe. Is that something
We already tried that one.
you really can set aside?
He's making it up as it goes along, Your Honor.
We have to do some proper here. He's questioned her now on this for 5 times.
How about you answer the question? Do you remember it? Do you remember the question that was asked? Do you want to re-ask that same
Sure.
question?
I know these are not easy questions to answer, and we have time, so don't worry if you want to take some time to think about it. But, we've been talking about this mindset, that you expressed in your answers to these questions. These are important things to you. I'm not making judgments about you at all, right?
Would you please just,
Onto this
you need to do this guy in Lonnie's voice.
right
Nick.
juror, right person for the right case, right? So
Sorry.
the way that you've answered shows that you have some strong feelings about police officers and the work they do and needing them to continue doing it by not having people second guess what they do, right? And yet as a juror, you would have to decide
How many parts of this question are we on now?
Accused of crimes because of their conduct. You think that you're the right juror for this case then?
I do.
Why?
Because once I get the facts, I can go through them and make a fair decision. That's all. Because I'm not one that would just willy-nilly say, okay, you're guilty or you're innocent or whatever.
I don't think she's going to give him what he wants.
No.
We
Good for her.
question you at length about this now because, of course, you have to be assured of that now, right? You can't realize later, I can't set that aside. So, you've not
So
been a jury.
would you please just admit that you
never sat on a
can't be objective?
Is it that you can tell us for sure now you would not let that lie?
Yes, I can tell you for sure.
Deliberations if you were a juror.
That's correct.
It's been asked and answered a number of times.
A number of
A number of times. But Your Honor, we don't want to use our last strike.
Yeah. Trying desperately. This will probably end up being the last juror. Maybe. I guess they could do. No, because they're going to have to. I think this is the last one in the pool. If there's another one in the pool, they'll probably do another one. If this is the last one in the pool, they'll probably end it.
Yeah, they're going to have to. They've got to use their strike, I think, don't you?
I mean, no, they shouldn't. They should let her on the jury.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Because who knows who they get next? I mean, the people they've struck have been like this. I mean, the one guy was a retired fire captain who lived out in the woods.
Oh God.
And, he hadn't had TV in several years, and it was like, oh, this guy's great.
Not a chance.
They can't have a juror this honest.
No.
Why were they able to? Why did they strike him for the no TV thing? It's like I don't know anything about the case.
Yeah,
I think a retired fire captain might be a deal breaker.
Like one of our unnamed witnesses was CNN, and we really needed them in this one.
So when do you think you'll see that body cam? By the way, on that MSNBC.
Oh, I did it during lunch.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, that's right. I was working. I forgot. Yeah.
They got the NBC booking producer on the phone to admit to it, which was great.
Okay. We'll move on.
We'll move on then. Okay.
I haven't
What are you
seen
going to
it
move
yet.
on to?
Maybe I'll cover it tonight.
Are you biased in this other way?
Could you throw us a bone here?
And apparently, you have some experience in the Army. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, God.
That was in 1983, I believe.
Okay. Quite some time ago.
Yes, quite some time ago.
How long were you in?
1983.
Less than 2 years.
And an important part of your life then? I mean,
it was different.
Memorable, I would think.
I didn't enjoy it all that much.
and that's presumably why you got out, right?
That's correct.
And
Great.
you indicated, you talked about being a watchman or security at your church. You're still doing that?
No,
She's a security guard at her church.
because it was taking up too much of my time. I mean,
This girl's great.
do 2 services on Sunday, and then we had to do a lot of training in between times. It just got to be too much.
Okay. Why does the church need to have that kind of security?
I think most churches do nowadays, just because of the atmosphere of
Just burn the strike, man.
Ask her if she
Come
carried a
on.
gun.
But we've had them at our church.
Carry a taser?
for years now.
And you do have, make sure I get this right. You do own a firearm.
I do.
And
Dun, dun, dun.
have a permit for
The
it,
smoking
or-
gun, as it were.
I did have a permit and it expired, and I haven't renewed it.
And so you went through the training to get your permit, correct?
Well, that was part of it. We didn't have to get a permit, we didn't have to carry, but I decided I'd like to, so.
Just in case I need to shoot somebody.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You didn't have to carry while being a watchman at the church.
Well, you couldn't unless you had a permit,
Right.
but it wasn't required to have a firearm.
I went above and beyond to make sure I could carry that gun at my church.
I brought my gun to church.
To protect my church from those people.
Oh, that's about 3-4 years ago.
See her.
That's again another thing that outside the courtroom experience that you've had, that you'd have to set aside to be a juror in this case.
Guess you got to ask yourself the prosecution.
No.
So
Are we going to get anybody else this bad or worse than her?
there may not be evidence about that in this case. So you'd have to rely on what you hear in the courtroom and not the training that you had. Does that make sense?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying.
All right. When you got a permit, you went through the training class, the firearm training.
Yes.
And so you got some training there.
Yes.
Obviously, this case involves a police officer who gets training. Right?
Correct. Yeah.
And so as a juror, you would be required to rely on what you hear in the courtroom about firearm training, not the training that you had.
Yes, that's true.
Can you do that?
Of course.
But please say you can't.
Well, they're going to strike. They got to strike her.
How many more questions can I ask?
Well, the thing is, they've annoyed the shit out of her now.
Let me ask you about the medications. It sounds like it's just eye drops. Or
He might draw this
Nothing
voir
about
dire out
future
into
abilities
tomorrow.
or Concentrated.
Oh, no.
Your Honor, I haven't gotten the answer I want yet.
Yeah, can we continue this?
Would the medicine mess with you? Does anything stop you? Can you be rattled?
I'm impervious.
You know you're going to strike her. We know you're going to strike her. Just strike her. Good God.
I've asked you a lot of questions. I hope I haven't pried too much into your personal life. Is there anything about your answers that you'd want to add to or
Just
change?
like maybe the fact that you can't be objective.
No.
Can you excuse me just for a moment, please?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I consider her
So, strike her, and you see his co-counsel going, yeah. And the defense is over there.
If you are watching this later, prospective juror, please contact us. We would like to talk to you.
Yeah, you're hilarious.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
you're not going to
we
get
would-
on this jury.
Not a
I'm
chance.
pretty sure.
But yeah.
But I think you're
We
fantastic.
think you're great.
Maybe they're huddling around to figure, is there any question we can ask her we haven't done already 5 times?
Do you have an opinion on Keith Ellison?
Thank you, Juror 32, Your Honor. We would exercise a peremptory.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Aw, I was looking forward to base juror getting seated.
Let's hope that they get another one just like her. Because they'll be talking to that juror for an hour.
All right, counsel, I will see you all at 8:30 so we can discuss what we discussed in chambers, okay?
What? Why would? I think what they're going to discuss in chambers is the potential accelerated schedule, but maybe not. Maybe not. Oh boy! Well, that was great.
Is that base juror?
Yeah, the juror.
Yeah, that's it. She's calling me. Yeah.
Stephen Bozick says her twin sister is next.
That would be too funny.
Oh man.
Well, what that means is if there are any other jurors that the prosecution finds problematic, it's going to be even worse than this. The judge is going to probably have to shut them down.
Yeah, they. So I think I could be wrong because I sit and stream all of this and it gets to be a blur. But I think that was the state's third strike, and under the rules, they get 3. So if that's the case, then they're out unless some sort of special exception has been made. I didn't see one under the rules unless there were multiple defendants. Yeah, that's
So her twin who calls her a libtard is next. Yeah, my sister was on the jury, but she's one of them lefties.
Oh goodness gracious. Whew. Well, guys, looks like we're going to be done a little bit earlier today. I'm going to read a bunch of super chats, but of course, you guys do not have to stay for that at all. I will be doing a show tonight. We might be looking at the Missouri thing. We might be doing something else. I'm not sure yet. There's an Arizona shooting of a person shooting a person in a police officer shooting a person in a motorized wheelchair as they roll away. So I guess the question will be, is that some vehicle exigency that they're going to claim on that shooting?
Wow.
That'll be wild on that.
Yeah, it's already on Google. Arizona shooting wheelchair.
Oh,
yeah.
That sounds like something we need to review.
You want to review it now? Do you want me to pull it up now?
Sure.
Whatever.
It's fine by me. It sounds like fun.
Okay. I got it.
Oh,
here.
yeah. Shot. Rounds. Holy moly.
Behaving. Know that I'm right and dirty. See me right and dirty.
That's going to be a little hard to explain, don't you think?
I mean, it seems like it might be difficult, but stranger things have happened. Okay, so here's
Somewhere
the
there's
footage.
a lawyer out there who.
Here's the footage which we are showing for analytical and educational purposes to make questions of law, in fact, into a potential legal analysis. So here we go. He's got a knife.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Oh, my.
What the?
Holy shit, dude.
Are we serious?
He's trying to come in the store with a knife. They said.
Does he have a knife?
He has cigarettes.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, dear God. That's horrible.
Well.
Oh, they cuff him. That's good. Probably necessary.
I think we're looking at some new murder charges.
Bravo 15. We have one gunshot victim. Officers are code 4.
Bravo 15 is code 4 for meds to move in at this point.
Bravo 15. I'll need units here. Code 3. We got a lot of people here.
10-4, stand by just one. Is it okay for meds to move in? Is the scene secure?
Yeah, scene's code 4.
Oh, my God. Oh,
I
geez.
mean,
That
What?
looks. I mean, without.
whoops.
Yeah, without more, that looks like a blatant murder.
Even if he's got a knife, even
Didn't
if
see a
no
knife
one,
though when he went
no-
down. All I saw were cigarettes.
but I mean, even if he has one, no one is imminently in danger at that
Grab the
point.
freaking wheelchair and stop him from going forward.
No joke.
Ooh.
I mean, that's that without some really serious context, that's murder.
Yep.
Straight up.
I agree. Without some really
Yes,
serious
could
context, that's
exist
murder.
to justify.
You said it right.
Diamond Duck, that was
He has a
9
gun in his
shots.
hand, I suppose.
Yeah.
9 shots. Holy
But
crap.
yeah, I guess if he has a gun in his hand, maybe. It's Arizona. Aren't they an open carry state? Are they open carry?
Pretty sure.
So even if he has a gun in his hand, I don't think. And consequently, even if you have a knife in your hand, it's an open carry state.
They shot him to stop him from criminal trespass.
In a wheelchair.
No.
Going into a public accommodation that is open for business. Yeah. I mean, maybe if the business had informed him he couldn't go in, the police officer saying stop.
Well, they fired the cop. They've already fired the cop. So
You're gonna need to do more than that, man.
Yeah, that's a murder charge.
Yeah. I don't
Time to start
see-
impaneling that grand jury, man.
Someone did say he wasn't wearing a mask. So
Oh yeah. In Arizona.
Okay. Too soon.
yeah, I mean, failure to stop. I mean, the best they've got is resisting a lawful order from an officer
In
maybe?
a wheelchair. In a wheelchair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just brainstorming any possible justifications, but I mean that's
the only
not
thing I can think of is if he had a firearm. If the cop had some reasonable belief that he had a firearm, I don't even know that a knife would be sufficient to.
No, I agree. A knife would not be sufficient because you could just
there's no
pull
one
in and
around.
stop him, and he's so bound that I don't think he'd be hard pressed to make a knife work.
You can just set a barricade up. I mean, close
You
the
just stand
door.
in front of
Close the
him.
door.
You can just close the door. I mean,
Also, reckless endangerment because we saw the Walmart worker or whatever was standing right there, right in the other shot. So we've got reckless endangerment for the Walmart person or whoever too. So yeah,
did any of you guys ever play GoldenEye?
I did. It was a great game. It's definitely not aged well, but it was fun at the time.
Throwing knives. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. He's about at the height of Odd Job too, so it could be. I mean, he could headshot with a throwing knife and take
the
him
Odd
out.
Job used a hat.
Not in GoldenEye.
This had better be one hell of an explanation from the police. I'm telling you.
Boy, I think the hard problem here is I can't even come up with anything because
We're
he didn't have,
basically
he didn't
we're
have a
almost
gun.
at the exact same scenario with the police officer that shot that black guy in the back in South Carolina like 2 years ago. If you remember that,
Yeah.
there's a black guy just running away from him. A police officer just shot him in the back. He was convicted of murder. And
So
they're like, well, yeah, you just shot this guy in the back for not obeying your order.
So it says he's got his knife in his other hand. I'm watching. I don't want to play it again because it's really, really graphic, and YouTube gets
No, I don't
iffy on
wanna-
that.
there's
But
no need to do that.
it says he's got his knife in his other hand, which I would do not go to the store, sir. Stop now. You need to. The guns all come from.
But the officer telling him these things wasn't the officer that fired, right?
No, it was. He was.
It was okay.
How is he an imminent, if he has a knife in the hand? How is he still an imminent threat?
You can't just close the door.
First of all, I
woman
don't
there
think he
can
has.
easily run away.
I want to point out that not only, I mean, this is, I'm going to bring it up. Look at how much reckless endangerment this could be.
Yeah, this
This
girl
is-
for sure.
This is the firing officer shooting
Yep.
this way towards this person.
Yep.
Let me advance it a few frames and we'll see. Because I think we see what spills to the ground. I see cigarettes,
I see cigarettes.
maybe a needle. I mean, maybe if I'm being generous, that could be, but it looks just like cigarettes, a cell
I mean,
phone.
they're rolling, so they're obviously
whatever.
red.
Those are cigarettes. That's not. Those aren't.
Whatever that he drops there at the end is.
That's a cell phone.
No, I mean over here. This.
I think that's a shadow.
Might be.
But I can't see.
Yeah,
it looks that's like a shadow.
Oh yeah, that's a shadow of this thing right here, because you can see as this moves, the shadow moves. Here, check it out.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it vanishes.
Holy shit, dude!
No knife that I can see. Looks like a pack of cigarettes and some spilled cigarettes and a cell phone.
There's something by his. Look at his torso area, right.
Yeah, I'm going to back it up before.
Or is that just trash that was on the? Yeah,
no,
falls.
It's in his pocket. It's in like his breast pocket. It looks like another cigarette or a cigarette butt, maybe.
I wonder why we haven't seen.
Apparently, there is a knife. People are saying there's a knife. People are saying if you want me to drop the knife, you're going to have to shoot me. But still,
where is it? There, that looks like a shadow. Is this a knife?
Well, it could be tucked up under him. I mean, he's wearing a loose shirt.
Is he dead? I mean,
9 shots point blank like that. I mean, stranger things have happened, right? 50 Cent wasn't dead. Is that a knife in his hand? Here? It might be the knife.
Yeah, the guy's dead. Yeah, it was a fatal shooting.
This could be a knife.
Maybe. I'm having a hard time, even with a knife. I'm having a hard time getting this as a justified shooting.
Use of deadly physical force in law enforcement in Arizona. The use by use by a peace officer against another is justified only when the officer reasonably believes it is necessary to defend himself or a third person from what the peace officer reasonably believes to be the use or imminent use of deadly physical force to effect an arrest or prevent the escape from custody of a person whom the officer reasonably believe has committed, attempted to commit, or committing, or is attempting to commit a felony involving the use or threatened use of a deadly weapon, is attempting to escape by use of a deadly weapon.
If they try to squeeze this into escape, I'm going to be a very salty guy.
That's.
I mean, that's the only thing they've got. Either they're preventing an attempted commission or preventing escape. But I don't see any indication of that.
Can you shoot somebody if they're crawling away from you? If you're a police officer, that's equivalent to what this is.
This is not a good shoot.
Yeah,
appoint me special prosecutor. I'm ready, boss.
Yeah. Again, I would need a lot of context. That is not present in the video to justify that. Even with the knife in his hand, he'd have to have threatened somebody. Maybe the Walmart greeter. Is he slowly chasing someone in the rascal?
As he slowly rolls to them.
Could you not taser him? I mean, it's not like he's a hard target.
Do anything? Could you baton his hand? I mean, this is like, he's not particularly mobile. You know which direction he can go. It's only forward or, slight turns. Like, it's not like someone who can whip around and 360 stab you, No. Gosh, that's crazy.
Ugh.
Well,
yeah.
We'll look forward to following that shit.
Talk about it later.
Yeah.
That's that don't look good.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff where, again, now if there is some greater context and some good justification with Arizona, man. Arizona's Daniel Shaver also, the guy shot down in La Quinta. I think it's also the state where the 2 cops knocked on the guy's door. He opens the door with a gun in his hand, goes to put it down. The 1 cop shoots him in the back of the head. I think those are all Arizona. What is up with Arizona cops?
Maybe they've got training that just says if a weapon's involved, cap them. I mean,
there's no way their training says that.
I mean, this again, outside of context, this combined with those 2 or 3 of the worst police shootings I've ever seen, they all, I believe, occur in Arizona.
Would imply a training issue.
They better arrest his ass.
You forget about the video, the wheelchair guy smashed normal people. What? I mean, this wheelchair guy, or are we talking about a different wheelchair? Gosh, I don't know, man.
Well,
Yeah. Well,
unfortunately for that police officer, the video is there.
Thomas Fitzpatrick said, "No, Nick. The wheelchair guy says, motherfucker, you better use it, or goddamn it, I'm going to take it and use it on you." Oh, there you go. Now he's justified.
Okay. Too soon.
Oh
soon.
my gosh. Yeah. Crazy.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to do super chats. So that was fun to review.
It was a quick review.
Eugene says, well, it's Arizona. There's definitely grave risk of death to others, but is this especially heinous, cruel, or depraved manner? If so, fried ham is on the menu. Okay. Okay. On the video I watched with Drex, this wheelchair guy hit an 8-year-old in the mouth and ran her over. Again, we'll have to see. When? Was that imminent?
I don't think
Were
that
they-
justifies a shooting, though. Shootings are not retaliatory.
If you hit an 8-year-old in the mouth, he has a knife, though? I don't know.
It's imminent use. It's not, he's already done it. I mean,
Oh, no. Now we're being brought into the Bronca trap.
the Bronca zone.
Let me see. Someone sent me a link to check real quick.
You know, that does raise a very interesting question about law enforcement in general, though. The problem is that, you know, you can't just let criminals just ignore the police and walk away. I mean, you know, where do you draw the lines on that stuff? Now that I'm not justifying this shooting. I'm just saying that as a general rule.
The employee, so Magnus said shortly before 6 p.m. on Monday, an employee at a Walmart on Valencia Road went to Officer Ryan Remington, a 4-year veteran who is working off-duty security at the store. The employee told Remington a man in a mobility scooter allegedly stole a toolbox from the store. This is at a Lowe's.
Okay.
Wait, not a Lowe's.
That looked like a Walmart.
It says an employee at a Walmart, but the picture that they have is at a Lowe's. So who knows? Okay, so Walmart's in the article. According to Magnus, the employee in Remington followed the man, identified as 61-year-old Richard Lee Richards, and asked for a receipt. Magnus said Richards responded, "Here's your receipt," pulled out a knife, and kept moving. Magnus, based and red-pilled. Magnus said another officer, Stephanie Taylor, arrived just as Richards reached the garden center of the nearby Lowe's Home Improvement. Okay, so there's a Walmart and a Lowe's nearby. Remington then ordered Richards not to enter the store. So the off-duty Walmart officer is ordering him to not to go into Lowe's?
Let's just assume they're confused and it's a Walmart or a Lowe's. One of the two. Doesn't matter.
But Richards ignored him. Remington then shot Richards 9 times, causing Richards to fall out of his mobility scooter, and he died at the scene. Magnus issued a statement about the shooting, stating Remington had been fired from the department. To be clear, I'm deeply troubled by his actions. His use of deadly force in this incident is a clear violation of department policy and directly contradicts multiple aspects of our use of force training.
And he was working as a security guard when he did the shooting. He was off duty.
As a result, the department moved earlier today to terminate him. Case under review by Pima County Attorney's Office.
So he was accused of stealing a toolbox, and they shot him. Great.
Now,
Whose
interestingly, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Walmart just lost a massive civil suit over a similar thing. They had a woman that they accused of shoplifting some amount of items. She was cleared of the shoplifting charges.
Ooh,
Then they sent a demand letter.
Superior.
They sent a demand letter to her demanding $200 settlement or they would press civil charges. She countersued based on that and won a $2.1 million judgment. I often do not stop when the Walmart person asks me to stop to see my receipt, by the way, just because they can't.
Because you're trying to goad them into.
No, I'm not trying to goad them into a
Nick,
lawsuit.
think about that. This guy is off-duty security. He's an employee of Walmart when he's doing
Well,
that.
no, it depends because some states with the policy, like even if you're doing this like stuff, you still retain police powers and stuff. So I don't know how the Arizona does it, but just because he was.
But I'm talking about
working for
civil
Walmart-
liability, though. You're an employee in the, in the conduct of his duties.
Possible.
Wrongful
I
death.
mean, it might turn on some esoteric aspect of state law, but that would be the general rule.
Might give the police some special consideration, maybe. But
Yeah, this is not legal advice. However, store owners, shopkeepers, store employees tend to require the same level of probable cause to detain you, or at least reasonable suspicion for a temporary detention. So they can't just say you stole it. They would have to be able to articulate that you stole something. Them asking now, in this case, if they say they saw the guy steal the toolbox and have checked, they may be able to detain him. That's a different question. But for when you go up, buy stuff, and they say, let me check your receipt, they have no cause to suggest that you are shoplifting. So you can, I just often will say, no, thanks. And then they say, well, why? And I said, because you can't. And then I walk off because, screw them. What are they going to do? Kick me out as I'm leaving? And if they tried, then I would maybe sue them under public accommodation.
You're jonesing for the lawsuit. We know that.
Sue them for public accommodation for excluding me because I'm white or something. I'll make up something. It doesn't matter. But yeah, generally they have to be able to articulate.
You're probably at least as much of a Native American as Elizabeth Warren, so you could go with that.
There you go. But they can't stop you just because you were in the store. That is not. They cannot stop, detain, or search you for that. They have to comport with the same restrictions that everybody else does.
I wonder if that officer just snapped, had some kind of. I mean, I can't imagine. How do you run up to a guy in a wheelchair and you're
blam 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 blam?
Your thought process is, I need to empty my magazine into him.
Yeah.
I mean,
again,
from behind.
Yeah. That fact pattern says this guy is screwed.
And again, he's not even close to the Walmart employee or the Lowe's or whatever. It starts with Walmart, but then says Lowe's later. So if he's a Walmart security guard and they literally followed this guy all the way to Lowe's, I think that changes the situation.
Oh, that would be even worse if that's true.
Yeah.
That would be even worse if that's what's going on, which might be very well what's going on. Wow, I hadn't considered that possibility. This is pretty fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, because there has to be enough time for the backup squad car to arrive.
You're right.
Right?
You're right.
So that's crazy. Or
This
maybe
makes it
that's
worse.
maybe Lowe's is the home garden center of Walmart. Up here, it's the Walmart home garden
Also,
center.
he apparently stole a toolbox. Query: can you see a toolbox?
That's a good, yeah. Now maybe he dropped it at some point. But if he drops the toolbox, I mean, you could try and apprehend him, but that's not a felony.
Shot him from behind, and there was nobody that he was in any way threatening within an immediate.
And that's a misdemeanor theft at best.
Yep.
So, whew. Anyway, well, that's an interesting
fabulous.
situation. So thank you to, by the way, thank you to Pixlexia for sending me that. So I had easy access to it. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to read super chat so I can go make some dinner. I don't know what I'm making tonight, but it's going to be delicious. If you guys are going to stay, you're welcome to, but if you want to leave, you're also welcome to. So, before I do that, to the chat, Mr. Uncivil Law, his channel is in the description. You've heard he's got a bunch of videos already recorded and queued up. He does live streams. He does Supreme Court analysis. He analyzes all sorts of cases, and he's a good friend. So make sure you go check out his channel. You just have to hover over Uncivil Law or click on it, I think, and it'll bring you right to his page. You can subscribe right there.
I think I'll go post a video right now. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, buddy.
Let's
See you
see, Kurt.
soon. All right.
Nick, I'm gonna at some point I need your help. I was having problems with Streamlabs at the house connecting up.
Streamlabs or StreamYard?
Whatever you're using. StreamYard, excuse me.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, sure.
My bad. Yeah. Is it like real resource intensive or something?
They were having issues. When was this?
Oh,
during the trial of
Yeah,
Rittenhouse?
it was back. You remember, I kept trying to log on. I get on and I couldn't because I kept freezing up. It was at my house. And
During that time, there were some issues that I had noticed in various things. So it might have been that. It might be.
well,
a
we
setting also.
replaced my internet. My router and stuff. I had some hardware issues too, but I still don't have a lot of confidence in it. But sometime just send me a link to test.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
make sure
absolutely.
it's
We can do that.
No, whatever. But Ty is even more boomer than Nick. Yeah.
You know, I got a message from a fan apologizing because they tried streaming and their audio was just disastrous.
Yeah. Kids, don't try this at home.
It's like yeah, sometimes it works really well. Other times you're working through like 3 different systems and they change, and oh my gosh, it's no one built any software anticipating that this is where it was going to go. So
Right.
like it's like the problem where you can't just natively use the same webcam image for multiple programs, which when you think about how dumb that is, why can't multiple programs use the same webcam feed at the same time? They can't do it because
That
no one
must
built
be
it
an
that way.
operating system.
Yeah, it is.
Does the new version of Windows address that or anything?
I doubt it.
Probably not. Oh no, that would be useful. No,
Yeah.
of course not.
So it's you gotta like realize that it wasn't made for this, and all this stuff is being ham-fisted together. It's a disaster. But all right, so here we go. I'm gonna start leaning into these. The Japanese Yakuza 1 says, Nick, I just blamed you on a comment I did on Carl Jobst's latest video about legal bites. Those who knows. Dex Luther. Where did we go with that one? Shoot.
No, we need to go to the bar again. Somebody said we need to take the bar again. No. Go to the bar.
In all honesty, in the interest of like being good for the profession, which they should never do this. They should probably have lawyers retake the bar every 5 to 10 years.
Oh, good. Well, that would cut down on the number of lawyers.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, because a ton of lawyers after 5 to 10 years would miserably fail the bar without significant additional training. They'd have to hit Barbary again. But and that's why maybe they should do it for the good of the profession. I'm not advocating for this. I never want to take that damn test again.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, it would be a real interesting change to see some really good lawyers not pass the bar.
Unfortunately for the rest of the world, though, we regulate ourselves.
Yeah.
So what are the odds?
Good luck.
We're going to vote that in.
Dex Luther says 3 weeks for jury selection alone. God, these people are slow. I wonder what good old Judge Bruce is up to. Maybe we should check on him. Well, he's got the trials of Dominic Black and Joshua Zeminski coming up in January. I don't know if they'll be televised, but if they are, I'll look into it. But I hope Dominic gets his case dismissed because it's bogus. Japanese Yakuza once, as a friend of mine told me about how he got police called on him for drunk driving 20 to 30 minutes after he stopped the car and drank when he arrived on location. And sadly, it's a mutual friend of ours that called him in. That's lame because, yeah, technically the drunk driving statute is whether you were operating a motor vehicle in the past 2 hours while intoxicated. And if you drink after arriving, but it's within 2 hours of driving and they get the right fact set, they could, in theory, twist the facts into convictions. In Minnesota, anyway. Mark Gee says the cop probably thought the guy belonged to the Crips. So his gang training kicked in. A Roomba with a knife is more dangerous. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Mike the Dad Crosby says not to justify it, but it's a scooter, not a wheelchair. Yes, that's correct. It is a motorized wheelchair or a scooter or a rascal, as they are sometimes lovingly called. The Japanese Yakuza says to clarify, he have now been charged with DUI from that and now have to appear in court, and I'm a willing character witness for him. This happened in Sweden. That's crazy.
Sweden.
Crazy. Asia Frazier says, what was the Ridge wallet link? Ridge.com/knows. Oh, is that because, yeah, I should have done the Ridge ad right before reviewing the murder like I did the other day.
If you're going to be a whore, you might as well be a top shelf one.
I just like laughing. And eventually Ridge will be like, this guy is advertising us right before people get shot.
On the other hand, our sales are going through the roof. The moral conundrum. What do we do?
Nicholas Gay says Nathan DeBruin hit his goal. Dominic is still 25,000 away, but I think another shout out would get him pretty close. Thanks for all you are doing. Mark Defford says it'd be pretty cool if you could get Donut Operator on the show. It would be cool to get a lawyer and a police officer's take. Kevin Crawley says, any scoop on the Duggar trial? Will it be televised and or will you be covering it? I don't know if it'll be televised, but Emily Baker has been covering that case from start to finish.
I think if you could force Kurt to sit through this voir dire, that would just be funny. Because
he did a lot of it yesterday, and he was just like,
it must be the PTSD then.
Yeah.
Because he was over there just
Nathan Hewitt says, great to find our Nick is a fellow battle brother for the Emperor. Clay Neal says, does anybody know what the judge's middle name is? I'm pretty sure it's Xanax. I'm starting to spike my coffee with extra caffeine. Kyra, welcome to Paralegal Status. Flamethrower 82 says, I killed 20,000 people with one grenade, died in the process, and came back to life as a reptilian. I still have PTSD. Disqualified. Green Irish Knight says, with these trials, you should do good videos and step on food and stuff. Also talk like Richards' ASMR voice while staring back at the camera. Nicole Silvinsky says, the judge just said they want jurors who aren't leaning one way or another. No, jurors must be firmly on the side of innocence at this point. Brian Tracer, welcome to Paralegal Status. Richard Fata says, Nick, I'm going to stay on my jury questionnaire that I watched this channel. Oh, state on my jury questionnaire that I watched this channel.
That will get you stricken.
Wallyball 1297 says, DeBruin is raised over 30,000. Given Binger's salary, does that mean that DeBruin will receive more compensation for work on the Rittenhouse trial? Yes. Kimberly Campbell says, if a person gets
DeBruin is the photographer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. What's he raising money for?
Well, he was after his testimony. He works in some way that involves multiple locations at a big box store. So maybe a supplier or something like that. And he went to one of the locations, and a lady and her husband got in his face and screamed at him repeatedly that he was supporting a murderer, and he was put on unpaid leave after that.
Can be kidding me. Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So
come down to,
according to him,
a real state. Yeah.
According to him, I believe him, but technically I'm taking his word for it. So
he didn't strike me as someone that's actually really capable of lying.
Yeah. Not much of a liar. Doesn't seem like he'd be a very good liar either.
No.
He has an air of genuineness to him. Kimberly Campbell says, if a person gets 25 years to life after spending 25 years, will the person be on parole for the rest of their life? 25 to life, the judge is going to hammer out what that means. They'll be sentenced to a number between 25 and life. And then they'll serve some, if it's not life, they'll serve some fraction of that. And then their probationary period will last a statutory amount past that. So not necessarily on parole the rest of their life. Rajiv Ram says, you making a video on the SCOTUS abortion case today? I might do that as a live stream tonight. We'll see. SW says, thanks for noticing me, Nick Kuhn. What's up, Big Dog Beard? Dennis Heaton says, have they announced they are having Caucasian food for lunch? Pissed Off Patriot says, "Don't tase me, bro." Ah! Artificial Intelligence. Welcome to Super Lawyer. Seth Kaiser says, "Do you know criminal lawyer Bruce Rivers out of the Twin Cities?" I do not. I don't know a ton of lawyers from the Twin Cities at all. But yeah, I'm thinking of going and intruding on Earl Grey's life in some way and seeing if he'll do an interview. Micah and
I bet he would be a riot.
Seems like it. Micah and Ass says, "I slid into Hennepin County's DMs demanding they fix the mic in exchange for the internet's eternal love and gratitude. They said, okay. Now we wait." Murray Rothbard says, "Hey, Dad, thanks for the stream. Any news on PhotoChad GoFundMe?" He is funded. Hopefully it'll keep going up. I have to make the donation from the show to him, which again, I have to do that. Murderbit says, "Earl Grey looks like an elderly Chris Farley." Kyle Bogue says, "Do you regularly read the Star Tribune?" No, I don't read commie trash. That's the correct answer. Dawson Manicabelli says, "Ricada, when we get a break, can you rank order your favorite single malt Islay scotches?" Since we're kind of at a break now, my favorite, Lagavulin 12. Then I go with probably Lagavulin 16. Then Bowmore 15 darkest. And these are all right up at the top. Then maybe a Berkelatic. Is that Islay? It's good. Then Lefroy quarter cask, I guess. Gosh, it starts to get really tough. Talisker 10 years, a good one. It's really inexpensive. Yeah. Artificial Intelligence says, "Nick, either all women, including your wife, speak as slow as Judge Chu, or your kids grew up with unshakable Richards, Wisconsin accent. Pick one." Oh boy. I don't want to do that to my children, but
yeah.
He went on to be a successful
and put it in God. I put it in God's hands.
He went up to be a successful attorney. I'm going to go with the second one, I guess.
Yeah, I risked the wrath of the rest of your group, but I actually kind of liked Richards.
No, I liked him. I just wanted him to be a little more active on some of the objections to the evidence. But
I would have disagreed with y'all if I had realized he was a local defense guy. I don't know why. I just assumed he was some outside hired gun like all the rest, and I didn't realize he was local.
Yeah. Well, you would have been wrong in that disagreement.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I would have been lambasted.
Joe Blow says Earl Grey should do a TED Talk about living in a van down by the river. Kyle Bogue says, "I'm from Minnesota, born and raised, and it took years to get rid of my Minnesota wishy-washiness. Now all my friends just think I'm an a-hole." Happy Times Again says, "Do they also factor in how potential juror is dressed?" Sounds stupid, but do they? Certainly the attorneys are.
You look at everything. You look at, because you're trying to get any kind of clues you can about people's built-in biases and attitudes, and they're not going to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Con Geary says, "Who is Earl Grey? I'm out of the loop." He's the attorney representing Kim Potter, the lead counsel or co-counsel. I don't know, but he's one of the top criminal defense attorneys in Minnesota. Mr. Tech says, "The state isn't on trial. The state has the right to present their arguments and fairly be listened to. That's about it." See, I agree with that. Yep. Squeeze Louise says, "The audio is in this nice middle ground where I can't hear what's being said in the trial and I can't hear anything you two are saying."
Sounds like heaven.
Trevor Rob says, "Ty, please remind me where I can buy your board game." I guess Fistful of Toes?
Well, Fistful of Toes, yeah. I told you the Army War College is now using Fistful of Toes. Well, they haven't yet. They've contacted me, and we're working on the details for that.
Are you working on a DOD style invoice for the licensing?
You got to get a GSA contract number, and there's a fair amount of paperwork. But I am sort of tempted just for the bragging rights, if nothing else.
If it's $50 for a hammer, I feel like licensing the rights to Fistful of Toes would be at least $60.
That would be pretty cool. Anyway, we had to reschedule. We were going to have a Zoom call last week. We had to reschedule for a few weeks from now, but I was like, oh my God, nerding out. I am working on a board game, but it won't be out for a real long time. So.
Mike Fenn says, I want the Price is Right horns to sound each time one of these trying too hard wannabe jurors gets booed. Zach Shrout says, I served on a jury for a murder trial that took 6 weeks. Brutal. Ugh. Ann N says, I know it's a running joke, but this judge stinks. I think her whole soft-spoken slow act comes off as condescending and wasteful of everyone's time. Gonfall says, I'm not sure if you got my super chat yesterday, but that Earl Grey Target guy wanted to be on jury. He sounded like he wanted the job. Yeah. Oh, he definitely did. And he definitely seemed like a motivated individual for the prosecution, I would say.
Was this someone that got struck or?
No, he's on there.
Oh.
Earl Grey, actually, he's one of the people Earl Grey named. His last name is Rasmussen. He's 29 years old. He works at Target and he plays in a grunge band. And I listened to one of the songs. All of that came out during voir dire. It was hilarious.
Grunge band would end it for me.
Al Fivera says, I'd only seen Legal Eagle before watching you, so I assumed all YouTube lawyers were jizz bags, but you're super entertaining and informative. Thank you.
That's funny. I gotta do something about the lighting here. It looks like I've got this yellow golden
I told
cast
you I
to
could
me.
send you a studio light that would sit on your
Well,
desk and just kind of cast light at your face.
Well, it's complicated. I need to get better lights in this office, period.
Just saying, I have 2 lights blaring at me right now. That's why I look well lit. Because otherwise I'd be downlit and there'd be
You do.
more.
You look very evenly lit, like a 60s television show.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You should see me when I turn the lights off, like the main lights off, and just have the lights and everything's dark.
Oh, then you look like a 60s movie.
Yeah, very spooky.
All Nori in there and all that. Yeah.
Devin Haviland says, why are we ignoring that the boyfriend was holding the kid hostage? Because that fact does not actually
not legally
exist.
relevant.
But it's not legally relevant. It also doesn't exist, especially that the boyfriend was holding the kid hostage. We have not had anybody testify that the kid was actually at the property. And the guy even admits that he doesn't think the kid is at the property.
Yeah, I mean, that it's a lot of these, these self-defense cases seem to be rolling back into this, where people are like, yes, but what about this? What about none of that stuff matters.
Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't.
Ryan Green says that confrontation was not physical until Kyle went to get the gun. But did Kyle make it physical, or did Chad?
And remember, in Texas, he was allowed to do that.
I am full Second Amendment, but I thought this was murder. It's okay if you think it's murder, by the way. It's okay, but let's make sure you've got the correct facts. Kyle doesn't make it physical. Chad enters into Kyle's habitation, and Chad is the one who makes it physical. He did not need to walk towards Kyle. He could have easily said, whoa, this is too much. I'm leaving right now. I'll see your ass in court.
What makes the whole murder thing hard to substantiate, though, is the fact that Kyle fires the warning shot, try to get the guy to back off, and he doesn't. I mean, it was a bad situation. Nobody's saying that it might very well be morally wrong to have done that, because we don't know the background, how much they jacked with him and all that, but. It just those things just aren't legally relevant. I'm sorry, they're just not.
Yeah. What is this?
I stopped drinking. It's jaundice. No, it's the lighting. Damn it. It's the lighting.
Let's see. KFG says the killer boyfriend at the home of the mother had no business getting involved in the custody visitation. Also, wasn't he a visitor, not a resident? No, actually, that's his house.
Yeah.
That's his place of, not only his place of living, but his place of work. So again, you've got to go with the facts that are there when you're making your assessments.
Right. And all that could be true. All that could be true, but it's not legally relevant to the self-defense issue.
Wiggle says, if you ask me, while Kyle appears to be legally justified in the shooting, but acted immorally, again, a perfectly reasonable take to have. Ricky Hendricks says, Bernard Getz, the subway vigilante, was found guilty on the gun charge, but was not charged with defending himself. Same thing with Coffee, right?
Yeah.
The guy who just shot the cops who raided his house and shot his girlfriend, he was found not guilty on self-defense, but he was a felon in possession of a gun and faces up to 30 years in prison. So
but the self-defense defense was still valid. By the way, somebody points out that why are you trying to get Ty decent lighting? I just checked his Facebook, and they have 99% crack their video set up already. Ty's just being a boomer. Yeah, that's my daughter's setup. That's not my setup. I guess I could bring them in and have them, fix it up or something.
Joe Blow says Vicky Osterweel wrote a book called In Defense of Looting. A quarter or more of this country believes it can be justified. Quantum Bit says, can attorneys bring up evidence from a potential juror's social media to impeach them? Yeah, I think so. Oh, Ty glitched out there.
So,
okay, you're back now.
I'm back. Yeah.
Yeah. Andrew Thetford says, chat, I came for an argument. Nick, this isn't an argument. This is abuse. Alan Rain says, huge fan, Nick. Was the dripping commie slug dismissed yesterday or today? I missed it and want to go back and watch. That was yesterday. Green Irish Knight says, outside of the twin shitties in the Iron Range, the state is red. Joe Blow says, I've got a sneaking suspicion this juror enjoys filming his wife's chocolate starfish getting blown up by guys named Tyrone. Wow. Tom says, at the end of the body cam footage, did Potter say they're going to send me to jail? Yes, she did. Bill Crowell says 1-900 hot judge. Caleb Crow says, can you do an impression of this judge sentencing a defendant to death? Oh, and I have found you after reviewing the evidence in this case and your statements in your pre-sentencing investigation report that you will be sentenced to death. Death by snoo, and I'll see you at 9 o'clock. Avahine says, why isn't Judge ASMR nibbling the mic? I don't understand what's going on with her. Is she holding off for super chats? Yes. Matt Bond says, anybody asleep yet? Alex Chester says, this is awesome. I've never seen jury selection before. Came during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. So glad I subscribed. Hey, me too. Andrew War Snowbird says, who's more likely to be implicated in the Maxwell case, Bill Gates or Matt Gates? I think Bill. I don't think Matt had enough money at the time. Padre Mortalis says, attorney, good morning, juror 69. Nice. How do you feel about someone finding out after they in turn effed around? Juror 69 says, those be the rules. I agree. Roosevelt Media News says Mark Richards' voice confessing he has the hots for the judge here. Your Honor, I've been reviewing the evidence at bar, and I just want to say, could you walk by again? Because I don't really believe in love at first sight. Joe Blow says, would weekend cross burnings prevent someone from serving as a juror?
Probably get you a strike.
Technically, no.
No, I don't think you could be I don't think the judge could strike you for that. That's protected First Amendment speech.
Yeah, that would not be a for-cause strike, but it may be a preemptory strike. Depends.
I would think it just about definitely would be.
Christy R says, I can't believe there's 7,000 of us losers watching this boring crap. What are we doing with our lives?
I hear you.
Not applicable says striking just for owning guns should violate the Second Amendment, by the way. Well, the thing about preemptory strikes is you can strike for any reason except for race.
But see, here's the thing though. We're talking about a constitutional right here. I think that the same rationale for race should apply to the Second Amendment or any other constitutional right. I mean, in my opinion,
it maybe should, but it doesn't.
It doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
The race rationale in a Batson challenge is that it's an immutable characteristic. I mean, that's the main thing under the 14th Amendment. So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Choosing to own a gun or choosing to speak or exercising those rights, whereas the 14th Amendment protects immutable characteristics. So
okay, I withdraw the comment.
But I don't necessarily disagree. I think they're
but that is a meaningful distinction.
Whatever
the merits of the argument are.
Zach Carr says FUD alert. Pissed off Patriot says, hey Nick, do the Richards impression. I just did one. B Beach says, read a life sentence in Judge ASMR voice, please.
Just did that too.
Suda's Lounge says it's outrageous that the state can strike anyone without cause. They have a limit. They have a limit to how many they can do. Only 3, apparently. LP says, did you catch Kyle on Charlie Kirk? Hancock is part of the interview. Awkward. I did not. I did not catch him on
Who is
that
Hancock?
yet. He's the guy who seems to be in charge of public relations for Kyle Rittenhouse. So Alice Lovely says, finally got a lawyer for injuries and missed work compensation after my car was totaled. How common is 33% attorney's fees? Very. 30 to 40 is what you're going to have for that type of contingency fees.
Yeah.
Can you you can contingency those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beast on the Run says, Your Honor, my client was just obliging Mr. Wright because he stated, and I quote, tase me N-word, tase me N-word. I love to dismiss all charges on the basis of Mr. Wright being cringe. Not one of us, says Boku no Piku. No.
In that shooting, in this case, I saw that video like 2 years ago or whenever it happened.
Yeah.
It was literally just the guy was resisting, and she thought she was, she thought she pulled the taser and pulled the gun instead. I mean, that's the
So he had a gross misdemeanor warrant. They went to effect arrest. He entered into his car, actually sat down in the car, was apparently about to drive away, and that's when she says, "I'm going to tase you." And then she says, taser, 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 and fires. The other cops kind of clear a little bit, and then she fires the shot, and it kills him. 1 shot. So it's, yeah. Ineviparg says, another day of this torture. You better use this for some whiskey. I know I am. Oh, tomorrow's another day of it, too. Chain Breaking Sage says, this was clearly premeditated, Your Honor. Aradak clearly intended to paint his toilet like a Jackson Pollock. Architect. Automata says, we heard you telling Chair Kuhn to chill. Don't lie. Pissed Off Patriot 83 says, Nick dropped a binger. Trevor R says, you should play music in the break. I was on the toilet and forgot the stream was on. When you said okay, it scared the shit out of me. I helped then. Pika Power says, bring back the blue-haired Karen and we can decide the verdict on the trial after a long-winded rap battle. Sarcerin's day friend says, did you wash your hands after you pooped before taking that massive Wisconsin lawyer-sized bite? I told you I don't wash. I just lick them clean. Let's see. Black Tiger 001 says, can't read, pinch to zoom, Nick. That's what cops do. Sink says, if the reporter had been successful in photographing jurors, would MSNBC have been legally allowed to post the photos online? I'm just trying to understand their game. Would they have been legally allowed to? Maybe at first.
Are there statutes against that kind of stuff? I mean, that strikes me as
I think so. I think there are statutes against them.
I mean, there ought to be.
I think there's a court order. If nothing else, there's a court order on it, and they could probably be ordered to take them down. The people who did it could face contempt charges, and if they refuse to take them down, further contempt charges, which could go to the moon against NBC. Imagine a Wisconsin judge having the ability to sanction NBC with impunity to the point where those punitive sanctions have to be sufficient to deter the conduct. It could be hundreds of millions of dollars.
That could be an expensive mistake.
Yeah. It would also likely result in a mistrial, maybe a mistrial I don't know about with prejudice on that one. Guardian says, which big broadcaster owns Law and Crime? Is it NBC? I don't know if anybody does. I think it's an independent operation. Diz5 says, can a judge sit on the jury? Love the channel. Hashtag Let's go, Brandon. Yep. Flamethrower 82 says, I heard the viability argument before in terms of population control. You could say the same about elderly and disabled. Should they live?
No.
I'm not a big fan of killing people. Michael says, could the prosecution or defense view the notes the jury took during the trial as part of an appeal? Nope. I was told to forfeit my notes when I was a juror. I don't think the notes of jurors are part of the record. So I'm not sure why you were told to forfeit your notes or if you even had to, but I don't think they're part of the record. Yeah. Ben Samuel says, sustaining under pressure also undermines the court. STFU FFS says appeals to stare decisis in Roe feel an awful lot like appeals to tradition fallacies. Plessy was once stare decisis after all. Yep. So is Korematsu. KFG says the mistake here is wholly training, muscle memory, training. Malachi Gaming and Talk says, did you see Gage got a DWI same day Kyle was acquitted? Lamau. Did he get, I don't know if he got the DWI that day or if that was a DWI from earlier that the footage was released that day.
Did they prosecute him? Has he been charged?
Because he had a pending DWI that was dropped right before the Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah, nothing strange about that at all, is there?
Yeah. Let's see. Mithra Nemra says, respectfully, Justice Sotomayor, Brown was overturning unconstitutionally decided precedent, whereas Roe was creating it. Jonathan Baxter says, Breyer's intellect is inversely proportional to his pomposity.
It's true of a lot of people.
Norn Iron John says, I know this isn't related to the case, but you got to see this. Search on YouTube. Gage Grosskreutz chair breaks during Zoom court. Kyle Rittenhouse can't help but laugh at him. Yes, it's great. Great video. I believe I've watched it on stream before. Tracy Platt says, the letters of Nick Rekieta can be arranged to spell I create kink. Adventurers Guild says, do you get the constitutional right to life at the quickening by what was considered life in English common law? That was the basis for Roe. That was the basis for the second trimester theory, was the quickening or ensoulment.
Medieval medical theory. That's great.
You have to remember, this is a big point of Roe versus Wade, is that those
I know,
judges had never seen an ultrasound because it had just barely been invented.
Well, that's the danger of courts deciding issues of science and technology, right?
Yes.
Right now businesses can't give IQ tests to employees because it's presumptively racist or whatever. The problem is there's a ton of research correlating scoring high on an IQ test with an employee's productivity. I mean, at the time, though, the court just said the two are simply not related. Well, yeah, actually, they are.
They might be, though.
There's a legitimate business reason to do that.
Yeah. Vert Nexus Mod says, please do a stream where you comment on police activity videos. Since it's just raw body cam videos, they're perfect material for discussion, in my opinion. Cheers. Yeah, the hardest part of that is picking the right ones.
Yeah.
But they're fun to do. Jonathan Baxter says she's applying the Dogbert standard. Kyle Bogue says, I'm torn on abortion because I think it's terrible to kill the fetus, but on the other hand, do I really want leftists reproducing?
I think they're taking care of that themselves.
Shane G says, so if Justice Sotomayor says that death is determined by brain death, then can we draw the line of death as the brain development which begins rapidly during the first trimester? Leaf Me says, do you have any thoughts on the reserved rights of secession by New York, Rhode Island, and Virginia? I think Texas v. White is firmly established that no state actually has a right of secession.
And if not, the events of 1861 to 1865 kind of did.
Well, Texas v. White is the result of those events.
Oh, okay. Well,
where they determined that even Texas, who apparently people think have a right of secession through the Treaty of Guadalupe, did not have a right of secession because they lost the war. What's up, Legal Mindset?
Hey, well, that's a good one because that was one of the first things I got when I was on YouTube was, can Texas succeed from the Union?
Yeah.
One of the very first questions. And it's like, well, I mean, you can just do it and say, come at me, bro, but you can't do it legally.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot depends on what happens to the equipment at Fort Hood.
Exactly. It's like, who's getting that equipment? Is the National Guard siding with you for real? Or are they federalized?
And back in the day, the submarine base down in Corpus, a lot of practical considerations on that.
Look, if you want to go against the constitutional requirements for leaving the Union, you simply have to win the war that follows. I mean, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Call Me Straw says, this issue was step one in making me pro-life. I remained pro-choice for years, even after looking into this issue as a matter of law, and came to the conclusion that it was the court deciding ex nihilo that this was proper. Distro 32 says, of course,
what does ex nihilo mean?
I don't know.
Okay, good.
I think it's just somebody trying to sound fancy.
Yeah.
I think basically without evidence, maybe Now you're gonna make me look it up.
I looked it up out of nothing. It means out of nothing because I know
Okay, yeah.
like nihil or nihilist is nothing.
Yeah,
Like
there you go.
nihilistic, right?
Sure. I'll accept it. I'll allow it. Distro 32 says, of course our
court
power
will
grab
allow it.
is constitutional. We said it was. That's in response to Marbury versus Madison. Mike Fenn says Maxwell is Miss Tinkertrain. Carlos Estrada says, can Joe wear a hat or mask that says balls or no balls on it? Might maybe have the word Fuda on the back.
That's actually two. You wasted two on
Look,
one.
guys,
That would have
if
been
you-
two great super
If
chats.
you give Joe a big enough super chat, I think he would consider it. I'm just saying.
I
Ed
offered to send him
Tutus-
a MAGA hat today. He was he
Ed,
was in a courtroom with 30
Hold on.
journalists.
Would they kick me out of the Smollett trial if I wore a
Well,
Yeah.
he was in a room with like 30 other journalists wearing his NYPD cap.
Sir, are you wearing a rope necktie? What?
What?
My cravat looks like a noose. I'm sorry.
It's a
Ed
fashion
two-
choice.
Ed 2276 First
It's a
Amendment
bolo. It's a bolo.
says, if Sotomayor says there's no indication of life in the unborn, how can the state charge someone who kills a pregnant woman resulting in the death of her baby, charge that person with murder of the unborn? Ty, you do a fair bit of probate. I always found the fact that a potential life being considered a full-on life under property law has been around forever, far longer than any of this other stuff.
Than the
Oh my
abortion
God,
rights, yeah.
what is it stinking up the stream with all these lawyers?
Oh no! We spoke of him and he appears. What's up, Joe?
It's like
I
magic.
suck.
What did you do?
You got thrown out, didn't you?
You got kicked out.
No.
Oh, you do so.
Far worse than that, probably. Well, I'm not sure. Actually, no, that would be worse. No, far worse than that. Remember I told you how I uploaded and I had a problem. I had my daughter re-upload. Yeah, the video I sent her to re-upload was not today's, but yesterday's. So she
think
put
they were trying
today's
to tell you
label.
that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I
I'm a
fixed
giver.
it. It's up there now. If you go to my
Blames
latest
the
thing.
help.
But it's like 4,000 people went to watch the thing from today that was actually yesterday's video, and I feel like a moron.
I
It's
hope you got
humiliating.
4,000 comments that said we already watched this. You
Yes,
boomer.
it's something to that. Actually, they were surprisingly kind. They were surprisingly kind. From I didn't even go through. I was so humiliated. So I just re-uploaded the right thing, and the saddest thing is it easily was my best report what I did this afternoon. So no one's gonna see it now. It's gonna be seen by like 12 people. But
I'll watch it.
Hold
Joe.
on though, because
I'll
a
watch
13. Thank you, Ty.
I think the most important thing here is that have you guys seen Insomniac with Dave Attell?
No.
Is that Joe could totally do the Jewish version? It was like him just going around New York drinking at night on the street. I look like spot on for Dave Attell. I swear to God.
Thank you.
That
you.
was
Boy,
one of my
the
favorite
comments
shows.
are
I love
flowing.
that show.
The comments are flowing, Joe.
I'm sure. I look. I come here to get the love. That's why I come here for the love. Thank you, Legal Mindset, for stepping up with that.
I love it. I love it, dude. I love it.
What people don't know, they won't find out till I tell, except for the handful who are watching now, because I can't imagine there's more than like, can't imagine there's more like 9 people watching like this Potter part. But
Are you hating on my live stream? We had
No. I love your live stream. They're so dedicated to you. It's amazing. They're amazing. You're the most amazing following ever. I envy the dedication that you engender in your followers, and it's well earned because the product you put out is phenomenal. I mean, you're dealing with a crap storm right now, and you're still entertaining. That's the mark of a true professional. So it's not an insult to you. It's actually it's more me mocking you having to like sift through the crap part of this Potter thing. So
This is rough, bro. This is rough. Like
it really is. Can I tell you something? I actually thought I'll save my joke for tomorrow. I'll save it for tomorrow when I'm mocking you on this. I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it now. But I'll tell you this: the end of the video. So I recorded a video after I was finishing now, and there's this whistling and a protest that started developing behind me. And it's basically these pro-abortionists who are standing in front of the courthouse starting this whole rally. And they had, abortion is a human right, socialism, we need socialism worldwide. And it's like, And this is
That's
what
everything
there's like,
you need to know about that argument, right there.
yeah. So I actually stood. So there was like a speaker who finished speaking right when I came down there, and I stood right in front of that sign. I promise you. And I just said, hey, if I could just have your attention for a moment, please. 100 million people have been killed by socialism in the last 100 years. Thank you. Have a good night. And they started circling around me. It was really fun. I was like,
Did you
no
say
violence, peaceful protest.
Did you say I wish you would exercise your right to abortion right now?
I wish your mom had. Yeah. So if only. Anyway, so that was that's life in New York. You guys don't know what you're missing. You're out there in Minnesota or like some made up country like
oh no,
I don't know, where they only have toilets. And Ty Beard's living. You look like you're living the dream there, Ty. You look like you've
let me
got
show
this
you guys
whole
my new
man
office.
cave.
Let
You're
me
like
show you
this
my
whole
new
man
office.
cave type of office.
Yeah,
Ty's the man who likes to luxuriate. I mean, spare no expense for Ty.
I guess not. Now, let me see if I can make this happen. I'll show you my office.
Except for
actually.
proper lighting. Except for proper lighting.
There we go.
Wow.
Yeah, this is.
Damn.
This is the new.
Eat
the new
crap, Robert Gruler. You got
new-
him like knocked down
new
hands
digs.
down.
Well, I didn't
I
actually
always
pick it. My staff set it up that way. I just sort of showed up.
And I'm only saying that because I'm saying that because I think Robert Gruler has the coolest looking setup in the world, and I'm saying you managed to top him. So
Thank you. Yeah, it's
yeah. You look real.
You got that
you're like,
casting couch back there. I mean, it's looking good.
Yeah, no.
I don't have a button though to lock the door.
Every person speaking. Of
course, both my daughters work at the office, so you can see that the
Well, there
opportunity
you go.
That's a whole separate
would be
genre.
limited.
All right, we're not going there.
Yeah.
It's the look. It's all about the look. It's all about the look. I mean, let me ask you this: you think someone who's looking for a lawyer, they're like, "Oh my God, I'm wanted in a capital murder trial." You think they're going to go to Ty Beard or some guy who's got a picture of liquor bottles hanging behind him? You tell me.
What? I know who I pick 10 times out of 10. I'm like, no, that guy's seen some shit right there. Look at that one. That's an expensive whiskey bottle. That thing's broken. Oh my God.
Yeah, there you go.
I look big girl. He drinks Jack Daniels. You can't go see him.
Jack Daniels.
Would you ever hire a lawyer who's drinking Jack? I mean,
Yeah,
good
seriously.
God.
No, Jack Daniels is the
I'm a
most overrated
simple man.
beverage in the history of humankind.
I'm a simple
That is
man with
Quill.
simple tastes.
Unfortunately,
it's
it's
Pig
available
Quill.
everywhere. That's the
I'm
best.
a lawyer who only has
Exactly.
$8. That's why I drink Jack Daniels.
Yeah,
Because
no,
I can get a
Jack
gallon
Daniels.
of it.
Jack Daniels is priced for the teenagers who managed to get who can't afford anything more than the $4 fake ID.
That's
Yeah,
what
they're
I
gonna
brought.
go.
Well, how do you
That's what
think
I
I
brought to
got
middle
used to
school
it? I
mixed
mean-
with Coke in a plastic bottle? Like, I mean, that's literally what the
Yeah,
move was
exactly.
with Jack Daniels.
It's
The
awful.
lack of respect for Jack Daniels. It's hateful. It's just hateful.
Jack
Gentlemen.
Daniels is loved by people who have never tried real Scotch ever.
Gentlemen, I have been streaming for almost 9 hours and I have a bunch of super chats. I'm going to read them.
All right,
I believe that's Nick telling us to shut up.
I'm gonna bust out of New York City and head on home. But I just want to spread the love, and I'm gonna come back and spread more good cheer tomorrow. You guys, how many juries have you sat so far?
9.
Oh, all right, there you go. That's a productive afternoon for you.
If they have today's day tomorrow, they're done.
Beautiful. Oh, how many are they looking to get? Like 18?
14.
But we don't have any prosecutors that are as mock-worthy as the Rittenhouse.
Well, we got
No.
honestly, I can't look at that guy because of the Chauvin case. Matthew
Yeah.
Frank. I mean, I just see the Chauvin case each time, and because that one was so publicized, I don't know if you've talked about this, Nick, but just having his face in both, it's a weird.
You have
feeling.
PTSD. It's okay.
Yeah.
No, and we haven't seen if he's going to be conducting argument or witness examination cross at the trial. He's doing voir dire, but they have now presented. The state has now presented 5 different attorneys during voir dire, including the attorney general. I mean,
Wow.
We know they like that tag team approach. They're bringing like the 13 attorneys. It's like Marvel versus Capcom. We're just spamming the assist button.
Yeah, because that's what they had in Chauvin, right? It was 12 or 13 state attorneys on that one.
Yes.
And
A baker's dozen.
And they almost lost to what's his face by himself.
Nelson by himself.
Yeah, Eric Nelson
in a mullet.
Goodness gracious! All right, Joe.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna bust out of here. It was great seeing you. I will see you guys later tonight. Check out my stream. I'm gonna have the full length explanation. really, I'm urging. I want to get like 15 people to watch the video I just uploaded.
I'll watch
I know
it,
it's got the promise. same. I know it's got the same heading. But I'm telling you, it's probably my best quality work like of my life, And I'm including like half of my children. It was great. It was really good. You need to check it out. I will catch you guys later.
You know, we'll all see you because I think we all want to talk to you, you know, at the end of this week about what your experience has been and what it's been like inside the courtroom. Because I think that's a fascinating thing to do.
I will tell. No, seriously, no, like, my schedule is really brutal. Like, I have to get up at 6 a.m. to get to the courthouse in time, and then I finish streaming at midnight, and I try to sleep in between then. So really, the only time I have is Saturday night or Sunday to like give anything over. But I'm happy to jump around and whore around with all you guys whenever you want.
Mm-hmm.
All right, buddy.
All right. Take it
Later.
easy.
Ciao.
See you soon. Okay, back to the work here.
Yes. I'll stick around for a couple of these before I got to run my own grift in about 15 minutes here.
No worries. News Now Wyoming says, I think we need an amendment that if Congress doesn't give a nominee an up-down vote within 90 days, it is automatically approved. Pocket veto is bad. Beast on the Run says, Lemon, I swear it was a taser in my hand. They both look the same. Oh, Lemon, I swear it was a taser in my hand. They
Good God, Lemon.
I saw just a clip of that interview just briefly, and he is crying in it. So,
and he actually said, I didn't pull the trigger.
Yep, I didn't pull the trigger.
That's possible. It could be a hair trigger. I mean, but still, you pointed a gun at someone.
Christian says, I didn't pull the trigger on a single action revolver. Chris Demand 417 says, people really want to paint Kyle as a mastermind murderer in Texas. It is either a kidnapping plot or anti-gun arguments all over the place. Yep.
He's right about that, Nick. He might not have pulled the trigger, but he had to cock it.
Yeah, that's the point I brought up a long time ago.
Okay, I don't know why I didn't think of that. But oh.
IWD said, welcome to Super Lawyer. Margot Eichenlob, thank you for the donation. Let's see. Ibni 00 says, judges shouldn't be elected in the progressive era and its consequences have been disastrous for the future of this country. Boomer. Okay. CBDX.com is a super lawyer. Welcome. Next, Nicole Hoagland says, quick update. Just got in for the day. Well, that was a long time ago. Neo Ritter says, Eastern Europe had a few hard fortifications during the first invasion that were not taken by force. Heavy Knights also did well. Second invasion, Hungary learned. The Dininixt says, Judge needs to lay off the Xanax. 200 Watt Studio says, Nick, Judge Chu is her Twitch mukbang name. Chain Breaking Sage says, it's a good time to plug some tea with Mr. Earl Grey out there. Gonfall says, I made a list of everything bad I've ever done, and one by one, I'm going to make up for all my mistakes. I'm just trying to be a better person. My name is Earl. Chain Breaking Sage says, correction, it's the judge that wants to do us. I'm bored. Wants to do
That's
us.
when we were ragging on them for simping for the judge.
The judge is just simp for the chat.
Look, if it can be simped for, it will be simped for. That's like a rule 34.
Chain Breaking Stage. No, I'm bored. 742 says Ty is a vor aficionado. Confirmed. True. Guy Socher.
What?
It's when you eat people.
That's part of your kink.
But somebody's
being
masturbating
consumed.
to it, Ty.
That's fair.
Have no qualms. They're masturbating to it. So at least it's enjoyable for someone.
Someone is being consumed in part of the sexual kink.
Oh, great.
Guy Socher says Judge has a great voice for phone fun. Now News Now Wyoming says that poses an interesting question. What would happen if a juror refused to take the oath to be honest? Probably dismissed.
Can you force a juror to serve? I mean,
I can't imagine that you can, and you can't force someone to testify truthfully.
If the juror didn't want to serve, I'm not going to wear the mask. I refuse to wear the mask.
Well, I think they could force them to do it, but they wouldn't practically do that.
Right.
Right. Like,
can you force someone to take the oath? I think that's compelled speech. I don't think you actually can.
Right. When it gets down to the oath, yes, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, because that's why they ask. Do you swear?
I think the
Will
dirty
you
little
swear?
secret is almost everybody there actually does want to serve. You know, everybody gripes about it and they fuss about it. Oh, there's jury duty. But at the end of the day, it's pretty clear that they actually want to do it because you can get off jury duty really easy.
Gonfall says,
You know.
Imagine going to a theme park with this judge. Does she have the ability to scream on rides, or is it a soft ah? Juan Mangas Mocha says, if this judge read the Constitutional Convention, we'd now be a socialist democracy. She'd have bored the founding fathers to death. Mark Gee says, if this judge is making you sleepy, I recommend picking up a bag of Krigler coffee. It's the best tasting coffee that will make you awake and not woke. 200 Watt Studio says, raise your hands if you want to watch my hot tub ASMR channel. All hands are raised. Oh, man. Let's see. Next, we've got Michael Roth says, I can't base my decision by the evidence presented in court because if we start at 9, I'll be asleep by 9:05. Guy Socher says, Barnaby Jones. Casey Morgan says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This dude is the love child of Johnny Knoxville and Chris Farley. Fiery Red Podcast says, jury pool is so poisoned it is unreal. Cheers to Nick.
No, it's just Minnesota. Minneapolis.
Yeah, Minneapolis specifically. Primark Vulcan says, don't know if this has been brought up, but this guy looks like a clean-shaven Colonel Sanders. Nudge says, should make the process more interesting by starting a mic bump drinking game. He kept just blasting the mic with his hands. Derek Mullen says, it's the old man from Up, Ed Asner. Joe Blow says, this lady, Adolf should be given a path to redemption. No. William Barnes says, I think that being a criminal doesn't make you a bad person. Are you willing to change your mind and accept the fact that it literally does? Jonathan Baxter says, Robert Barnes has won an astonishing 100% of cases he has defended from his armchair.
Ooh.
Yeah, there you go. Some
Tough
shots
crowd.
fired. Norn Iron John, welcome to Paralegal. Gonfall says, do you think they might want more women on the jury? So if they show pics of the dead man, they may get emotional to say guilty. Maybe.
I was going to ask your opinion on that. Do you think female jurors would tend, as a generalization, to be sympathetic towards the officer or not?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I find that women don't tend to like women.
Yeah,
that's also true.
That's true.
I just can't tell. Ty's forehead is a white dwarf.
So I figured out what it was. It's not my lighting. It's the sunlight, the sun coming down. The sun was setting.
Oh, okay.
Through my copious windows, and so that was the sunlight. Whatever.
Philip Frakowitz says, forget facial abuse. Mic abuse is the new hotness. Otto Mata says, I hereby request address Matthew Frank by the much more appropriate name of Papa Mindset. They said it looks like your dad or you in 30 years.
Oh my God.
Roland S says, and now for something completely different. Future German Chancellor Scholz says he is for mandatory vaccination of all Germans. Pflichtimpfung. I don't know how to say this in German, so I'm going to try. Pflichtimpfung.
Pflichtimpfung.
You got to say it with a ersatz.
Anger, with anger.
Yeah.
Phoenix I don't know how to be angry. I'm calm. Phoenix Tangent says, Tony Busby is the slimy lawyer who once parked a tank outside of his house in one of the richest neighborhoods in Houston, River Oaks.
Okay, now I'm kind of liking that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
The Marylander says, how do you feel about deleting YouTube comments? I don't do it. Max Hines says, oh no, our table, it's broken. Gadsden says, I do not think I could resist the urge to answer some of these lawyers' questions with, well, that's a dumb question. No, you shouldn't resist ever. Gunner says, too soon, Arizona. Aw.
Yeah, did you see that? Did you see the wheelchair shoot or the
scooter shooting in Arizona?
Shooting?
Legal mindset.
No, I did not. This is new. Is this, I didn't need to Google this.
Oh, it's yeah.
Look it up, man.
You're gonna want to look that one up.
It's
all right.
Brutal.
I'll look it up.
Drake Thatcher says, wait, he got his degree in Wisconsin but doesn't live there. He crossed state lines. Get him off the jury. Pinking 554 says, imagine if you were on the Rittenhouse trial, then you had a family member on this trial. Guy Sochor, thank you for the donation. Andy Kirstig says, is there a limit to how many jurors you can strike? Yes, 3 for the state, 5 for the defense. News Now Wyoming says, is being a new mom within a few months enough of a hardship to get out of jury duty? Breastfeeding, not using childcare, etc. Wonder if 30
not
will
with
go.
a female judge. Not with a female judge.
But she ended up going because she hadn't actually delivered yet. We found out later.
Yeah.
Max Hines says, I'm going to come. Merkra says, so with the most recent juror that was struck, do you believe the system actually tries to find neutrality or just eliminate counter jurors? The second one. But that is the way they try to get to neutrality.
It's an adversarial system from beginning to end, including selecting a jury.
Yeah, it's not finding a purely impartial
No.
juror.
Our system is built upon the presumption that a giant clash will somehow cause the truth to emerge.
Sport Nugget says, I can't wrap my head around wanting biased and misinformed jurors as a prosecutor. Is it not the goal of justice over successful prosecution?
No, not for them.
No, I mean, it's supposed to be, but ideals are one thing. Reality's a separate thing. Mike, the dad Crosby says NFA, NSFW. Phantom Evil says, return YouTube dislike button. Google this, spread it around, but keep it quiet. Our overlords are watching. Shh. Yes, it's a Chrome extension to bring back the dislike counter. Not applicable says, I call 88 Kraus pork loin when being polite. Romo Drummer says, if you read the YouTube captions during the jury selection, it's pretty hilarious how inaccurate they are sometimes. Look, machine learning doesn't mean that it isn't a learning disability.
These aren't Star Trek machines.
Not yet.
Not yet.
KMK, but every think about this, guys. Machine learning on the scale of the amount of videos that are uploaded to YouTube, auto captioning them is actually terrifying.
It is.
KMK0.
Well, the thing is, Siri is Star Trek, right? So,
hey Siri, play Despacito. KMK0 says, how come nobody caught the disdain in Krause's voice when he referred to Kyle being in some kind of shape? Oh, some people got it. Karaza says, 88 Krause really had me thinking, what if Cartman grew up and became a lawyer?
Well, I think that's the post-COVID special, right?
Yes. Hunting Orion says, jump to another video of wheelchair shooting, had audio of officer calling it in as shoplifting and pulling knife on greeter in front of him, followed him to location he was entering when shot. Yeah, again, he's not anywhere near that greeter. Like that greeter could just slowly walk backwards. I don't even know if he's threatening the greeter at that point. Let's see. Darian Larson says, I really appreciate everything you are doing by bringing legal knowledge to the common man. What site do you get the least amount of fees on? Wait, do you mean like what site takes the smallest cut from me? Locals. RicadaLaw.locals.com.
I think he's saying which is the least profitable maybe for you.
I guess YouTube has the biggest cuts.
But it's like by gross or by, you know what I mean? You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I don't know.
I think he's saying gross, not as a percentage.
If you want to give me the least amount of money, send a super chat on YouTube through an Apple device.
Yes, yes.
That's like a triple combo.
Done it.
It's
Done
brutal.
it multiple times. Yeah, baby.
Brutal. A $10 super chat sent on an Apple device pays the streamer.
You pay them $2, right?
The streamer gets paid $4.90 out of $10.
Yes.
Oh man.
Pinking 554 says, what is the minimum amount of jurors do you need to have when the case hits deliberations? 12 in this case. Rick Van Luvender says the defense needs to frame the warning shot as an accidental discharge in that case. I don't know that they actually need to. I think he's justified in making the warning shot. I'm bored. 742 says, Rackets, you need to explain to Kurt how he's wrong on the Second Amendment. Well, because the Second Amendment says that all guns are loving and wonderful and cuddle you. Justin P says, rather than Lunchbox, can we get Fat Lock or Meal Team 6 trending? Well, he wasn't Meal Team 6. That was Balch. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, Uncivil, please teach Nick the magic of rentahitman.com. Your stream on it was fantastic. Jack of the Dead says, I was just in Chattanooga last week and went to Lookout Mountain. Did you take the cable incline train up the mountain? No, we couldn't do anything when we went. It was a holiday and we got hosed. It was like a 4-hour line. Blue Patrician says, Tony Busby is representing Deshaun Watson case and he owns a tank and his homeowners association hates him for parking it outside his house. There's news flips.
Ooh,
I like
this lawyer versus homeowners association.
Yeah.
Can they both lose?
I like the tank. I think that's funny.
I do.
But other things I've heard about him make me curious. But I don't know. Quick says, I had no idea civil law was such a big nerd. Jason Schreiner says, the cup is Cave Onyx. I recommend looking up your nearest tourist trap, overpriced buying elsewhere. Steve C says, as a non-lawyer, I was pretty surprised how fast and emphatically every lawyer in the panel said jury over bench if they were on trial. Yeah, because you don't actually want to judge. Judges have a lot of opinions and they think they don't.
Yeah.
That's maybe the worst part of judging.
Unless you know that locality and you know the fix is in for your particular position with that particular judge, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if that judge is my homeboy, I mean, I know people, for example, when I was in Orlando, I know a lot of the local judges there, and a lot of them would take it easy on me. So I would be happy to be in front of those judges. But in
Right.
front of some of the woke ones, absolutely not. Give me that jury.
But the philosophy is too that 12 jurors are far less likely to be wrong than one person, no matter how well trained or whatever. Not even
And
taking
sometimes
bias
you
into
want
account.
them to be wrong.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want them to be maybe often you want them to be wrong on the law itself.
What people need to understand is we if the parties agree, you can try to you can try it to a judge and he can be the jury. I like having the option, but if I were forced one or the other, there's no question I'd want jury trials. I mean,
Well, think about it this way. In let's take the Kyle versus Chad Reed shooting. You want jurors to hear my argument. A judge is going to look at the case like Andrew Branca. He's going to slice it down into specific pieces of time and say, was he justified or not at the exact moment he pulled the trigger based on this and this and this? Whereas a jury is more likely to go, you know what? If someone's rushing me on my porch and throwing me off of my porch and I pull the trigger less than a half second later, I don't care what frame I pulled the trigger versus when they were going to lift their leg. I'm justified. So that's kind of how I would.
and judges live in a world, and this is not a criticism, it just is. Judges live in a world where everybody literally tells them all the time how smart they are and how funny their jokes are and how right they are about everything. They're being constantly toadied up to minute by minute, hour by hour, every single day. That's not the kind of thing that, generally speaking, fills me with a great deal of confidence that they're going to truly be objective.
Chain Breaking Sage says she is simping for us. Stephen Oglesby says, I bet it takes the judge an hour and a half to watch 60 Minutes. Wendy Blank says, in honor of Uncivil, I tie-dyed my t-shirts and bought Hello Kitty stickers. Eric the
I
Red
am a
says,
ghost. They say I'm as white as a ghost. No, I am a ghost.
Eric the Red says, how long until someone in the chat sends the judge a two-sided ear mic? No. Buffalo Reaper says, for the panel, how passionate about the law were you before entering the profession? A little bit. Passionate about the Constitution.
I liked
heavy.
LA law.
Yes.
That's why I went.
But the Constitution isn't necessarily reflected in the law, but that's a whole separate issue.
Did you arrange teddy bears and play court and stuff? No, I worked at a bank. NQS says, Kurt in 90.
I was going to be a personal injury lawyer. I was going to chase ambulances.
I was
How
city
the hell I
manager,
got into
so that shit was wild.
Kurt, in 1990, one of the first people I met online was Pete Balkin of the Buddhist Temple murder. When he retired he told our group, more lawyers die on the job than retire. It's a stressful job. Adam Riley says, Tiger Mommy Judge can go to Twitch and out-earn what she makes as a judge easily. I'll be your first tier 3 simp. I mean subscriber.
Oh God! On that simping, Nick, I'm gonna bounce here to my chat, but it's been good, guys.
All right, buddy.
Stay simping, guys.
Yeah, that's
Stay
it.
simping.
See you soon. See you soon. We're getting
I
near the end
gotta
here.
go to his channel. I don't think I've ever seen any of his shows.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah,
he's fantastic. Mo says she's talking in Max Payne bullet time. This is torture. Yates Networks, thank you for joining. National Populist says she should have stopped consuming so much soy during pregnancy. EMT says, as a Texan, I can say that all shootings in Texas go before a grand jury. Walter Deadman says, if the potential juror's water were to break during the trial, at least Judge ASMR can calmly guide her through childbirth. Bishop Craig says, check Twitter DMs for badly made art. James Gentry.
Oh, you know what? Her Honor would probably be very good at reading audiobooks.
Yeah, people have mentioned stuff like that. Or a meditation guide, like guided audio meditation.
Seriously, I mean, no joke.
James Gentry says, in a trial I served in, we had a pregnant juror pretty much ready to pop about 3 weeks before due date, and she was still put on the trial. Yeah, it was the particular nature of her daily vomiting spells that could hospitalize her. That's why this one.
Well, and the need for IVs.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing.
Amateur Ann says, drag the prego inside a garbage can with a dolly. After all, she is a single mom. Juan Mangus Mocha says this judge will leave every man within earshot impotent. She's killing me with her manner of speaking. Avahine says anyone on record as having giving birth in a courtroom? Yeah, I'm sure it's happened. Also, would ASMR help with symptoms? Guy Socher says, what about sympathetic vomiting from other jurors near her? Hilarious. Automata
Yeah,
says,
and possible, and very possible.
barfing juror won't be the new pew, 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 pew. Wolfgang Deo says, we are all just numbers to SSA, 4chan, and SJWs. Eric Chieftain says, they ask, do you want to serve on the jury? Do you want the yes or the no's, and why? Depends on who I'm
I would
representing.
exclude anybody that actually wants to be on a jury.
But it really depends on who you're representing and what the situation is, I think. Mechanical Fluff says this is like if you're representing like an 80-year-old woman whose house burned down against an insurance agency. Yeah, if someone wants to be on that jury, yep, I want them.
Fair point. Fair point.
Mechanical Fluff says this is what 40 years of litigation does to a voice. Wolfgang Deo says, I think the prosecutor's human touch regarding calling jurors by number will backfire. They brought this stupid case and the reason for the numbers. Mike, the dad Crosby says, is it bad that I hope the use of the third and every other juror is like base guy on day one? Or they use this third and then every juror after is like base guy.
That would be funny.
That'd be great. Tyrannus Cygnus says, I would say I'm okay with anyone. I love the blacks, the Mexicans or Spanish, Krauts, Limeys, and even American Chinese, but not the Irish.
Classic reference.
I Punch Puppy says, it's exciting for you to see you finally getting the recognition you deserve, Rackets, but don't go Hollywood on us. Never forget where you came from, or you may be the next one fed to the corn. Stay based, Nick. Do I look like I'm going Hollywood? Kind of liquor and an unhung painting down there.
Yeah, you seem reasonably intact.
JS says what she is saying is she doesn't want to second guess every plumber, doctor, lawyer, etc. Watching the state struggle is hilarious. Hiker John says compare second guessing with Monday morning quarterback. Why not examine what was done? Let's see. Jake says there's a lot of people packing heat at my church. Trooper says, what is this grift? You got legal analysis, a Ghislaine correspondent, photo Chad, and Pasobic. You're better than cable TV. LawTube is based. But where does it come from?
Who are you imitating?
Jesse Ventura.
Okay.
Officer said, only good rascal is a dead rascal. No, come on. Gonfall says the wheelchair was armed with rockets. Solfiend says suspect armed with packet of smokes and a cell phone. Nicholas Gay says, dude, just stick a stick in the wheels. Jonas Dellin says, yeah, actually someone messaged me whose brother has a mobility scooter that just remove their hand from the controls or put something. Like
I don't see how you're going to talk your way out of this shit. I mean, seriously, you gunned a guy down in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
From behind. I mean,
yeah.
You know,
Jonas Dellin says police have been busting Crips for years, but now all of a sudden it's a problem. Yard Hatch says, does 21-foot rule apply when a person with knife is in a wheelchair? No. Gonfall says that wheelchair, it's not a 21-foot rule either. It's a use of force guideline that some departments use, but it's not actually a rule in court. Gonfall says that wheelchair was threatening and the cop was scared for his life. Cigar Chomping Penguin says, cripple Jesus, no! Matt Pelzer says, man, just kick over his wheelchair and problem solved. Not Applicable says, should have shot the tires. Walter Deadman says, does it count as reckless driving or am I being an asshole to a dead guy in a wheelchair? Yes.
Glad we got that cleared up.
Man of Culture says, wasn't it also Arizona where they shot an unarmed mayor crying and saying he's unarmed on his hands and knees in a hotel hallway, a La Quinta? And that's really the worst part of Daniel Shaver is he died in a La Quinta hallway. God, what a terrible place to be killed.
Yeah.
FC3S 808 says Brailsford shot a crawling man in the same state. Yep, that's the same case we're talking about. Pika Rap says he pulled out a knife on a Walmart greeter when asked for a receipt after stealing toolbox. Then police showed up and this was result. Again, I didn't see a knife And even if that's true, he wasn't by that greeter, and I don't see a toolbox.
I mean, look, if he's on his feet and he's got a knife in his hand and he spins around, sure. Not a question. But we're talking about somebody
Or
in a wheelchair.
if he lunges at any, but he's in that wheelchair moving at a predictable pace, and he's still a good deal away from that greeter, who I don't know why she's still standing there. Just go.
I mean,
go
presumably, I guess he was crippled, or because I mean, those scooters. Was that a store scooter he was in?
I have no idea.
Well, no, I mean that could actually matter. Well, not really.
It didn't look like one. It didn't have a basket on the front.
No, it didn't. You're right. Okay. Yeah.
Mike, the dad Crosby says not to justify it, but it's a scooter, not a wheelchair. Tim Weasel, welcome to Paralegal. Let's see. Jacob Hawk says might have been an argument if it's a hover round, or might have an argument if it's a hover round. Oh, because he could spin it around quickly. B.A. Krim says Walmart owns Lowe's. Do they?
Do they?
I
did not know that.
I've never seen that. Oh gosh, where are we? I'm almost done, I think. Commentator Auditor says, yes, some departments have off-duty details where a company pays the department to work security in their department uniform and patrol units for a higher pay rate. That's some liability there, in my opinion. Smiley says boomers together strong. Renee Miete says Hot Wheels murder unjustified. Ron Alderson says hate to go back to the video, but eight gunshots, 1 second pause, and another shot. Chilling. I think it was less than a second, but it is noticeable, that ninth shot. James Swatchino says, what's going on with Vic? Tomorrow would be opinion release day. Nothing's going on legally with him right now, just waiting on that result. But professionally, he seems to be working on some pretty cool stuff. So, and doing appearances. OB Clutch 27 says he was leading the police on a high-speed chase. Cynthia J says, damn it, I'm in Maricopa County, not Gila County. Can't be a juror in Arizona wheelchair shooting. Poppy Cop says it's about civil recovery in Ohio. The demand is made by Walmart when an arrest is made. The mistakes were dismissing the case and not stopping civil recovery action. Yes, that was the Walmart one. Mike Mysterio, the Walmart $2.1 million.
Walmart does not own Lowe's, according to some random website that I turned up on Google.
So then it's fact. Mike Mysterio 13 says, hey, Nick and Ty, did Vic ever get that apple pie moonshine to you, or did it unfortunately evaporate in his care?
I think maybe so. When we were at the Star Trek sets, he had some peculiarly sweet liquors of various ilks. I'm not a big sweet liquor fan, so I don't know.
Vic is a girl whiskey drinker.
Well, you said it. I didn't.
Moose and Squirtle. Says Ty, I've played Fistful of Toes. Good game. Unfortunately, I prefer MBT by Avalon Hill, but that may be due to familiarity.
I think it is. Give Fistful of Toes a try. I played MBT back in the day. It's very, very fiddly compared to Fistful of Toes.
Pika Power says, please go on Justice and Drew. It's a radio show in the Twin Cities. Okay. You got to invite me. Nancy says, what's legal and what's moral don't always overlap. You can hate what happened, think he's a dirtbag while also accepting it was his right. True. Brian Eccles says, Ardbeg Ergdile is the best scotch ever. It's a good one. JD Ski 892 says, maybe he meant to pull his taser on the scooter dude. Not applicable, says rights is technically inalienable characteristics. True. But inalienable and immutable are two different things. Amber Hayes says, do you think Binger will be held accountable for being a scumbag? No. By the way, I absolutely love your channel and started watching during
Binger was doing exactly what the political powers in that town wanted him to do.
Yeah.
That doesn't make him less of a scumbag, but they're not going to hold him accountable is the problem.
HW says, yes, ex nihilo is out of nothing. Trust me, I pulled this ex nihilo. Zala says, can we get a stream of the invoice of lawyers playing Jackbox games? I don't know, maybe. Doug Murray says, Nick, care to comment on taser placement on duty belt versus pistol placement? The state could use this argument. Love the channel and the content. All guests are amazing. Thanks. The state will absolutely use the argument. They'll say that she has been trained over and over, past certifications, been trained on the differences between tasers and guns, been trained on the different look, different feel. They'll use that. They'll also use the fact that it was approximately 4 seconds and the pistol is clearly visible in front of her body cam although that doesn't mean she actually was looking down at it. But yeah, they're going to do that. And they're going to try and use that body cam footage to tell the jury that she should have known she was.
They're not
using
going
a
to be
pistol.
able to show the requisite degree of malice, though. I don't think.
That legally, I think that's their big problems.
Yeah,
because she clearly, I mean, she made a mistake. That's not in dispute. She picked the wrong thing.
She admitted that. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a tragic thing, and it calls into question training and that sort of thing. But this is not murder.
Truman Lively says she only shot once. Does that help her defense? Yes. Tasers can only shoot once before changing cartridge. Maybe she really believes she had a taser. If you
think she did.
If you think she was lying in the moment about having a taser, I don't see that. We would have to see something crazy, because like she says, I'll tase you, taser, taser, taser. She pulls the trigger one time. She says, oh shit, I shot him.
Yeah,
like it all seemed very, very in the flow mistake.
Anybody that could set that up would set up a much better situation, right? I mean,
Gonfall says if lefty media supported cops and lied, he's not in a wheelchair. Actually, he's in a chair with big wheels that helps move crippled people. ED2276 First Amendment law says the cops' own department already threw him under the bus when it determined it was a bad shooting and fired him. Yep. Mark Sermon says, how has omnipresence of video in recent years had an effect on verdicts? Is it drastic or is it more a public opinion thing? I think Rittenhouse would have been convicted if it weren't for video.
No question.
Video favors people who are doing right.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Because everybody in the Rittenhouse situation, every one of those witnesses would have lied. Well, they did.
And did. Yeah.
And did. Yeah. Yeah. Except we would have no video to contradict that. I think video is an unmitigated good.
News Now Wyoming says, about your bar test every 5 years, I think lawyers should have to specialize and test in that. Criminal lawyers do not make good tax attorneys. Yashkin says, thanks for the shout out, Nick. I've added pictures and a video to the GoFundMe again. Thanks again for everyone who have helped us out. Gunnar says, people with scooters can walk, just not well. Stephen Oglesby says, Scooter Man should have hit the NOS bottle, the nitrous. Okay, well, that's it, chat. Thanks so much for hanging out. I have a treat for you. Anyway, Ty, are you gonna hang out for 3 minutes? All right, I'm gonna play the outro. I'll see you guys. See you guys tonight for another live stream.
See you later.
Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that broad. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the